Yo! What the WT fuck is going on? Chat. Where even is it? What? There it is. Oh, it looks so much nicer when it's just your little teal names. That's so cute. Is that teal? Is it turquoise? It's is it sea green? It's a thing. You haven't aged a day. I feel alright. I feel fresh. I'm getting younger, if anything. My. It's not fucking it's not green. Don't tell me it's green. Please. You can't get me that easily. Green. I know what green looks like. Green is this, okay? Green is the thing that you get on the YouTube default. That's green. Whoa. Side by side? No. Well, hey, Fried Plantations, Mirmir, or Seagal, Coach Spinpill, Joel, Andreessen, and Ben, thanks for the tier 1 subs. Hey. Damocles, thanks for the 199. Let's go. Yeah, true, obviously. Whoa, both sides are correct. Oh my god. Do not say. Both sides are correct. Not now, okay? Not in this era of political polarization. That is not allowed. Okay. Whew. Man. Man. I'll tell you one thing, okay? I'm not going to talk about much drama related because a lot of it's to do with timeliness. There are things I'll probably chat about when we're back proper. I think what I'm going to do now is we're just going to do some kind of like recurring like reappearances. Like I might just come back every now and then to chime in on something that I think is fairly fun and easy to do. Or just if there's something big and important. But just play WoW. Well, I do have a couple of ideas for fundraisers actually. So at some point, if I ever want to play video games again, I'm probably going to do them during fundraiser streams. But we'll see. The end of US democracy. Yeah, that's something we'll cover, but we'll see when that comes out. I think I'm maybe going to go to Edinburgh this week as well. See my Edinburghs. I believe there's a good chance that I'm moving soon as well, so we'll see. But my chat. Learnerbox community. You know what it's like, right? Actually, you don't know what it's like. You guys know nothing. My god. You, I don't know how many times this has happened now. This is the 3rd time? You take a little step back from the internet, and then the internet goes, hold on there, son. You're not going anywhere. I'm not finished with you. I'm going to turn off stream today. And God knows what'll happen. What a state. But I think for you guys, there are some things that I'm probably never going to address because they're just not newsworthy at all. And is what it is. Other things. You need a loyal cult following to avenge you. No, I don't. Okay, wait, hang on. Okay, fuck. I'm trying to think if there's any way I can say this without No, there's probably not. It's okay. What the fuck is this? The only thing I can do is just have a meme up on screen and laugh, but I don't know. Okay, whatever. I don't know why I'm coughing. I've been coughing for like what does it mean? I should just ask a professional, but I sometimes like hearing what chat's GBT what ChatGPT answers say. What happens when I think the last four times I've been ill with a cold, my cough has lasted like a month. Every single time. Why a month? Why? That's so long. That's so long to be coughing. Do you have a small child? No. Only besides the few hundred of them, I have a few enormous children, and they're all in my chat right now. They're all spamming away. Peepo typing. But I don't know. Yeah, I don't really understand why it's that many times in a row. I don't know if if people talk about how COVID has like permanently affected their lungs, and I had COVID twice. So dusty, maybe. It's normal. I don't like it. It's not normal. I'm not used to it. Don't tell me it's normal. The fuck? Mate, nothing. The more time you spend away from the internet, because I actually have been mostly away. I haven't really been following most of the stuff unless it's made very obvious to me. But it you very quickly realize how little most of it matters. For sure. What an absolute statement. I did like yesterday. The fallout from this content nuke is absolutely insane. I think where did I start? Could be fallout from the content nuke. I didn't think it would actually have this much of an effect on people. Like, people are going absolutely mental over it. I also didn't think. I don't want to say it. Whatever. Okay. Wait, hang on. Hassan Dick Riders are going Super Saiyan Unhinged. Yeah, well. They were obviously eating well for a bit. I tried to watch it, but I fell asleep. A lot of it is stuff that's already been covered before, but I think there are definitely a few things that I had never seen before, which was quite interesting. And the fallout is there as well, obviously, with everyone's responses. Yeah. Oh god, I always think like it's quite easy to address the obvious things and then just go to the politics. But then when I think about it, I'm like, wait, if I say that, that's going to lead to this, and if I say that, that's going to lead to this, and it's like, yeah, I don't want to. I'll say one thing, okay? I'll say one thing. Right. Have you ever seen a guy getting really angry at video games? Like he gets 360 no scoped a few too many times by an 8-year-old. He punches the wall. He wants to kill himself. His face goes all red and puffy. There's steam coming out of his ears. And then he might like flick the channel, go on watch the news, and find out that 2 people in his hometown were stabbed to death, not even far from where he lives. And then he watches that and goes, whoa, well, that's kind of shit. He might have a much more subdued reaction to the second thing. Does that mean that he thinks it's worse to lose at a video game than it is to have 2 innocent people get stabbed to death in your hometown? Probably not. Humans are complex creatures. The way that we process emotional reactions to certain things can be very varied and is usually not correlated to the scale of how bad the thing is. And I think this is quite normal. I don't even think it's degrees of separation. We know this with parents, right? A parent can shout all the time, right? Do you ever notice when you've got like a teacher or a parent and the scariest moments are not when they're shouting, but when they are dead silent and just kind of staring at you and you know what you've done, and they might even tell you they're not angry, but they're disappointed. We understand how this works. I'm only saying this because I know 99% of people doing this are doing it in bad faith or because they have the social and emotional range of a dead animal. But I just want to let you guys know that, okay, like anyone who wants to, if anyone wants to like so much just think, if you're in this community, okay, and you're even doing it in good faith, okay, if you're going to like tone police my reaction to Destiny's actions and the way that they have affected me and people around me over the last 2 months and a bit, I am just going to ban you. Okay, I will delete your YouTube comments so that you can never say anything in this channel again. I'm not dealing with that. That's like, like I don't need to show you the entire fucking tapestry of rage and disappointment and sadness at times and frustration and like everything. Okay, I don't need to show you guys like all of that in a fucking live stream performance. Okay, just I'm probably there are things about that whole thing, this whole thing that's going on. Yeah, react harder. There are things that are going on that I will probably talk about at some point, but for now, I think my processing of all that and everything, all the fucking madness, all of the domino effects that have happened around it, I'm just gonna do in my own time. Like, that's probably where I am with that. Is that okay? Thank you. Well done, chat. We got through that. Okay. I want to watch a content nuke though. It's so long. It's 1 hour 43. Oh wait, there's also the shoe on head video. I watched that before or after? Well, it's a support act, right? The shoe on head video is the support act. Let's watch the shoe on head video. Okay, come on. Give me a bit of a warm up, okay? I need to loosen the vibes, okay? I need to lube up the react muscles. I'm sorry.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Shoe on Head channel. I am your host, Shoe on Head. You may know me on Reddit as generic far-right Fox News bigot. Or perhaps you know me as Commie Mommy. You people need help. Anyway, my last few videos about the election got a lot of attention.
I hate this. It's like, you communicate a message. She's a little loud. Yeah, you communicate a message like of populism, of fairly shallow populism, and that is probably going to result in a bit of confusion amongst left and right wingers or people who view politics on that continuum, because they're not really going to. Populism can do that. Populism can involve right-wing and left-wing friendly messaging. That's why it's so effective right now. That's why left-wingers think Trump was effective on Gaza, right? And then a week later, he talks about evacuating the entire strip and moving people to Jordan and Egypt. Yeah, populism is a weird drug, okay? And even the most seasoned left-wing comrades will struggle with it.
As well as brought a lot of new people to the channel. So everyone say hello to the new people. Please welcome the new people. Please be polite to them. Educate them on what to expect here. Just don't tell them about the contraption. But not all the attention I got from my election videos was good attention. So I've decided today I am going to respond to those critics. I figured it's been a while since I actually responded to a response that I've gotten on YouTube. It's very old school, very 2012 YouTube. All I need is a rant Sona and I'm set. So that is what we're going to do today. I'm going to respond to criticism, rationally and calmly.
No, you're not.
I will be reacting to people's reactions of 2 different videos of mine, America is in Shambles and Downfall of the Democrats. If you haven't seen those videos, I will put them down in the description so you have more context. I highly suggest you watch them before you watch this video.
Whoa.
Pause this video,
good faith.
Go watch them. Don't worry, I will be right here. I've been here for 10 years. Will I be doing this in 10 more years? Will I be a 43-year-old e-girl? I guess we'll wait and see. Now, a lot has happened since my last video. It's been like, what, 2 months? That's like 10 years in internet time.
Okay.
There's so much going on in the news, it's honestly hard to keep up. Oh, that reminds me. I have an app for that. Let's quickly get into today's sponsor, a sponsor I've been working with for many years now, Ground News. Ground News is a website and an app that gives readers an easy and transparent way to read the news from left, right, and center. Every story comes with a quick visual breakdown of political bias that helps you understand the full story and make sure you're getting both sides. One of my favorite features of Ground News is the blind spot feature, which shows you news stories that have been covered by one side of the political spectrum and ignored by the other. For example, here is a story about how a Mississippi senator filed a contraception begins at erection bill that makes it, quote, unlawful for a person to discharge genetic material without the intent to fertilize an embryo. An anti-gooner bill. It's an anti-gooner bill. Right away, we can see that the story has been covered by 16 sources, 40% of it left-wing, only 17% of it right-wing. You can even see who owns these reporting outlets. Ground News also makes it really easy to compare headlines to see how political bias can affect framing. For example, this right-wing headline, President Donald Trump and Melania Trump's 20th wedding anniversary, see the photos. And this left-leaning headline frames the same story like this. President Trump's anniversary shout-out to Melania is loaded with red flags. This feature is so much fun. I am obsessed with it. I've been using Ground News since 2020.
Why right-wingers talking about gooning bills? What?
And it really helped me see how both sides frame stories so differently. I'm currently offering 40% off their Vantage plan, which is the one I use to access all their features. So go to ground.news/shoe or use the QR code on screen here or click the link in the video description down below and subscribe today. I highly suggest checking it out. They're one of my favorite sponsors to work with because I think what they're doing is extremely important, helping people approach the news in a more balanced way. So take advantage of this discount today, ground.news/shoe or clicking the link down below. Thank you to Ground News for sponsoring this video and thank you for not skipping the ad as always. And now let's get back to the video. So what has happened since my last video? Well, Biden is gone. He is out of office. He has somehow completed a 4-year term, which means, that's right, Dave Rubin has to retire.
If Joe Biden completes a 4-year term, actually completes a 4-year term, I will retire.
It also means, once again, Trump has been inaugurated. And this time, all our favorite characters were there. Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos' wife's tits, Mark Zuckerberg. Frankly, it's disgusting seeing billionaires so openly and brazenly support our government officials. They should be doing it behind the scenes like they've been doing for decades. Ladies and gentlemen, the elites have officially bent the knee. And
oh, she's going to do the thing. Oh, no. She's not going to talk about the exceptionality of Elon Musk's contribution to the Republican campaign. Oh, no. She's not going to talk about how actually what Elon Musk is doing and how close he is and how much he weaponizes the social media platform that he owns to defend Trump and to help Trump and oh god, and actually how that's not really anything like anything Jack Dorsey or Zuckerberg or anyone else has done. Oh god!
With the popular vote came the sudden and long overdue death of woke capitalism. Rest in piss. Although I never did get to try those gay Oreos. You don't know what you got till it's gone.
Gorios.
The inauguration was a beautiful celebration for Republicans, full of joy and whimsy, and a complete humiliation ritual for the Democrats. Bye, Joe. Thanks for all the fucking nothing. Your legacy will be having dementia, aiding a genocide, and handing the country over to Donald Trump on a silver platter. Executive order after executive order, pardon after pardon, Trump got to work enacting his mandate on day one. But even as all this is happening, Trump seems to be on this bizarre side quest to conquer Canada and Greenland. But if we're gonna annex Canada and make it great again, can we at least get their healthcare without the wait times or the assisted suicide? Can't there just be a normal healthcare system that doesn't put you in debt or offer to kill you if you
wrong with assisted suicide? What? Okay.
are in debt? Speaking of healthcare, an Italian-American Tucker Carlson fan from New York murdered a healthcare CEO.
Wait, I'm sorry. If you're gonna do that thing and like talk about how I thought like a left-wing populist, like a Bernie bro, like healthcare would be one of your biggest priorities, right? So you would say, give us their healthcare, but not the waiting times. It's like, yeah, sorry, public healthcare, that's going to be a thing. You cannot get private healthcare. Are there any countries that do actually, where you get private healthcare waiting times with a public system? Not least of all in a country the size of the United States. I think that's probably a bit ambitious. You're probably going to have to accept that, right? I love the NHS, okay? NHS is my boy, but I'm going to accept waiting times. Private healthcare has waiting times. Are they ever as long as public ones, though? Mate, I've heard about people being on NHS waiting lists for ADHD, and you're talking like 7 years sometimes. I've heard someone say 7 years. I've heard others say the average is 3.5 years. It's like... I don't know, it's not good.
And it wasn't me. His name is Luigi Mangione, and he's currently the most thirsted after man in the world.
Hey.
Ugh, women are so cooked, dude. Why can't they just be normal and make fan cams of the Unabomber like me? Now, I don't condone murder. That's it, I don't condone murder. Murder is bad. But honestly, I don't even know what killing a healthcare CEO even does. It's a job position. The job position will be filled again. The goal should be get rid of the job position altogether. But it's really depressing that it took this for a conversation about the absolute scam that is the American health insurance system to go mainstream. Lord knows I've been shouting about it for long enough. But you know who doesn't need healthcare anymore? Jimmy Carter. Because he's dead. He died at the ripe age of 100, and I know what you're thinking. Vaxxed? But at his funeral, we all saw this. He's Hitler! He's Hitler! He's Hitler! He's Hitler! Oh, hey, buddy. I'm sorry, I seem to recall this man scolding the black community for voting for a racist, sexist fascist. And here he is, chatting it up with that very racist, sexist fascist. Gee, it's almost like they don't fucking believe it. Like, the Biden administration literally just named an aircraft after George W. Bush. George W. Bush. The literally Hitler from 20 years ago. In 20 years, we're going to have like a Navy fleet named after Trump. It's all fake. It's all big fake gay club, and we're not in it. At the end of
Biden, what was Biden's position in the Iraq war? Did he support it or oppose it? He gave Bush the authority to use force in Iraq. Okay, so apparently he claims that he opposed it as soon as it started, but what? Okay. Didn't oppose it from the beginning. Expressed support for the war as Delaware senator. Criticized Bush for how he handled the diplomacy, conduct, and pre-war intelligence. He called his 2002 vote a mistake in 2005. So he endorsed the invasion. So I guess for 3 years. Okay. Uh-oh. Damn. Damn, Joe. Joe Biden. Biden.
End of the day, these people would rather see the country burn to the ground than actually help the citizens in it. Literally.
Breaking now at 11, 16 people confirmed dead in the California wildfires. New fears the massive fires will only continue to grow.
There's no water coming out of the fire hydrant.
What do you mean you ran out of water? You're California! You're next to the goddamn Pacific Ocean, for fuck's sake! It was getting so bad people were using
The Pacific Ocean. Nice one.
almond milk to put out the fire. California moment. Thousands of people have lost their homes, lives were destroyed, but thankfully the Biden administration sent $20 billion to rebuild California. That's amazing. Just kidding, that was for Israel. But thankfully Trump has frozen foreign aid for 90 days. Except for Israel. How are the Democrats doing since losing to Trump? Are they taking a step back and reevaluating their tactics and their platform? Are they looking for a real populist candidate to put up for 2028? What is their plan? Oh, god damn it. So let's get into these responses I got to my videos, shall we? Okay, I searched She One Head reaction. I'm
Yeah, I know Pacific Ocean is a joke. Yeah. And I also think using salt water on that much like salt and soil, they don't. Salt is bad, okay, for land. You don't want to put. Salt is not really the best solution. You want to put salt on the ground, okay? That's a whole problem. Isn't it a whole thing? Salting the earth? You salt the earth and that's like stops people from cultivating it and inhabiting it?
Scrolling through these videos and it's like, anime girl, anime girl, anime girl, anime girl, anime boy. Anime girl, anime girl, anime girl. I feel like I'm scrolling through the porn history of the average She One Head fan. Oh, by the way, I will link the videos I react to in the description down below, so you can watch the full videos, the full criticism if you want to. But if you do go to any of these people's channels, please be normal in the comments. We're all just people who have different opinions at the end of the day. If you have the urge to call them like a libtard soy boy cuck in the comments,
That's you
instead,
guys.
You are a fine, distinguished gentleman. Have a wonderful afternoon. See? It's not that hard to control our anger.
This is a 17.5-minute video from a rich white person talking about how both parties are the exact same.
What a fine, distinguished gentleman. I hope he has a wonderful afternoon.
Who is her main audience? It's going to be all conservative types. Every single one. Every single one of these centrist people, their audiences are always conservatives. 100% of the time. Every single time. All of them.
Centrist type people. Okay, alright. Destiny has said that Kamala Harris is to the left of him on economics. Kamala Harris. That technically puts Destiny to the right of me on econ. Destiny has opinions that fall to the left and right of where I'm standing. I have opinions that fall to the left and right of where Destiny is standing. So, who is the centrist here? Or is centrism when you're a YouTuber who makes fun of both sides? And yeah, sure, sorry lefties and liberals and Democrats in my audience, you don't exist. You're all Republicans now. Take your complimentary Trump hat and liberal tears mug. Also, as a left-wing YouTuber, shouldn't having right-wingers in your audience kind of like be the goal? Who are you making content for if not? Do you just want to preach to a choir? If you want to watch someone who agrees with you 100%, just talk to a fucking mirror. I don't understand this criticism. I like that there are people with diverse opinions in my audience. It's so freeing. I'm not audience captured. I can say I want to bring back Ronald Reagan from the dead so I can kill him with my bare hands, and the right-wingers in my audience would just be like, haha, she's so funny. It's nice we can listen to alternative viewpoints. I can fix her. Frankly, I know for a fact fact, a lot of left-wing channels would kill for the audience demographic I have. Are you kidding me? How do we reach young men on the right? How do we get young men to listen to us? Skill issue.
It's hard for me to know, bro. I honestly can't tell with a lot of these people. I wish I could just get them in a room and get them like shit-faced and we could just like have a conversation. It's like, do you understand, like, you know that like all your fans are conservative, right? You know that like everything you do is conservative, right? Can you tell that? Are you aware of that?
Okay, first of all, getting drunk with Destiny and having him all up in my face like, you know you're conservative, right? You know your audience is conservative, right? Sounds like a fucking nightmare. I think I would throw up and cry. This is all especially funny coming from someone like him, who's also constantly called a centrist and a right-winger and a Nazi because he has opinions that fall outside of the left-wing internet bubble. Like, I have seen people say these exact criticisms of Destiny, that his audience is full of incels and right-wingers. You know, Destiny, at the end of the day, we're not so different, you and I.
People like Tim Pool I know are intentionally lying, 100%. But for somebody like this, like all of the other centristy types that get swept up in the middle that end up just being like mass conservative propagandists, I'm not sure.
What? I'm sorry. Mass conservative propaganda? I'm so tired of defending myself like this, though. Frankly, I've seen what makes someone a progressive to these people. So I don't really mind when they call me conservative. I'll take it, Destiny. Conservative, centrist, whatever. Someone did die. One of the bullets hit Corey Comparator as he was protecting his family. It's one thing to make fun of a failed assassination attempt, even a successful assassination attempt on a politician. If we can't mock or criticize the people in
Bro,
power,
why is he called Corey Comparatori? I don't even. What the fuck? Why do America? What? Okay.
there is an issue. But it's another thing to mock a innocent Trump supporter that died. The guy didn't have any power. He wasn't a politician. He was just a dude. I don't like.
He wasn't just a dude. He was a guy that was posting a ton of inflammatory shit on his social media, who was at a rally for one of the most inflammatory candidates of all time. But
a dude wasn't just a dude and deserved to die because he posted inflammatory shit online. My brother in Christ, you do that. I do that. We all do that. All right, I'm done with this one. I'm done. I don't know what I expected. I honestly expected better. I did not expect this. Hopefully the next person
shit,
is more
she
sense.
inserted the deserve to die. I don't think that was a claim, but yeah, there is a. I've kind of wondered why populism, even if it involves a lot of left-wing aspects, always tends to help the right. I'm trying to figure out why that's the case, though. I really need to figure that out because it does. It disparages probably because the disparagement that they give to the Democrats damages them a lot more than the attacks they make on Republicans because Republicans don't give a fuck. That's kind of an issue. Like the fact that you've seen like very far left people handing it to Trump over Gaza because of a ceasefire deal that we still have no idea, where we still have no idea what the circumstances that led to that ceasefire were. Shu's default position is stupid. That's it, Matthew Banks. That's it. Now we know. Problem solved. She a dumb fuck. Dumb woman. Don't say that. Don't repeat that, chat. It's bad.
So let's go.
This is called America is in Shambles. I'm excited to see what this is.
Build Back Better. Agenda.
Oh my god, it's the corn guy. He doesn't like me.
47. Let me introduce you to the Shoe New Deal. Bring back the red Pizza Hut cups.
What is this video? Is this just, are we just going to be like, America's in shambles and we're just going to, haha, I'm a shit poster, I don't care because nothing affects me. Right, like it's just like disaffected memes or something? This is what we're doing?
I love how he's so confused about the concept of an opening skit. I don't understand. Where's the 500 paragraphs of text? I've been very busy, as some of you know now, and as some of you guessed, I have recently had a baby. And as it turns
Whoa.
out, that takes up a lot of your time.
Wow!
Wait, why did he go ugh? Why did he go ugh? Nearly 40-ass-year-old man. Come on, Jake. Tick-tock. Time to settle down and have some children. Those sperms
Bro,
are...
why is everyone nearly 40 in this space? Why? I think Hassan said Ethan was 50. I think like 38, 39? Bro. Mate, I'm almost 40. What the fuck? 7 years. That's not that much time, is it?
They're drying up.
God.
Oh, yeah.
Fight.
Oh yeah, he's winning. Cope?
Bullet just grazed his ear because he turned at the last second to look at some immigration chart. Being racist literally saved his life. There's a lesson in that.
There's a lesson in
Wow.
being racist. Cool, dude. Like she lampshades that's just a joke, wink wink. And then like the dumbass f***ing Zoomer Coomer that's in her comments down here does not think she's joking. Thinks she's dog whistling, which she is, and is totally like, yeah, I love being racist. Being racist is good. It makes me survive bullets or some shit now.
Oh no, I'm going to influence vulnerable Zoomers into believing racism makes them bulletproof. What are you saying, bro? The dog whistles. The dog whistles. Call a fucking joke. There's no dog whistle. There's no mask. It's a joke. It's a joke about racism, yes! Somehow knew that roof would be unguarded, laid down and aimed a rifle at the former president without being noticed. This was insane incompetence. Or they let it happen.
Oh my god, and now she's doing conspiracy theories? She watches
Yeah. She will never let a good conspiracy slide. We need to get her into fucking Arab boomer politics for the conspiracies. Oh my god, she would absolutely lap them up. She would be so happy.
Fox News now all the time. You could see it.
I'm leaning more towards the former because if you look at our bridges and airplanes, America is in shambles. First of all, why the fuck would I watch Fox News? Tucker Carlson isn't on there anymore. Also, I love how he paused before I
You know,
finished.
there's a thing in Lebanon where even like Hezbollah's opponents, people who hate them, will still take a lot of their actions. Like even opponents of Hezbollah will take a lot of the assassinations of anti-Syrian activists in the mid-2000s, and they'll blame them on Israel. The car couldn't have blown up that high without an Israeli fucking airstrike.
Finished my sentence, said a thing he thought epically owned me, then unpaused and I continued and said the opposite of what he thought I would say. His fanfiction of me that believes in Fox News conspiracies turned out not to be real. The man is out here fighting ghosts. He's fighting his schizophrenic thoughts. He took too much cough syrup and I appeared in the corner of his room talking about Fox News. People were laughing about how some of the cops protecting Trump were women and like, come on now, that's sexist. They were making these awful memes like this.
And then you just do the sexist joke. You go, that's sexist, but I don't care. You know what you're doing, dude.
Yes, I do know what I am doing. I am making jokes. I am making jokes about sexism and racism. Yes. Again, no mask, no dog whistles. I am blatantly just saying these things. White Women for Harris meeting raised millions, broke Zoom.
Yep.
Oh, but when I want to have a whites only meeting, I'm called a racist.
Wow, cool, dude. That's a really sick fucking KKK joke you have there.
no.
This guy isn't even debunking anything. He's just like, you made a joke. Okay? And? You are in the wrong neighborhood. That doesn't work here. We have fun here, sir.
Boyfriend writes your scripts, that joke confirms it, dude. It's so bad.
A woman making a joke? I bet her boyfriend wrote that. Wow, sexist much? Dog whistle? Also kind of a random tangent, but like I've gotten this actually unironically in like innocent ways. Like, who writes your stuff? Give props to your editor. I write my own stuff. I edit my own stuff. I've been doing it for 10 years. I still use iMovie to edit. I do have an assistant who helps me get sponsorships and edits the sponsor segments. But if I could hire anyone to do anything, it would be to be the person in front of the camera. That is my least favorite part. I love writing. I love editing.
She should try making the jokes funny. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I used to really, really hate, I'm using the word hate, Shuanhead's humor. Now I just think it's like, meh, it's all right. It's not the worst thing in the world. So maybe in 5 years I'll laugh out loud. Who knows?
hate this. Maybe I'll just pull a Daily Wire one day and do a little switcheroo and replace myself with someone else. I'll just tell Moist Critical to shave his beard. None of you will know the difference. Basically, if I could be a VTuber, I would. And I'd give myself pink hair and big anime titties. All right, moving on. One of the bullets hit Corey Comparator as he was protecting his family. But there were people, like, mocking this, which is insane to me. Like, it's one thing to make fun.
Well, he was a racist, so he caught a bullet for no fucking reason at a hit, like a Trump rally, right? It's like being upset the Nazi got hit at a Nazi rally, right?
Oh my god, they're all justifying it. A innocent Trump supporter that died.
He's not innocent, actually. He went to a Trump rally, supported Donald Trump publicly.
Am I going insane? I'm crashing out, bro. I'm crashing out.
If you were a better person, you wouldn't be at a Trump rally. You feel me? So, yeah.
If you were a better person, like me, a person who thinks people who disagree with me should be shot and killed, then this wouldn't have happened. Unreal! Okay, on to the last response to this particular video. Let's hope this guy is a little better.
Welcome to America is in Shambles by Shoe on Head. So
Hey! It's Alec Gunter! Yes! This guy's fucking banging. This guy's really funny. Maybe not for the reasons that he wants to be, but this guy's good. This guy's a banger. I like watching this guy. Come on, he's gonna give us a zinger. The Gunt. Come on.
Shoe on Head is a person that exists. If you don't know who Shoe on Head is, she basically postures herself as a centrist.
I literally call myself a left-wing What? Also, I didn't know they made a Vosh too. Who is this guy? Alec Gunter. Shoe on Head's brain-dead election analysis.
She used to be buddies with some of the left-leaning people, used to be in favor of Bernie Sanders, but kind of went full populist.
Bernie is a populist, so this makes no sense. Oh, she used to like Bernie, but now she's more of a populist. What? Are we just equating populism with right-wing now? Is that what's going on here?
Basically just posturing for her incel followers. Right, her alt-right incel followers.
The shoe simps, or as I like to call them, the SS.
And making them feel smart because she looks at both sides, right? She's a centrist.
First of all, I don't make my audience feel smart. My audience is fucking retarded. They know this. Second of all, why wouldn't you look at both sides? Like, why shouldn't you be criticizing your side, too? Unless you're like a total ideologically cucked hack. You're not that. Right, Alec? Right?
Here's Shoe on Head. America is in shambles.
My fellow Americans, I regret to inform you that it is that time again. Election time. Every 4 years, we have to deal with this. Are you voting for the red files or the blue files? The red drone strikes or the...
Okay, right off the bat, the red is way worse. See, she's like immediately playing the centrist angle, and there's no comparison between the two.
Okay, I'm gonna agree with Mr. With the Gunt here. Okay, me and Gunt. Okay, we're like that, right? Because that like a phrase like that. I know it's a joke, okay, but political jokes usually have some kind of underlying meaning. Like when you're saying the red drone strikes or the blue drone strikes. The fact is that Trump accelerated the fuck out of drone strikes, and Biden massively reduced them. Like he almost more or less ended the drone war. If you look at the charts, like it's insane. We've done this before, right? You see the chart go like Obama, woof, loads of drones, Trump, even more drones, and then Biden, poof, like Fuck all. But that's the case with so many aspects of Republicans and Democrats. You can get annoyed at Democrats for being kind of like corporate and being a bit too safe and being a bit like Kamala for being a kind of like chat GBT response because she's so scared of her own shadow that she doesn't want to rock any boats or anything. Like and obviously getting Dick Cheney to come with you and endorsing the endorsement of someone who was seen by most left-wingers as a complete, like one of the biggest villains of the first part of the 20th century. But nothing the Democrats do is anything compared to what Republicans do. In regards to contempt for democracy, in regards to racism, in regards to the economy, like they are just dwarfed. And I think when you're in such an urgent time, and especially now with Trump and everything that he's been doing, it should be quite clear that your criticism of both sides is massively skewed against the Republicans if you claim to be a left-winger. It should be the case, but I don't really know if I always get that from Schuanhead or from populists in general. And populists will also just hand it to Trump over the dumbest shit, like the ceasefire agreement, which, again, if the ceasefire agreement was because of Trump, that would be because Trump offered Israel something. Israel were not in a position that suddenly became so desperate that they were going to give up their red lines on the Netzarim corridor or in total victory or in politically dismantling Hamas or anything like that. They would have been offered something like just Occam's razor. They were offered something that Biden wouldn't offer them, which might have been free passage and free reign over Iran, which might have been West Bank annexation, which might have been some kind of transfer solution for Gaza, but basically nothing good. Nothing good for Palestinians. Like, why would you hand it to Trump especially when we don't know anything about what changed to make that deal go through?
Oh my god, do they all not know what a bit is? I'm doing both sides bad because I'm a candidate running against Kamala and Trump. Do they not know what a skit is? A drone strikes. Dead Palestinians or dead Palestinians? We're tired of it. They should just pick one.
Okay, well, the dead Palestinians thing was pretty true. I'll give her that.
Sexist joke,
See, that's what I mean. What the fuck, man? You have no idea what Trump's fucking... Anyway.
racist joke, ableist joke. Palestine.
even.
There's just no way Trump is losing. It would take something like, I don't know, Trump getting shot in the head at a rally in Pennsylvania. Oh god, we're coming up to the Trump rally part. Please be normal, but there's one thing to make fun of a failed assassination attempt, even a successful assassination attempt on a politician. If we can't mock or criticize the people in power, there is an issue. But it's another thing to mock a innocent Trump supporter that died. Please give me some over left-wing YouTube, please.
The Trump supporter that died, he was most likely a fascist, and I mean, he was at a Trump rally, man. What do you expect? Like, he probably wanted trans people to die.
Probably. He probably had these opinions, so it's okay for him to die.
I mean, he was pro-Putin. He did support the invasion of Ukraine. So that's a bit cringe. It's a bit shit. Hang on. Did I accidentally open? Whoa. I do not want BattleNet. Fuck you. Go away.
Even if he did, which you don't know, but even if he did, that doesn't mean he should be fucking killed. He's just a fucking guy. He's a guy who can even change his opinions one day. Who knows? I know for a fact, a shit ton of people in these people's audiences used to be Trump supporters, used to be transphobic or whatever. Every single fucking day, I log on and I see, I watched Ben Shapiro and was a Trump supporter, but now I watch ContraPoints and I'm a good person. So back when you were a Trump supporter, these people think it's okay if you got shot. Convenient for them that they were born morally lucky, and they came out of the womb as leftists.
Morally lucky. How does she know that phrase? People say it's actually like it came from that Rem guy. Like, it's a Rem phrase. Is that true though? I've seen it on the. Hang on, because I don't think it's. I think it is a term, moral luck, but I don't think it's actually. I don't think it's the same as what the Rem position is. I don't know. Wasn't it Rem talking with us about Hassan? Oh, she's friends with Vosh. Is she still? And obviously because Vosh was on that call, the morally lucky call. Yeah, Rem was on that call with Vosh and Hassan. He was debating both of them.
I'm actually going insane. I'm becoming the Joker. I thought at least one of them would have a normal take on this. But no. Behold! This is my circus. These are my monkeys.
I think, okay, so let's check the comments real quick. I just want to see. Here's her audience, okay?
Oh no, he's checking comments. Oh no, he's checking comments. No.
Having a baby and retiring, she has become a trad wife. The only reason America is in shambles is because Shua hasn't uploaded a Hell World in 2 years. Kamala, don't come Trump, I'm going to come America. If there's any reason to vote for Kamala, it's just to make Hillary extremely mad. It's probably the best campaign slogan yet. Okay, they all just seem like memers.
Whew. Okay, good. Diagnosis memers.
I don't know. I think that Shua is just kind of a memer. I don't think she's a bad person.
Oh good, YouTuber Alec Gunter doesn't think I'm a bad person. I must postpone my suicide at once. Okay, this next video people are responding to is the one I made after the election called The Downfall of the Democrats. Let's see what people had to say about this one. Okay, this guy is called Hutch. This fucking title. Shoe on Head takes an election victory lap? What video did this dude watch? The Shoe on Head from Earth 2? Hat on foot?
Actually project that Donald Trump will become the 47th president of the United States.
Do you really think that the Democratic Party is fighting for you? The overwhelming answer is no.
I am so frustrated with this argument because policy can only get you so far. Like, good policy is good, and we should do good policy. For sure. I don't think we should adopt Republican policies.
Wait, what argument? You just watched a montage of Trump winning. Where did I say adopt Republican policies? I haven't even said anything in this video yet. I haven't even appeared on screen. Who are these people responding to?
So I think the insinuation that she was making is that the Democrats let down the majority of Americans and the working class and the people who live paycheck to paycheck and they can't afford a $40 emergency and they definitely don't order DoorDash ever. Never. I'm sorry, I'm joking. And eggs. The problem is, okay, I'm sorry. I'm just, and Shu said this at the end of her video, if I recall correctly. And I know people don't like this argument because you can't make much content out of it. But the fact is that incumbents lost everywhere for the last 2 years in the OECD because of inflation. Sorry. It's just inflation. Yeah. It's just inflation. Fuck. It's the top issue for voters. It's very easy to see. Even if you are the most apolitical cunt on earth, you are going to see expensive eggs. Sorry. It wasn't just inflation. It's never just anything, but that's the common variable for incumbents getting fucked everywhere, right, left, and center, all over. And it's left-wing incumbents, it's right-wing incumbents, it's populist incumbents. They all lost. Okay, they've all either lost or thrown their majorities in the OECD in like 10 different countries. And the common variable is it's inflation from 2022, from the COVID leftovers, and also because of the invasion of Ukraine, the Russian invasion of Ukraine.
There she goes, hat on foot, making videos talking about adopting Republican policies.
I think we should pursue progressive policies. I think we should pursue policies that help working class people across this country. Whatever the term working class means now, because it's so nebulous at this point.
I like how the term working class is now nebulous. Now that they're losing the working class, it's like, pfft, working class. What does that even mean? Is it too late for the Democratic Party, or can they turn this around? Will the Democrats learn from this?
Well, the problem is that people who are incredibly fucking well off call themselves working class. It's like someone says, I'm a farmer, and they actually own like 3 farms. Yeah, working class. Yeah, working classes. I remember seeing a Fox News segment of some communist. It was like 10 years ago. There was some communist getting grilled by Fox News hosts, and they were like, what is the working class? I work. Yeah, fuck. It's like middle class. You know, in the UK, there was this whole meme about Tony Blair saying that we're all middle class now. Like everyone sees himself as middle class. Like a lot of these are to do with identity as well. There's like a kind of racist meme in the UK where they'll talk about the plight of the traditional working class communities. And when they say traditional, it's because they don't want to lump in places like Hackney as working class communities, even though they've always been poor, because they're more, or like Whitechapel, because these are places with ethnic minorities, like black and brown people. So they'll say traditional working class communities, which is really what they mean, just like poor white areas.
To be clear, in 2016, it was the same discourse. Is this the end of the Democratic Party? Dems in disarray. Are they ever going to recover from this? It's the same discourse every single time.
Okay, but Kamala did historically bad. She did not flip a single county. A Republican won the popular vote. A Republican. Do you know how rare that is? And all the data shows...
Do you know how rare it is that, like, in Japan, the fucking Liberal Democratic Party lost? I think they've lost, like, 2 or 3 times in the last 60 years? Plus? Look at them. Look at the gap between conservatives going to Labour. My God, that was the biggest election gap in over 200 years. 1800s, the last time there was a gap that big. But that was from right to left. So it doesn't really make that much sense. It doesn't actually make that much sense when you're trying to say that. Like when you're trying to argue that there was some kind of failure of liberals or centers or centrists or center left, when it seems to be that incumbents, left, right, populist, or otherwise, suffered. because of the circumstances.
Young people, black people, Latinos, women moving more right. Now, could this be a Trump-only thing? Sure. And as I said in my video, there could be a pendulum swing, and we'll get like another Obama after Trump, or the Democrats wake up and actually run a good populist candidate. I don't rule this out, but to pretend this wasn't a particularly bad loss is just straight up delusional. From blaming the American people to blaming Joe Rogan, the Democrats and the media are having a hard time coping with their loss, and
This logic that you can't blame voters for the outcome of elections is insane to me. There's no responsibility on the voters, like none whatsoever. Who else am I supposed to?
You blame your party that lost. You blame your candidate. Why were the American people more willing to vote for the guy who did January 6th over your candidate full of hope and joy and rainbows and unicorns or whatever? Is it because the voters are just all stupid idiots? Or is there something a little less simple that you just want to avoid?
I mean, American voters are pretty fucking stupid. I'm sorry. Like, you can obviously, if you're a political candidate, oh god, it's like a self-help thing as well, right? You know, in self-help, people are like, oh, what is it they say? There's a way that they phrase this. It's come to terms with where you are, right? So because it might be, you might gain some level of insight from blaming something outside of your control, or blaming other people, or even blaming yourself, right? Like you might, if you can take a lesson out of any of those things, then sure, but that shouldn't really occupy that much of your thought process, because you can't control it. You can't control the circumstances that led to where you are, because they're in the past, and all you can think about is what you do going forward. So like, if you're a political party, it makes sense as well, right? The Democrats might have their theories about why they lost, but once they decide, maybe it was because of inflation, and maybe it had a bit to, let's say they do they do some research and they find out it was all inflation, that without inflation they would never have flipped to Republican. Well, then just take that and then just think about, okay, what do we do moving forward? It's not like we're just going to spend the next 2 or 3 or 4 years screaming about inflation, and that's the reason we lost. Anyway.
Talking about. Taking a step back and looking in the mirror is going to do you real good. Democrats don't have a messaging problem. America has a racism problem. Kamala ran a flawless campaign in 100 days, and I refuse to let y'all gaslight me into believing anything other than that.
Did she just put up 2 random Twitter users? Do we know who those people are? Who are those people? I don't even know who those. I'm pretty sure they're just random people.
Random Twitter users whose posts went viral, yes. It's a small sample of the discourse happening amongst the people, which is pretty important to show. I know the concept of listening to average everyday people is completely foreign to you, but it is important to show what
but yeah, the problem with Shu, though, is that she's mistaking analysis or appropriate levels of blame for it's useful to blame your candidate and think about what you can do going forward, because that's what you have control over. But it is a fact that Americans are fucking mental. It is a fact that just an ungodly amount of Americans don't think dinosaurs are real. That's a problem, okay? I don't know. There used to be this meme in the 2000s. Like, what was this? I don't even know if the poll was real, but it was that only like. It was that like barely half of Americans know that the sun is a star. Like shit like that. There's a huge problem. Americans are fucking mental. They're exceptionally stupid. But obviously, if you're a political candidate, who controls the education system? Well, they're decided at a state level. So what the fuck can we do about that, really? Like, we can try and influence the curriculum when we're in power, but if we're out of power, then we should probably try to remedy that problem rather than just whine about it. But that doesn't mean it's wrong. It doesn't mean it's wrong that part of the reason Democrats lost is because America is kind of an insane country. Like, American right-wingers they're either just fascists, or they're just okay with fascism, or at best they're ambivalent towards it. Like, they're willing to let it slide to get the political result that they want. And the American far left are obviously not really helping, because they're fucking mental. Have you ever seen a dinosaur? Yeah, man, I've seen Ethan Klein, and he's almost 40.
People are saying about their country's election, not just what politicians and the media are saying.
The Democratic Party, we have to contend with progressives that are constantly shitting on the Democratic Party for not being socialist enough, and we have to contend with MAGA, who are constantly shitting on the Democratic Party for, eating children and worshiping Satan.
And then you got the weirdos who believe both those things.
For people like Shu on Head, it's like, okay, it's easy, man. You just don't be woke, don't be feminist, don't root for like black lesbians in Disney shows, and then just do socialist policies.
All right, back up. I am not delusional. I do not want to implement socialist policies in America because, first of all, I do not trust America to do those correctly. I'm talking about basic, normal, social democratic policies like Norway and Denmark have. Universal paid family leave, universal health care, at least a public option, better transportation like a high-speed rail, better protection for workers, higher wages, blah, blah, blah. And yes, no woke shit. Do you know how popular—
That's pretty fucking gay. I like it. Yeah, nice one. Let's go. Yeah. Listen, guys, if this is what we need to build the social democratic movement on YouTube, okay, we'll take it. We'll take it. Listen, I can fix her. I can fix this racist Nazi queen. I can do it, okay? How to win friends and influence people. Oh, no.
a platform like that would be? You get a candidate up there like that, you're winning all 50 states.
So, I mean, I would love to hear what she suggests besides just like elect Bernie Sanders.
Put up a good politician. That is what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Someone who actually cares about the working class. Not Bernie Sanders. He's like 100 years old. Someone like Bernie Sanders, sure. Bernie Sanders with more of a spine. Combine Trump and Bernie Sanders. I am committing voter fraud and voting for that man 300 times. I am storming the Capitol for Donald Sanders. After this, the Democrats are going to move right in the dumbest ways. They're going to be—
Okay, but what is it that you like about Donald Trump? That's the thing I want to know. Just that he's funny, because there's not really any redeeming quality in terms of policy. There's not really any redeeming quality in terms of rhetoric. Like, why? That's why. Is she going to say that? What, that he can get votes? He can't. Like, if you look at Trump lost the popular vote very bad in 2020. He lost it in 2016, and he barely won it in. He's not like he's not actually. Trump is not actually an amazing candidate. His record is not really that strong. In terms of the raw numbers. It's not like he's getting like your fucking Reagan scale or even your Obama scale landslides, is he? Wait, hang on. Am I going to say something stupid there? Obama. 2008 results. Ooh. So popular vote, only 52, so it's better than 49 whatever Trump had. But in terms of electoral results, fuck me. 365 to 173. All right. Man, look how much time's passed. Oh God, I feel like I'm pushing 45. I'm 50 years old now. Yeah, it's not even this is not quite Obama, like not even close, really, in electoral college. Yeah.
Come like the new neocons, but gay.
I think they will too. And one of the reasons why they're going to do that is because they know people like you are not a reliable voter. You're not.
You are correct. I am not a reliable voter. I will not vote blue no matter who. And guess what? Most of the country is like me. Does that scare you? Good. Me not being a reliable voter is not an excuse for Democrats to not listen to voters like me. If anything, it's the complete opposite. They should be trying to get the votes from people like me. Politicians and parties are not owed your vote. They have to earn it. They have to work for it. And many people thought the Democrats did not work for it. In fact, I don't even think—
This is so fucking stupid. Like, how fucking spoiled are you, mate? Like, political parties are supposed to compromise with the will of the nation, okay? If they want to win votes, right? If they do things to appease you, they're going to lose people in the liberal center who like might walk away as well. They have to think about that. They have to consider that. And unfortunately, Bernie Sanders' socialist shit in America is like, that doesn't seem to have done very well even in the DNC, let alone, like, the nation voted for Trump! Bro. The nation voted for the guy whose biggest economic action in his last presidency was tax cuts for the rich, right? Yeah, if you are a populist leftist, if you want social democratic policies, you have to be a reliable voter, because even if the Democrats are everything you say they are, corporate influenced, blood-sucking, Gavin Newsom, hair slick back, Patrick Bateman bullshit, soulless, woke, corporate, they-thems, like, you can still move them easier than you can move Republicans in your direction, right? And they will also not damage what little there is of social democratic policy in America in the way the Republicans are. It's lose-lose. But obviously, Schoenhead can afford those losses, right? Because she's a fucking YouTuber, right? That's probably why people think that when you do this thing where there's a moral bar, like if you call yourself not a reliable voter, if there's like a moral bar here, All right, I do this. And you've got the blues. If the blues are up here and MAGA, whoa. If the blues are up here and MAGA are way down here, and you both sides too much, you're propping up this. Like, that's the problem. If you suggest both sides are somewhere like here, then you are logically hurting the better one and helping the worse one. Like, the fact that you wouldn't be a reliable voter when Trump literally tried to fucking subvert the results of the last election because Democrats annoy you? Like, fuck you. Fuck you. That's a real problem. Just because their campaign wasn't perfect enough for you. Yeah, that's a problem. It's a big issue. That's why you are, like, with language like that and with positions like that, you are damaging to your own cause. What, because they're woke? Okay. With the fucking myriad of woke policies that have come from the Biden administration.
They wanted to win, but that's a whole nother can of worms I don't want to open right now.
Large factions of the left condescendingly believe that dumb people are the reason Trump won in 2016 and won again in 2024. And that
Well, I mean, you know, yeah.
Vance, when you win 2028, put me somewhere in communications. Let me run your Twitter account. I'm a millennial too. Nobody will know the difference. Plus, we wear the same amount of eyeliner.
It's fucking true! Shoot. Wait, sorry. There's no way sorry. You can't say, just because it's not good campaigning, okay? I don't expect the next Democratic presidential candidate to say half this country is retarded, okay? But it doesn't mean it's not true. Streamers can say it. I think commentators can say it. I think academics should say it. They've got the data. Come on. Come on. All right.
Okay, that is enough hutch for one lifetime, thank you. Next,
Wow.
Please let the next person be sane. Please save my brain cells. Come majestically galloping in to save us.
Oh, holy shit. I know this lady.
I take back the galloping part.
Can I be real with you guys? People are going to hate me for this one. I stand by the criticisms that I've made of Shu on Head, but I will say this. If Shu had been a respected voice in the Democrat consultancy circles, Kamala might not have lost. I have criticized her so many times for the populist brain rot, but oh boy, if anyone could use populist brain rot driven right into their skulls right now, it would be the Democrats. 28 minutes, and we have 25 minutes till stream ends. And I have 3 donos. I don't know about that one, Chief. There's probably stuff in here that I maybe can watch in the future.
Wait, he doesn't even watch the video? Watch the video, coward! This is an official call to the Shoe Simps. Calling the SS! We attack at dawn! Go tell Vosh to watch the video! This is bullshit! I was clickbaited. On to the next guy. Okay, this guy is called Uninformed Leftist. Let's see if he lives up to his name.
Oh god,
So
this guy's absolutely out of his fucking mind. This is the guy who will name drop like 20 authors that you just know for a fact he hasn't read because he doesn't demonstrate any kind of like depth. Yeah, fuck this guy.
Made another video. It's called The Downfall of the Democrats.
Oh, big congratulations to Tim Walz on being the first white male DEI hire. It didn't work. The DNC...
Okay, so Tim Walz is not the first white male DEI hire. Joe Biden's been a white male DEI hire. George Bush is. Mitt Romney was. Every single president has been a white male DEI hire. Both the Democrats and the Republicans realize that America is a white supremacist country, thus we must run white people. So saying that Tim Walz is the first DEI hire is...
Oh, oh no. What? Do I need to say anything? Bro, this guy's like dead behind the eyes. What the fuck? What's going on? What is going on under that quiff? Oh god.
Is a little bit telling. And what is it telling?
A joke. It's telling a joke.
Well, it's telling that she went ahead, like the topic of race and gender is very on the front of her mind.
What?
Now listen, do I think it's true that Kamala Harris lost because she's black and she's a woman?
Please say no, please say no, please say no.
Honestly, yes, I do.
Obama is black and did phenomenally. Hillary is a woman and won the popular vote. I hate this delusion and this cope that Kamala lost because she's a black woman. No, if she was a white man, would she have maybe won a little more votes? Sure, I'm not denying the existence of racist misogynists. I'm looking at one right now. But enough votes that she would win? Absolutely not.
Yes. True. Okay. I've been seen.
A district that's 97% Latino went 75 percentage points for Donald Trump. Why?
Misogyny.
It's on the border.
It's
the border
misogyny.
crisis is on their doorstep.
So
they were begging people to care about it for years. We need to take some lessons.
There's a lot of misogynistic Latino men. Like there's a lot of misogynistic men in general, but Latino men, like they're fairly Christian, they're fairly conservative, and misogyny goes hand in hand with those two. So
Latino men are misogynists? Yeah? Is that why the f***ing president of Mexico is a woman and has like an 80% approval rating? Maybe Kamala Harris just f***ing sucks. You ever consider that? Maybe going, nothing's gonna change when I'm president, f***ing sucks.
Holy shit. Awazday. Thanks for the $50. What the fuck? Thanks for the... Yeah, appreciate it. Whoa. How did the smart light bulb end up? It's on my ceiling. Yeah, I wonder if I can make it brighter. I might get more of these Philips Hue because what they can do is they can do kind of like palettes. If they're all the same brand, the app can set up an entire scene for you. Like with a color palette. Yeah, this is as bright as it goes. I can take the lampshade off, but it's like this kind of Arctic blue sort of thing. Yeah, it's pretty cute. I wonder if I can dim it and then bring it back up to show you. It's not really doing that much right now. I wonder if that's my camera that I need to change, like my aperture or whatever the fuck it is. We'll get to it though. All right. I don't know. Shu's kind of dumb, but so are all these other guys. So both sides. Listen, all sides bad, okay?
After the election, a YouTuber I am subscribed to uploaded a video called How the Right is Winning Young Men.
Ugh, I have such mixed feelings about this. I do. Unpopular though it is on the left to like give grace to the male loneliness epidemic. I have mixed feelings about it. I'm picking my words carefully so the leftists don't murder me. Like, don't rake me over the coals for this, but I think that I understand.
Every fucking popular left tuber's brain, 24 hours a day. Please don't rake me over the coal field for usually saying something that's probably correct. Oh no.
To pick my words carefully so my own movement doesn't
Hi, Lorner Box. I agree with what you're saying and everything, but probably not going to address it publicly. I'm sorry. Listen, okay? I don't blame you guys, okay? You guys, your secrets are safe with me, okay?
attack me for caring about men's issues. You see the issue?
Head, again, doesn't really offer any analysis. She makes a joke. So essentially, what is her joke? Her joke is that the guy's gay.
What? Oh, we're streaming from Earth 2 again. Here comes Hat on Foot, hating the gays again. The joke was not about him being gay. There wasn't even a joke. My point was that he's nervous to talk about men's issues in fear of the left attacking him, and it shouldn't be that way.
That's pretty gross from Head. Do I need to spell that out for you? She does this whole, gay impression.
Gay impression? That's literally what he fucking sounded like. These people have, terminal identity politics brain.
All right, let's just read a few comments.
Oh, no, not again. I swear to God, if you guys embarrass me in front of Hassan 2 here, I will turn this video around and we are going home.
Head dropping the hard truth bombs as usual. Bro, at least Bernie Sanders got to say a big I told you so. Okay, that's kind of, I don't know, it gives me a little bit of hope. Democrats forgot they had to be likable. Okay, it's kind of true. You can't hide your monster addiction by putting it in my class, June. Okay, that's a good point. They will learn nothing and blame everyone. Yeah, unfortunately, that's true.
Okay, he's just agreeing with all the comments. I love that they keep doing this. I love that they keep checking the comments, expecting some terrible shit, and it's just pee pee poo poo 69 going epic.
There's a really funny thing about React hate watching where people just are so programmed to hate someone that even when they agree with someone, they'll just kind of do it and then they'll just move on to sneering again. It's like, you have to sneer. You have to. Damn.
Yo, mommy. Okay, so that was terrible. Next.
Hi, my name's Anthony Jones. I like to talk about politics and the culture war in the UK and America. Today I'm going to react to Shoe and Head's most recent video, Downfall of the Democrats, the Truth About the 2024 Election.
Aw, this guy looks like a wizard. He's like a jolly little garden gnome. I don't even mean that in a mean way. He just looks whimsical, like he's gonna help me on a quest through some enchanted forest. Please be sane and normal, gnome bro. I am running out of hope.
Yeah, Trump, objectively, is the representative of the working class. Traditionally, it was Latinos, blacks, people...
Was this true in 2016? I remember in 2016, the polls showed that the median Trump voter was more well off than the median Democrat voter. Like, they had higher income. I don't know, was there ever a poll for that for this election? There must have been, but I just don't know if I've seen it. Again, but that's because working class is actually kind of nebulous, because to a lot of people, working class is not just an income status or even an ownership status, it's an aesthetic. If you're a bit rough around the edges, if you're a bit edgy, okay, if you're not very proper, that can be a working class aesthetic, even if you're like a millionaire. You know, who does this so well? I don't know if you guys know this guy. This guy is he's actually amazing at this. Does anyone know who this guy is? Tim Martin, this guy who looks like he's about to tell you all the secrets of how to win a fucking fruit machine in a trashy English pub, even though you didn't even ask him, right? This guy who knows, okay, He doesn't really know, okay? But he will convince you that he knows which horse is going to win at the races. This guy is the owner of, I think, maybe the largest pub chain in the United Kingdom, Weatherspoons. What's a fruit machine? A fruit machine is like, it's for like gambling. It's like one of these at the. They have it usually in working class. It's like a slot machine, yeah. But they call it a fruit machine because it's usually got fruit on it. But this guy is he owns a massive chain of pubs, and it's like Weatherspoons is a very working class pub chain. Everything's quite cheap. Like the drinks are watered down, all the food's microwaved. And this guy's aesthetic, but he's insanely wealthy, right? Like he's a fucking business tycoon, all right? Not only that, but he also engages in very, very, very dubious labor practices. Like he has paid staff below minimum wage or below living wage. He is a very, very ardent right winger. He's a big fan of Boris Johnson. He was a big fan of like tax cuts and low state regulation. He doesn't like the NHS and he hates immigration and he supported Brexit. Like this guy is your ultimate corporate like millionaire piece of shit, but he adopts this working class aesthetic so well, like because he drinks watered down lager in fucking Weatherspoons and dresses like and looks like he's about to fucking beat up his wife after this team loses at football, right? Like his blood has been replaced by doner kebab fat, right? So there's a problem. Like Trump can adopt the aesthetic, you know? Trump can adopt the aesthetic really well, but I don't actually know. I know when in 2016, Trump voters had a higher income. Like the median Trump voter had a higher income than the median Hillary voter.
Would vote for Democrats. Now it's highly educated people who vote for Democrats and actually working class people who traditionally would vote Democrat have voted for Donald Trump. This is a massive change in the demographics and people want something different. They don't want the same old, and that's what Kamala Harris represented. And this is essentially why she failed to appeal to voters.
Yes! Gnome Bro is normal! Oh my god, how refreshing. Yes, 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 we're so f***ing back, Gnome Bros. Okay, let's keep listening. Let's not get our hopes up. Everyone was so sure dangerous, devious, dastardly Donald would never make his way back into the White House to steal democracy. And he did it. With democracy.
Democracy has been bought in America. It really has. The idea that influence is like objective and everyone's informed and it's a level playing field for both sides is simply not true. Democracy implies the voters were informed, they knew what they were voting for, they weren't lied to, they weren't sold misinformation. People are massively misinformed on Donald Trump. They were lied to, they don't believe a lot of the accusations against him. It's more complex, and it is actually very complex.
It's really not that complicated. It's exactly what you said earlier. Trump offered something, Kamala offered nothing. Whether you agree with the vision or not, Trump had a vision. It's like in 2016 when
What was the vision that Trump offered this time? I seem to remember him spurging out over Haitians eating dogs and cats. I guess tariffs were a vision, even though he doesn't actually know what a tariff is, or relies on his voters not knowing what a tariff is. What is this vision they keep talking about? And I'm going to end all the wars. Okay, sure. He had an anti-vision. He's against DEI. He's against NATO. He's against birthright citizenship. He's against dignity for migrants. Huh.
Hillary Clinton made that America is already great hat. No one wants to f***ing hear this. No one believes that. You have to give the people a vision. A lot of them don't believe what the media says about Trump because a lot of them don't trust the media, and I'm gonna be so dead ass.
The media.
Do you blame them? As a Bernie bro, as a Bernard brethren, do you blame them? It's up to the media to prove themselves trustworthy, and in my opinion, they just haven't done that. The mainstream, corporate media, liberal and right-wing, does not have a good reputation. Oh my god, that reminds me, I was watching-
Compared to who, though? Like, people always say this, like, the media, they lie all the time. The mainstream media lies all the time. Show us a few examples, and how often does the mainstream media lie compared to Trump media, OAN, or like Truth? So how how often does the mainstream media lie compared to Tim Pool? Compared to any alt media person. The very least, when mainstream media gets something wrong, they'll retract it and they make corrections. They do this all the time. Tucker Carlson doesn't have to do that. Shoehead, I don't have to do that. I can actually get away with saying quite a lot if I want to. I just choose to be based and factual because you know, it makes me happy. Like, but fuck.
Fox Business the other morning.
It's not even
Don't
comparable.
ask, but holy shit, you think right-wing media online is bad? What the f are the boomers watching? Also, Christy Nome showed up on the TV and my baby was like, Mama. Really, bro? Okay, last one. I'm ready. Let's go. This guy is called Dima the Show. Okay, Dima, what do you have for us?
900 views. Holy shit, she is really she fucking nosedived into this barrel.
I don't know what to predict here. I've only seen 2 She One Head videos, and I follow her on Twitter. She hasn't been very active on Twitter recently. I don't know why. I think she got married and had a
Wait,
kid.
I'm not in this video, am I? I didn't even check. No, I'm not. Okay.
But either way, from what I remember of her Twitter, it was fairly progressive. Some little, you know, tidbits of, you know, radical centrist, reactionary stuff, a little bit here and there.
I like how just like nobody understands me. America is so terminally left-right brained, dude. You can talk about how you want workplace democracy all day, but if you also say something like, I think we should make it harder for children to access porn or something, people are like, oh, I don't know, she's some kind of centrist? What?
Anyway, I got a lot of comments on my last video like, wait, you're left-wing and you hate the Democrats? Yeah, man.
Okay, so is she coming out as left-wing? Just do it.
Yeah, man, that's a pretty common thing. If you were shocked that I'm left-wing, maybe that's a sign you need to take a step back and evaluate some of the preconceived stereotypes you have of people. Not all of us are crazy blue-haired socialists, no. Some of us are crazy brown-haired socialists. But for those of
Hey, yo!
Ugh, why is he soying out? I hate this. I'm never gonna call myself a socialist again.
For someone like her with such a diverse audience, like, who gets, you know, millions and millions of views on her videos, someone like her with this much reach, with this much of an audience, and say, hey, look at me, I'm a left-wing socialist, I think is good for the cause.
I don't want to be good for the cause. I'm a rebel. I'm not one of you. You don't love me. Sorry, I'm just burned by all the other videos. I'm like an abused cat lashing out at a new adoptive owner. He's out here handing me a treat like, pss, 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 and I'm like, let's relax.
So, okay, fellas, she said she's a socialist. She said she's left-wing. Why do we hate her?
That's such a weird thing to say. She's one of us. She agrees with us politically. Why do we hate her? I don't know. Maybe I'm a f***ing asshole.
Kamala Harris being, you know, a person of color, is that going to have an effect on some amount of people? Sure it will. Is that why she lost?
Don't say it. Don't say it, please.
I don't think so.
Thank you. Oh my god, the bar is low.
young men did come out and support Trump, and apparently for the reasons I and many others predicted. We asked young men why they voted for Donald Trump. Here's what they said. What appealed to him about Donald Trump was that his campaign was not coming after us. He was highlighting the American people, which we are. It doesn't matter what color you are, what you may identify as. Since I wasn't excluded, I resonated with it.
See? That is a dumb person. That is a f***ing idiot.
Okay. I'm doing the thing they do. I'm pausing before he finishes his sentence. Let's hear him out.
When you tell a young white guy, hey, you're an oppressor, and because you're white, you have privileges that your black and Hispanic peers didn't have, and you're inherently at fault, or you're guilty for that, which is what a lot of the left wings or Democrats are saying.
Yeah, I mean, you are...
How often are... I need to see what Democrats were saying this. The problem is that Democrats don't cave into their extremists. Not really. Republicans do. I really, I hate this shit. It's like so stupid. Like, just, I don't know where, I feel like it's one of those things where it does exist and people do talk about it, but it's just not nearly as pervasive as people make it out to be. It's like the appearance of pervasiveness, probably because of the amount that fucking right-wingers complain about it, right? Or how easy it is to go viral if you are filmed being this stupid about wokeness, about like white people and shit. Yeah.
As a white person, you do have, you know, systemic privileges that people of color in this country don't have for a variety of reasons. Yeah. It's just the truth.
All right, we're gonna disagree here. Now you will see why. Now you will see why they hate me. The only privilege that exists is class privilege. Poor, working class, middle class white people, poor, working class, middle class black people have the same amount of privilege. None. A rich black person has more privilege than a white poor person. Telling a white...
Shut the fuck... Oh my god, it's so dumb, man. What the fuck? You know how, like, American Jews, you know, they might be quite okay with income, but also they're, like, 10 times more likely to be victims of a hate crime than other ethnic groups? Like, that's not... And the fact that you have to think about like hiding your identity if you can, or knowing that your identity is going to affect the way that you're perceived in in different areas of society, and the weight that has on you that it wouldn't have on a white person. What the fuck? Why would you say that? Why are black people on average in America poorer than white people? if a middle class black person, a middle class white person, if there's only class privilege, no, there's not only class privilege. If there was only class privilege, then every racial group would be represented equally, unless there was also privilege along the lines of women, race, immigration status, and everything, sexuality, and everything else. Jesus. I know it makes like the world smaller and easier to understand, but fuck me. Again, I'm gonna be woke now. Okay, intersectionality is a good thing. Okay, I know that what people call CRT and a lot of this like alternative or more extreme left wing stuff is kind of like boring and a bit cringe, but like intersectionality is like it's very, very, very fucking valid, and it actually demonstrates really well the. The phrase intersectionality became popularized by Kimberly Crenshaw. It was in the 90s. And one of the examples that she used to demonstrate how intersectionality was, how it mattered, how like the privilege went beyond class and also went beyond race and intersected across race and gender because of the problem with crisis centers in black communities. Because victims of domestic abuse in black communities had an extra problem, which was that alternative housing was a much bigger issue for victims. So because crisis centers were modeled on studies and information from white areas, they didn't really consider alternative housing like a very high priority for victims, because most victims in white communities had a friend or a family member or some alternative place that they could go to escape their abuser. But in black communities, they ran into this issue where a black woman would go into a crisis center and they wouldn't have the resources to get her into an alternative housing situation immediately. And she didn't have the same social network that a white person would, right? And that was because of obviously decades or centuries of discrimination and also housing discrimination, especially, that made it more of an obstacle. Is this sociology? That comes from CRT actually, so it's like it overlaps a lot with legal theory. But yeah, that would be that's kind of sociological. Yeah, what is this academic analysis? Like, oh god, saying that what a stupid phrase. Ugh, class reductionist. Ugh, bruh. As a woman, of all people, a goddamn oppressed white woman. Anyway.
College-age man who's struggling to pay off student loans, who can't afford a house, who can't find a job, that he's part of systemic racism and privilege? Good f***ing luck.
We're not racist, we're not misogynistic. I mean, see, this is, again, I have to say...
Well, yeah, again, it doesn't mean you are privileged. It just means that your whiteness is a bit of a privilege. It means that, like, yeah, if you're a white, poor, high school dropout white person, it's probably still better than being all those things but black in America. Yeah. Probably going to have, like, a little bit of a less... but that's just true. Yeah. If you're a working class domestic abuse victim in a white community, you're probably going to have a slightly easier time than a black domestic abuse victim in a working class community, that's why the issue with the crisis centers. So, bro, doesn't mean you are privileged for being just because you're white. It just means that you've got this one privilege among that might, even though you might be also disabled and have a lot of, or poor or mentally ill or have a bunch of other disadvantages.
Actually, we all kind of are racist, but that's boring, that's complex, that takes nuance, that takes time, and no one wants to f***ing hear that shit. Of course that's not gonna f***ing resonate. How do you make it resonate? Maybe you can make it fun.
Make it fun? Hey, white people! You're inherently racist! What?
But I don't think there's a way to, put lipstick on the progressive messaging pig. Like, I don't know if we can win on messaging alone.
Because it's not the messaging. It's not how you are selling the product. It's the product. These guys are being alienated from progressive messaging, not because it's complicated, but because it's stupid and regressive. Young men are tired of being told to pay for the sins of their great-grandfathers. Full stop. That's it. And people aren't just going, systemic racism exists. Like, yeah, maybe that's what you're doing. I don't think you're some kind of, like, woke SJW or whatever, but to pretend like that's the only thing people are doing, it's kind of a cope. You're in denial. Corporations were literally hiring Robin DiAngelo to give PowerPoint presentations to workers on how to be less white. This was a thing that happened. I remember Coca-Cola doing it specifically.
Yeah, but everyone fucking hates her. Okay. Do you notice that, again, if we're talking about this, sorry, between Trump and Harris, who made the campaign about race? Who is the one getting all fucking weird about, is Kamala an Indian or a black person? I'm asking this sincerely. as a white American who's also Scotch. That's what they call it, isn't it? Scotch, 1/8 Scotch. Fuck you. Like, Trump made it about race more than Harris did in that campaign. Harris didn't even entertain the question. She didn't even say, yeah, I'm mixed race, you stupid fuck. Like, what are you talking about? Is that not possible anymore? Is that not allowed? Like, what the fuck is an African American? Or like a not even that, but like a fucking somebody who's half something and half something else. Yeah, she didn't even answer. She just said, like, why are you like, it's sad that you're making this about race. Yeah. She didn't even clarify. She could have just said, yeah, mixed race. What the fuck's wrong with you?
Coca-Cola, which, by the way, the CEO of Coca-Cola is now openly praising Trump and like hanging out with him. Corpo moment. They really saw the popular vote and were like, later homos. God, I miss the 90s. I feel like we really had race relations down back then. I don't see color. That worked. That was great. Why did we get rid of that? After the election, one of the only politicians I've seen who is actively trying to understand why people voted the way that they did is AOC. When I met her, I whispered into her ear, take the pronouns out of your bio. And she did. Anyway, after the election, AOC found out that a ton of people voted for her down ballot, but also voted for Trump for president on the same ticket. Curious, she took to her Instagram to ask people why they did that. And these were some of their answers. I feel like Trump and you are both real. It's real simple. Trump and you care for the working class.
Ugh. Trump and you care for the working class. Just complete, diametrically opposed entities.
Yeah, but the thing that people like, though, is, again, that's because working class, again, it's an aesthetic. People like it when you sound like a normal person, or people like it when you're relatable. And Trump is relatable because he talks like a fucking retard. And most Americans are like that, you know? And the same with AOC. She's relatable. I don't think Harris was very relatable. The way she answered questions, the way that you could tell she was very, very religiously sticking to a script, like, yeah, that wasn't relatable. But like, who's closer to being working class, Trump or Harris? Are you fucking joking, bro? Like, what?
And Donald Trump. Insane, man.
Do you know how many people used to like Bernie Sanders and now vote for Donald Trump, and vice versa? There are so many conservatives I know who used to be Bernie Sanders supporters. Is it because Bernie and Trump are so much alike? No. But their rhetoric, how they spoke, who they spoke to, who they fought for or claimed to fight for, the forgotten man, the American worker, this is populism. And throughout history, populism could be used for good or for evil. And like I said in many of my videos, if you don't understand this, you're never gonna get it. Maybe this is a one-time thing, maybe it's just because of Trump or inflation, or maybe the meme is coming true. Maybe Republicans are the new party of the working class. Democrats.
That's just so insane, man.
See, this is one reason I don't see why you should blame the voters. Like, obviously the Democratic Party is doing something wrong if blue-collar working class people of all races are moving towards the Republican Party. And the Democrats are only gaining with old women and coastal elites. The voters don't see you as the party for the little guy. They see a literal billionaire as the party for the little guy. You are doing something wrong!
I hope the male loneliness epidemic eats you MAGA scum alive. I hope you feel a hole in your soul and feel unloved until your dying day. I hope you rot in your deathbed, wondering why women looked at you like you had rabies your whole life as your eyes closed for the last.
I'm not gonna defend this. This is not good or healthy.
Whoa.
Honestly, Gnome Bro and this guy have been pretty reasonable. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe not all Democrats are doomed. Maybe there is a chance a Democrat wins 2028. Maybe some really do get it.
Some liberals use the occasion to look down upon the icky dummies who are too stupid to know they shouldn't vote for Trump. Yeah.
I mean, where's the lie?
So that was that video. That is all I can take.
No.
Ladies and gentlemen, they are not sending their best. Despite it all, it was fun doing a reaction video to people's reaction of me. But that is enough of my yapping. Now I want to hear you yap. Do you think Democrats will learn their lesson? Do you think a pendulum swing is going to happen in 2028? If you like this video, please consider donating to me on Patreon, link down below. Or if you want to give a little one-time donation, there's like a little tip jar somewhere here. It really helps the channel a lot, and I appreciate it so much. And I will see you guys with a new video soon. Bye!
Okay, if Shuanhead wants to react to this, that's fine. But also, let's talk on call, okay? Hey, from one social democrat to another, okay? From one racist, sexist social democrat to another, okay? Let's go. We're gonna make it happen. No donate to Loanerbox. Yeah, 7 out of 20, by the way. 7 out of 20 on the super chat goal. The fuck's wrong with you guys? What the fuck? Okay. Maybe I'll just wait. I'll just sit here and wait for the content nuke until we fill the bar. Until we reach the goal. I need to cover some donos. And 10 gifties. Yeah, what the fuck? Where were we? You got 100 gifted. I did not get 100 gifted. I'm not going to do... I'm not going to do members only chat as a regular thing. It's just you know, it's appropriate for the times. Where was I? Joel Andreasen, Ben, Helber, and V. Elliott, thanks for the subs. And Morgan, thanks for the sub as well. Vazaraka and Dwayne, thanks for the $5 each. Nat Cliff, thanks for the £5. Sending in my portfolio for University of Edinburgh Fine Art course today. Wish me luck, Loner. Good to see you back, even if it's just for this. Yeah, this is just a little, you know, just a one-off appearance for a little bit, yeah. Then I'll probably go back into my cave for a while. Because honestly, kind of enjoying the cave, not going to lie. I will stream. Okay, I do like streaming, but I also like the cave right now. Okay?
Nuke Fund Part 2.
I feel like I'm learning a lot about the interaction between internet and real life and everything else. Anyway, Damocles, thanks for the $1.99. You got to watch 5 minutes of Brittany Simon's reaction. Nope. Holly, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Holly D, I'm so sorry. Limbo Gagino, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Monkey Man, thanks for the 2 Australian. Glad to have you back. Spencer Howard, thanks for the 5 Australian. Your call in to argue on Queeman's stream with some of his audience with more lead than average in their blood was entertaining, so here's some money. Yeah, those guys were very, very autistic. Yeah, okay. Thank you. Matthew Bang, and I say that as an autistic person, okay? I'm using it disparagingly. Yes, I don't care. Matthew Ninfia, Salty Squid, Cruzy, Doc 1715, thanks for the tier 1 subs. Adam Bard, thanks for the £2. Hey King, just wanted to give support. Hey, thank you. Black Sand, thanks for the $4.99. Feel like Shu is just surface level takes with memes that have a right lean to them with a sprinkle of populism. Yeah, I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with that style. I just there are some arguments that she makes that I think are a little bit goofy. Dwayne, thanks for the $5. Do you see the Harris staffer reveal that Harris tried to go on Rogan and he kept saying, yeah, but scheduling errors and never worked it out? Really? I think Joe would have been a lot less receptive to her than he would have been to Trump, though. I think Joe Rogan would have tried to destroy her. Like, which wouldn't have been fair given how fucking... Whereas with Trump can just ramble some bullshit about how actually green energy is bad for the whales, and he's going to save the whales by drilling and smashing the seabed for shale gas. And Joe's just like, yeah, whales, they don't like wind turbines. Don't really pay attention to the all the oil drilling and the yeah. They love a good oil spill, though. There's nothing a whale likes more than a fucking slick oil spill to slide across. Like water skiers. Nick and Shell Guy, thanks for the tier 1 sub. And Awazte, thanks for the 10 gifted subs. That's so kind of you. What the fuck? Nenio, Spriggs, Lauren Rubenstein, Potato Sham Cakes, thanks for the subs. Potato Sham Cakes, thanks for the tier 2 sub, especially. Whoa. Cruz, thanks for the $5. Content Nuke Fund. True. Lauren Rubenstein, thanks for the $50 though. Sorry, not 15, 50. Sorry to insult the dono. Got 50. Thank you so much. That's so generous. Master of Darkness, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Awazte, thanks for the $5. GRT, thanks for the $5. Varjagan, thanks for the €2. You should check out remote sensing analyses on IP. I don't know what that means, but I'll think about it. Awaz, thanks for the $5. One donation at a time then. True. And Tony Stefanuk, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Stefanuk. Wow. Ben, thanks for 50 PLN.
You can work hours stream.
True. Okay. Are we strapped in? Are we ready for this absolute whale of a content machine? This video has 2.2 million views in 3 days. He hasn't uploaded to this channel for like 5 years. The last one he uploaded was Keemstar Content Nuke, so that's good. Good for Hassan, especially. Okay.
The world would not be the same. A few people laughed. A few people cried. Most people were silent. I remembered the line from the Hindu scripture, the Bhagavad Gita. Vishnu takes on his multi-armed form and says, "Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds."
Wow.
think the Houthi Ansarallah is doing what Houthi want.
Fucking bloodthirsty, violent pig dogs. Why am I held accountable? God forbid you throw up the fucking green Hamas banner.
Happy birthday to you.
I'm cooked,
All together,
I'm cooked.
happy birthday from Twitch, Hassan. Happy birthday from Twitch.
Oh, hi there. It's me, your old friend, Ethan Klein. It's been a while since we've last spoken. In that time, I've had 3 kids, all boys. I've lost 100 pounds, and I've pissed off 75% of the internet. Probably a lot of you guys, too. Actually talking about there at the NRA meeting that's today in Texas. Someone should
God, he looked so different, didn't he? 100 pounds. How the fuck do you lose 100, bro? I've been losing a bit of weight recently, mostly because of, I guess, Vyvanse. Oh, Ozempic, yeah. Yeah, that would do it. Is that just, sorry, is that just like a wonder drug right now? Is Ozempic really just like the magic weight loss drug?
Oh, yeah, and I got a tattoo also, so I'm cool like that now. Left or right, I always thought that, despite our differences, there was one thing we could all agree on. And what was that? That we love America and everything she stands for.
Mom and Dad and apple pie.
Sure, there's plenty to criticize and endless things to improve, but I thought it was about making a more perfect union, not tearing it down.
And marching bands, a pride that only
The thing is, there's something kind of scary brewing in America. Communism.
That's America. That's America to me.
I started a show a couple of years.
It's kind of like a talking about it, like the threat of communism is like I don't know if it's the best way to address it, because whenever people use the word communism, the problem is that it's quite nebulous to most people, and I think most people don't really take communism as a threatening thing. Like they just kind of roll their eyes at it, probably because some people associate it with like cringe left way, like a Red Scare from the 50s, McCarthyism. And I think the big problem is that people like Hassan and communists, like, is that they are kind of like dishonest, cowardly, manipulative cunts, and their whole thing is that they will often make, to a untrained eye, they will make communism just appear very, very synonymous with like social democracy and like just being like a nice, decent, like mild improvements leftist, like comparing, like invoking the Nordic model, right? When what they really want is state control over all the shit and re-education camps for people who disagree, and Islamic fundamentalism to sweep the Middle East, because apparently that's connected, right? And they don't really care that Russia annexed Crimea. Like, so yeah, I don't know. I just feel like there needs to be a better. Obviously, tankies is like a thing, like Stalinists, because they're harder to defend than just because like I used to call myself a communist for like years, but I never wanted the state to own everything. I never cared for Stalinism and all that. What I wanted was like social democratic reforms and also workplace democracy, in the hope that eventually like workplace democracy would slowly and gradually become more the predominant way of managing the economy compared to private systems, like to traditional firms. I just thought there'd be like, right now it's mostly private traditional firms and some workplace democracies. I just wanted it to be the other way around, see how that goes. But that's just not what people who are online who call themselves communists think. At least like a lot of them don't. And the ones who pretend that that's what they want are only doing it to pipeline you into the thing that they actually want, which is really annoying. But like, it just doesn't carry the same weight as something like fascism, or like Marxist-Leninism doesn't either, or Stalinism or things like that.
Years ago with my acquaintance, Hassan Piker. You might remember him from such classics as
America deserved 9/11, dude. Fuck it, I'm saying it.
Yeah, kill them. Kill those motherfuckers in a video game. Sorry. Holy shit. That's not what I said. You dumb cracker bitch.
And of course, the Leftovers podcast, which was our show, which we made broadly to goof on
The size of this fucking hat.
Of course, the Leftovers podcast,
The fuck?
which was our show, which we made broadly to goof on the antics of the right. Now, to be clear, I knew about all these edgy and controversial jokes at the time we made the show together.
Yeah.
Because who am I to judge?
Here is Ethan Klein being a delightful human being.
I was just going to say, if there's another Holocaust, if they start rounding up the Jews again, I hope Ben gets...
He presents himself as someone like me, a left-leaning Democrat who supports basic things. And we went on making the show for about 2 years, and everything was good. Everyone was having fun. The audience was having fun. No problem. That was until this happened. We were doing our regular show, and for the first time I noticed an inordinate amount of radical, hardcore leftists. I mean, I thought we were social democrats, not whatever this was. I don't hate the idea of like people who can be successful. I think it's good that people can achieve success in the term monetary success. I mean, that's what that means, right? I do. You know, there's nothing wrong with that.
Because I see so many people in the chat saying no.
I don't know what y'all are tripping about. Like, what the fuck do you
What
want?
is the idea that
you guys
people are looking for?
You guys are all like radical communists? There's that many radical communists?
no.
Suck it, chat. You're watching a capitalist pig. Deal with it. And then
It was, oh god, I still remember in my Discord. Oh fuck, man. I remember when I was like this, it was a more of a gradual realization, but it just when I realized, like, these hammers and sickles and these Lenin, these are actually, they're not jokes. Young Stalin, actually, no. Oh, they're not jokes. Oh shit, oh fuck, what happened here? What's going on? Yeah, fuck.
Happened. This comment from Hassan really started to sound some alarms in my head.
If you're in a socialist country with multiple parties, and one of the parties is a capitalist party, which would surely exist.
Yeah.
What would you do if that party started gaining momentum?
The solution to that would always be education and offering more
re-education?
Re-education, certainly, yeah. There should be an enforcement mechanism, and in that enforcement mechanism, I think like rehabilitation, which would include re-education as well.
Like what? What? Like it's camps. It's just in a camp. Enforcement mechanism for what was it for? Re-education for people who want to support a capitalist party. Re-education. Fuck me, man. There's a real cop out that some people can do, and I think Hassan tried it in this conversation. When you're asked that, like, if you're in a socialist society and people want to start voting for a capitalist party, what do you do? Well, one could just be like, well, yeah, let them. Socialism's better. They're not going to win. Just let them try and lose. Like, if they win, we've done something wrong. Simple as. Or you just say, well, maybe there are compromises. Maybe there are some areas of the economy that might be better under a traditional firm system. And maybe workplace democracy or whatever else we want otherwise, or if it's even state central planning, maybe that doesn't provide the best result in, say, somewhere like retail, or maybe it's not the best thing for any other kind of industry. But for example, like, it still doesn't stop it being a socialist society, right? If you were a country of workplace democracies, but about 15% of the economic activity was by private firms, traditional firms, would it not be a socialist society anymore? How does that work? You know how, like, in the UK, land ownership is very much like you buy and sell, like a landlord. Like, it's a free market, right? But some land is owned by the crown. Doesn't mean because of feudal society. It just means that we're a capitalist society with some feudal leftovers, right? Or when the Industrial Revolution was happening and some of the land was owned by wealthy landowners and merchants and businessmen and factory owners, but most of the land was owned by lords. Well, then, yeah, it was like emerging capitalism. So there are ways you can get around this question. I don't know why he would go to re-education. It's so fucking dumb. As someone who claims to be a propagandist who wants to rein people in through the pipeline, like, bro, just say something else. Just say, like, yeah, the country doesn't need to be 100% socialist. It can have capitalist elements, or it can have capitalist parties. You just need to work against them and do the job. Like, just do better, improve your own ideology, right? Do you know what capitalists do when there are socialist parties running in their country? They sit there and watch them run, right? They watch the communist parties run and get 1% of the vote, or 0.2% of the vote, if anything, right? They get that, and they're just like, okay, fuck you. Sorry. Or maybe in Hassan's head, I guess, like, they threatened to kill them, or yeah, I don't know. But you don't re-educate them. Why is that? We don't put people into fucking camps or enforcement mechanisms or rehabilitate people who are communists. We tried that in the past, actually, and it was pretty shit of us to do that. Yeah. He's so stupid. He's just such a fucking insanely dumb person. The fact that was his answer.
If putting capitalists in re-education camps isn't disturbing enough, I started to notice that Hassan was carrying a lot of water for communist states' war crimes and genocides.
What do you call Crimea? I call it a part of Russian territory, bitch. That's what I call Crimea. I call it Crimea River, a Russian river. The annexation.
Like, why does this fucking moron not watch mainstream or academic or popular academic socialists? Does he not watch like people like Yanis Varoufakis or like Zizek or any people like this, where he can just like learn that you don't have to support the annexation of Crimea to align with leftism? Like, yeah, I don't know. I think I'm starting to realize that a lot of Hassan's education, he's not actually like a millennial who binge watches Chomsky and Varoufakis and Novara or whatever. He's getting his education. He's like a Zoomer who's learning from the Deprogram podcast, like the way he talks about this stuff.
Of Crimea is absolutely a justifiable annexation.
Tibet was literally a fucking feudal slave mandate, autonomous zone.
China did them a favor.
That was one. I mean, in America, when I say something like this, people get very upset. You know, we talk about the Dalai Lama saying "suck my tongue" or whatever, but like that's not far from the norm in fucking normal Tibetan existence before the Communist Party came in and
so China unilaterally took over Tibet.
The Ottoman colonizer logic.
Culture.
The colonizer mindset.
They
Let's go.
basically are trying to, homogenize the culture.
If your culture,
they're trying to spoil the religion and the identity.
The part of feudal warlords and slavery, abolishing that. Yes, I do think that is good.
No, China did them a favor.
This is a good way to describe Taiwan.
It's the same argument that British people use, like the British Tories use to justify the empire in India. You know, because India was pretty fucked up before. Yeah, the Aztecs, same thing. Yeah. The Aztecs were really fucked up. Like, yeah, India was a fucking. The caste system was obviously like a big issue, but it was so much worse before the empire. But again, like that's not justification. It's not, because obviously it's not. If all you did was go there and purge the oppressors, I don't think anyone would have much of a problem, like Civil War style. But that's not what they did. They suppressed the entire like fucking Buddhist culture and shit. Hang on. They purged people for a lot more than being slave owners in Tibet, okay? I'm just saying.
On as well, the American federal government going into the fucking South and killing, unfortunately.
The South, which was part of the Union, like it was declared, they agreed to be part of a union and then went against its rules that they'd signed up to. Tibet did not do that. Tibet was autonomous, like from 1912 until the 50s?
Not all of them, but a decent amount of slavers and defenders of slavery. This is violent retribution from a powerful federal government that squashed. Okay.
Tibet is the South in the Civil War?
Yes.
And most disturbingly, a complete whitewashing of the Chinese genocide against their Muslim minority group, the Uyghurs.
Don't they have Uyghur death camps?
It's not a death camp. They were re-education camps.
Now we're toning down the language. Yeah, nice one. Yeah, they're not death camps. Yeah, they're not. True. Just it's a very selective use of that response.
They're no longer in operation.
Is that
according
true?
to the Associated Press?
Okay. I saw this crazy documentary, and I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know the surrounding narrative or anything about it, but it was about there was doctors in the area. They would be able to procure organs.
No,
or-
that's no.
I'm telling you, they were in China with
Dog, that one is like Shen.
That's just a ridiculous. By the way, let me tell you about this fucking story that no credible historian is ever going to touch about a kid who was like forcibly thrown in the oven by his dad. Yeah, let's do that one in the Dariusine massacre. Let's use that one. Let's use that comically evil story. But fuck this one. No way.
They're like, we can get you an organ from a Uyghur. But why is that? Is that really that crazy?
The Associated Press quietly fucking wrote an article that didn't get a lot of coverage in mainstream media about how, like, okay, well, all the concentration camps have been closed now. Like, all the re-education camps are closed now in fucking Xinjiang, and it's like very different vibes in Xinjiang. And now, it's the tourism hour.
Let's see what the Associated Press actually had to say about this. These are all AP articles from the last 2 years.
If that's your argument, like, are you not conceding that it was a really bad thing to do then? What, it happened, but then it stopped? Can I do that? Can I just say, like, oh yeah, the Israeli bombings in Gaza, well, they're done now. They stopped. Big fucking deal, bro. Like, what? It's tourism hour. It's fucking seaside real estate now.
UK independent body reports China committed genocide in Xinjiang. China sanctioned a U.S. research firm and 2 individuals over a report about the human rights violations in Xinjiang.
It's the tourism hour.
To China's fury, UN accuses Beijing of Uyghur rights abuses.
Tourism hour.
Uyghur County in China has the highest prison rate in the world. 1 in 25 people is in a Chinese prison.
It's the tourism hour.
48 Uyghurs detained in Thailand for almost 11 years are on hunger strike to protest their imminent deportation to China, where they face imprisonment or execution.
Not only does this AP article seem not to exist, reading the AP proved exactly the opposite. Hassan has
Yeah, Hassan does this a lot. He will refer to an article that just it might not exist, or it might exist, but it doesn't say the thing that he's claiming it says. He does this a lot. He did this with Al Ali. He was always like, there was always some BBC article or some AP article that vindicated him, but it never actually did. Yeah. Even Forensic Architecture didn't vindicate him. I know that's the line that they go with now. But okay, so I think this is the article he's actually referring to. Terror and tourism. Xinjiang eases its grip, but fear remains. And they go on to talk about how there was a brutal crackdown and how they demolished a lot of religious sites and how there's still a shitload of surveillance and still a lot of fear. And it's not like they've undone the fact that they've moved a bunch of Han Chinese people into what used to be Uyghur houses, or even moved them in with the Uyghurs so that they could like finish the job or keep it going of like teaching them how to become more Han Chinese like in terms of their culture. Yeah, so the way he's phrased this as well is just so watered down from how the article actually goes. Regardless of intent, one thing is clear. Many of the practices that made the Uyghur culture a living thing, raucous gatherings, strict Islamic habits, heated debate, have been restricted or banned. In their place, the authorities have crafted a sterilized version, one ripe for commercialization. Yeah, that's the whole point. It's a cultural purge. At some point, when you finish the job, what the fuck?
Happily eaten up the Chinese propaganda on this and has regurgitated it to his mainstream audience. Why is he defending China's genocide of their Muslim population? How does this even make sense? It only makes sense if A, he's being paid, or B, he has the political complexities of a 5-year-old. I know America Bad is a meme that people laugh at online, but with Hassan, this does actually seem to be the beginning and the end of his analysis.
2 principles. Let me explain to you. 2 principles that you should keep with you, coming from a person who's Turkish, okay? When you look at a situation in the Middle East, you look at what the local government is and who the Western forces are. Never align with the Western forces. So when I look at other countries, I look at the regional actor, whoever the regional power player is, and then I look.
Why did he say coming as someone who's Turkish? Like is that like an oppressed nation? Now Turkey's a fucking NATO member who have been conducting ethnic cleansing campaigns in Syria for years now. He's talking about northern Syria. Oh God, there's no, he's not. That's a joke. That's a fucking joke. He's not talking about. But yeah, it would be funny if he was. Turkey used to be a brutal empire. Like they committed genocide and shit.
I know Hassan likes anime. He took it upon himself to desecrate One Piece. Do you think he watches Naruto?
And now they're like
the
a
verbal version of switching places with the log.
And now they're like a NATO member that is fucking with other countries' abilities to accede to NATO, and also very aggressively fucking with Arab countries. Like, what are you talking about? Coming as someone who's Turkish. Okay, dude.
Okay.
Oh, Dwayne, thanks for $10. I know Hassan likes anime. He took it upon himself to desecrate One Piece. Do you think he watches Naruto? I don't know what that means. Switching verbal places with the log? Sounds based? I don't know. Sure.
Who
Why
is
not?
backed by the Western superpowers? That's a principle that you could take home with you. If you want to actually be moral, or if you want to be smart about the way you analyze other countries, that's one basic principle that you can take home with you. All of a sudden, magically, you are above on your foreign policy analysis. You're going to be better off than 90% of people that look at the situation.
Wow, it's like there's just goodies and baddies. That's so convenient. Wow. Wow.
After seeing all of this,
That's a principle, LeMayo. I mean, it's a principle in the same sense that, like, the whites are the good guys and the non-whites are the bad guys. Like, I guess that's a principle. Sure, why not?
was already getting uncomfortable with our partnership.
I started to wonder if I had any idea who this guy actually is.
And then this happened.
We have breaking news out of Israel this morning where Hamas has launched a surprise attack within Israel's borders overnight.
After the shock of October 7th, I noticed a huge increase of anti-Semitic comments from Hassan's stream and Discord, including from his head mod. I was disturbed that Hassan was seemingly okay with this.
Can you, do you care that your chat is calling me racist? Do you make any attempt to modify?
I have not looked at my chat.
Moderate that at all?
I have not looked at my chat at all, but you have
I just opened it, but don't you have moderators? Do you care at all about what your audience says about me?
There's 32,000 people in here right now.
I'm just trying to tell you guys how it feels. And I'm fucking shocked that you don't care that people in your chat are saying, who the fuck is this child cold, arrogant,
Ethan,
fuck?
I love you, but there's only so much I can do.
How can you be surprised when your Discord is literally full of fucking
Ethan, I love you, but there's only so much I can do if you're making that argument. You know that, right? Like
Hassan's chat had been calling me a Zionist, baby-killing genocider. Maybe it is on.
I'm like 2 minutes behind live, but the obvious comparison to a capitalist and a socialist society is a slavery party and an anti-slavery society limiting laws limiting their power and protect minority rights. I mean, you can do that if you want. I just don't think being a capitalist is like being a slave owner. It's just
unreasonable that I'm asking him to moderate his chat for a friend. He doesn't even know where I'm coming from because it's not something he would ever ask for.
And all these other content creators actually, whipping their communities when their chat is going fucking absolutely bananas over random dumb shit and bringing my name up for no fucking reason.
I mean, bring on yourself, Hassan. Sorry, you're just being racist. Brackets, my incredibly partisan and ideologically fucking insane definition of racism. That's just you do it to yourself, Hassan. What?
You were just allowing that shit to run rampant in your chat, and I thought that was fucked up.
Ethan, I love you, but there's only so much I can do.
Especially as someone who thought we were fucking friends. I think that's a reasonable expectation for someone who you consider to be a friend.
The problem wasn't that he was pro-Palestinian, because I share a lot of those views, and I've been a stalwart supporter of the Palestinian cause for many years. The problem with Hassan's coverage, and a lot of people like him, was their complete lack of empathy for the Jewish people who were frankly slaughtered by Hamas. He refused to show even a crumb of empathy for the Jewish victims. But listen to what this guy has to say.
as you might have seen, there was some sort of rave or desert party where they were having a great time until the resistance came in electrified hang gliders and took at least several dozen hipsters. But I'm sure they're doing very fine despite what the New York Post says. But nobody had seen this coming.
I mean, that's insane, right?
I don't even. Yeah. Okay. Like.
Okay.
I don't.
Why is he so fucking dumb, man? Sorry, Hassan has this really difficult situation where he's obviously got like a triangle of conflicting interests. One is being a popular mainstream political celebrity. The other is being an ideological extremist, tanky, and I guess the third point of that triangle is just being inept. It's just being like criminally fucking stupid. I've seen like Al Jazeera-esque pro-Palestinian people just say like, yeah, that's condemnable. Of course we don't condone the. What you would say, like, yeah, of course we don't condemn the attacking of the murder of civilians. That's a horrible thing to do. It's tragic. It's cold. It's extremist. It's like, it's inhuman. It's also not helpful. Okay, it puts Palestinians in a harder position because it effectively justifies the Israeli response. It gives Israel the grounds that they would require to conduct and continue the ongoing ethnic cleansing and genocide campaign on the Palestinian people. It opens Gaza up and says, here, bring it on. It gambles with the lives of millions of Palestinians for nothing in exchange. And it gives Israel all the rights to continue the apartheid project. Like, you can easily spin this into a do you see how you can acknowledge and then just start talking about how bad Israel is, right? You can do that. It's so easy. It's so fucking easy. But again, it sounds like he's just shit. He's really bad at it. Fuck me. It's the thing, right? It's the acknowledgement and the spin. That's what he needs. Yeah, that's horrible, condemnable. People should not be doing this. It doesn't help the Palestinians. It actually justifies the Israeli ethnic cleansing genocide campaign because now they're bombing. They're destroying 50% or 70% or 90% of the buildings. There's this many civilians dead. It's already more than cast lead in like 2 days. Look at the amount of like hospitals that are shut down. Did you know that in the West Bank that even before October 7th, this was the deadliest year since the second Intifada for Palestinians? And then suddenly you're like, wait, okay, okay, now we're talking, and now it's like we can't even remember the first time we've spoken about. He condemned it, he swept it away, and then just made it what he wanted to talk about. And you can't get him on that because he hasn't really said anything wrong, right? Like, he hasn't said anything like incorrect. He hasn't supported the guy who's defending October 7th. That's an effective propagandist, okay? That's how you do it, Hassan. You fucking idiot. Like, not seeing someone glorifying the murder of civilians and then just wincing like a fucking toddler who doesn't want to eat his vegetables. Like, yeah, yeah, it's bad. What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do for you? Yeah. Yeah, sure.
Criticizing people, you don't have to comment if you're not comfortable about it. I honestly felt at times that he and his audience barely thought of Israelis as humans. But this dude just called babies militants.
No, I understand. And there are baby settlers as well. But there are baby settlers as well. There are babies in the settlements.
Part of running defense for Hamas is downplaying the violence, specifically the sexual violence, which he's done a lot of.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. So that's the other part of this problem that many people can't contend with. Like, the Palestinian resistance is not perfect. They're not like so good. They have magical bullets.
What do you mean magical bullets? Like, did they miss and rape people? They aimed their bullets at civilians. Yeah. It's interesting because like Hassan complains about this clip being out of context. That's his new toy. He's like a fucking kid who's just learned a new word, and the word is out of context, right? It's the Jordan Peterson defense. The problem is that this clip is like the first half of it, you could understand why you're saying it, but it's like, yeah, the fact that Hamas commits rapes does not condemn 2 million Palestinians to death by Israeli airstrikes, right? It also does not condemn the Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza to have to be forced to live without a state and without their basic human rights, right? It's not like we don't, like, you would say the same thing to Israel, right? People might say that Israel has no right to exist because they're committing a genocide or whatever, but it's like, that's not really how we treat any other country, right? We don't say, like, for all the shit that Russia's done with Ukraine, and not to mention former Soviet countries around them, no, we don't say Russia doesn't deserve to exist. We don't say abolish Russia, right? That by the same token, Palestinians don't lose their self-determination, their right to it, just because of the actions of Hamas. So you can make that argument, but the fact that he moved on to say the resistance isn't perfect, they don't have magical bullets. Well, no, it doesn't actually give you that position. It doesn't give you the out. It doesn't take you away from the fact that the problem here is that like Hamas is not the resistance, right? It's not an imperfect resistance. Like, what they're doing is not resisting occupation. They want to destroy a country.
The Palestinian resistance is not perfect. They're not like so good. They have magical bullets. It's not perfect.
Of course, if you compare the raw numbers, Gazans have lost a lot more than Israelis. 40,000 people have died, and neighborhoods have been completely flattened during this war. And while we should keep their plight at the top of our minds at all time, it also doesn't mean that we should disregard the lives of the Jewish people who are also affected by this, even if their suffering on the whole is not as great. Some of you may know that I'm an Israeli dual citizen. My wife is Israeli, my kids are half Israeli, and my entire in-law is Israeli. I lived there for 5 years, and I grew a closeness with the country and its people. One of the biggest issues between me, Hassan, and his community was that I am in favor of a two-state solution, while they are in favor of a one-state solution. Their theory is that after the October 7th attack, Israel should just dissolve its borders and let Hamas enter Israel unrestrained.
What do you think Israel should have done in response to October 7th?
Instead of indiscriminately bombing Gaza, I think the first thing to do in that situation would be to dismantle the government in the way that it existed, like get Netanyahu out of power.
Okay. So you're saying Israel in response... Hold on, dude. You're saying in response to this terrorist attack, Israel should have dismantled their own government.
First set of actions would be to democratically take Netanyahu out of power. Yes,
like to hold an election, I mean, they could get rid of Netanyahu. I mean, I'm not against that, but what would they do? Replace him with who? Replace the government with what? Because these fucking idiots think like Israeli leftists are also Nazis, white supremacists and shit, right? These guys think Yair Golan is a fucking fascist. Like, what are we talking about here? Oh God, I wish Ethan had asked that. Replace them with who? And then what? What should they do? A change of government, okay. But what should the new government do? What's the new government going to do that you actually propose?
Problem is that Israel's been at war with its neighbors for 70 plus years, and it makes a lot of sense that there be some distrust there. Is it really insane to think that Jews, as an ethnic minority in Israel, would not be safe? After all, Israel is a country of refugees. If the Jews didn't come from Europe after the Holocaust, they came from the surrounding Arab countries that expelled them in massive amounts following the 1948 war.
Yes, I'm sorry. What did he say here?
Safe. After all, Israel is a country of refugees. If the Jews didn't come from Europe after the Holocaust, they came from the surrounding Arab countries that expelled them in massive amounts following the 1948 war.
It's a good take, Ethan. Where'd you get that from? Who's what? Everyone's saying that there's one of the Copes here is that people are saying Destiny wrote this script.
Fact, there was more Jews displaced than Palestinians during the Nakba. 1 million Jews. All of these surrounding Arab countries had vibrant Jewish communities in huge number, hundreds of thousands. Now, if you look at them, you're looking at close to...
the number I usually hear is 800,000. I think it becomes 1 million if you include people, because it wasn't just after the 48 war. It was Jews who gradually would get pushed out of these Arab countries basically every time Israel got a W, right? So I think it happened to some people in the 50s during the Suez Canal crisis. Definitely in the Six-Day War. The Lebanese Civil War was when a lot of Lebanese Jews ended up running away to northern Israel because a bunch of them were murdered. That's one of the murders of the Lebanese Civil War that people don't talk about. But I guess when you talk about 1 million Jews, like, I don't know, it's not really a competition, I don't think, because you could also argue the other way that with the Nakba, like, but around 15% of those people were directly expelled. Like, people came to their villages and said, fuck off, and they shot bullets over their heads until they fled. And some of them had to march, like, in the summer with no food and water, and some people died on the journey, right? Even though it's a pretty small area. Whereas the Jews who were kicked out of Arab countries were more like pushed out rather than directly expelled, generally. Like they were pushed out of fear or out of persecution, and some pogroms like that had happened over the preceding years and decades. Man, Iraq though, like fucking wasn't Baghdad like 25% Jewish before the 48 war? I think it was, wasn't it? It was like higher than Brooklyn in proportion.
If not literally 0 Jews left in these countries.
Just to give you an idea, here's a visual representation of the Jewish refugees after 1948. Morocco had 265,000 Jews. Now it has 2,000. Algeria had 140,000. Now it has about 50. Iraq had 150,000 Jews. Now 10. And I want to give a special shout out to my boy over in Afghanistan, one known Jew. We know him. We love him. He's the one Afghan Jew.
They were forced to leave their homes, their lives, their property, and migrate to the only place in the world that would accept them, which was Israel. The irony of this whole situation is that after the 1948 war, when Israel won the war to declare its independence, the Arab countries got super anti-Semitic against their own Jewish citizenry that had nothing to do with Israel. And as a result, they kicked them all out, 1 million plus of them, and forced them to go the one place they hated the most, Israel. And now those same people that forced them out of their homes are telling them they don't belong there. So if the Jews of Israel are surrounded by Islamic militant terrorist groups that have stated their goal is to annihilate Israel as a Jewish state, and considering the historical context of Jews being pogromed from Arab countries, is it really that crazy for them to not feel safe as an ethnic minority, even a little bit?
And that's pretty much the entirety of our disagreement. Despite what you've read on TikTok and Twitter, I've donated $6,500 to a Palestinian charity after the war started.
Hey, Ethan Klein, thank you for the dono. Ethan Klein gave $6,500. My goat. Thank you, Ethan.
Condemned Netanyahu as a war criminal. They're led by Netanyahu, who should resign in disgrace and go to prison for being a war criminal. Called the West Bank settlements an abomination. Settlers in the West Bank are religious zealots. They're monsters. They're genocidal. I've even said the West Bank settlers are valid military targets. When you talk about like colonial settlers and stuff, like that's what's actually happening in the West Bank right now.
The fucking Marwan Barghouti position. The position of the leader of the Second Intifada. Huh. One of the leaders, which is
And these people are more or less valid military targets, in my opinion. My only crime is wanting a 2-state solution instead of one, and thinking it's not okay to kill Israeli civilians. That's it. That's why they're calling me a Nazi Zionist. And because of Hassan and others spreading this malicious lie about my beliefs, I'm even getting
fucking Zionist bitch. Yes.
Harassed on the street.
So how come you don't like Palestine?
I like Palestine.
No, you don't.
Why do you say that?
Because, bro, you're... wasn't she in the IDF?
Yeah.
Oh, damn, that's crazy.
Mandatory service.
That's sad. That's terrorism, bro.
She was born there.
That's sad. Feel bad for you guys. Ethan Klein, bro, you're ugly as fuck, bro. You're ugly as shit. You look like a rapist, bro.
Look in the fucking.
You look like a fucking rapist, Ethan. Feel bad for you guys. Ethan Klein, bro, you're ugly as fuck, bro. You're ugly as shit. You look like a
Wait, this guy has an account? Dating monkey.
Bro. I'm tired of all these coward Americans in the South trying to act like they're so tough.
I didn't notice Eli giving him the finger. That's really funny.
Oh, I'm American. Oh, you don't even run your own country. You don't run your own country, bro.
Ooh.
You don't run your own country.
Oh, no.
A foreign country named Israel runs your country.
Oh no, you mean there's this really unsettling intersection between Marxist-Leninists and Islamic fundamentalist anti-Semites? Oh no. Oh shit. And if you're not careful in how you craft your rhetoric in favor of the Palestinian cause, you're going to accidentally attract an audience full of fucking Jew haters. Oh no. Oh shit. As never. It's, oh no, he's getting right. Is this the guy meeting Hassan? Okay. He's getting the Rahim treatment. He's getting the Rahim treatment. Remember the guy? The dickhead who was having a go at me for my advocacy really early on in the war, and he was simping for other leftists. But I think it was after arguing with him for a couple of hours, Maruzzi is my mod realized what was going on. She jumped in the call and asked him who runs the media, and he got really uncomfortable because he thinks Jews run the media. I thought he was like a leftist. I thought he was like a, just like a typical American Western. You would never be that on the nose, right? If you're a Western leftist, okay? They'll never be that on the nose. But damn, but they will overlap. They will create a very tight Venn diagram with people who do say that kind of thing. It's not good. Not good at all. Did you see Denims react to this? Let me see. Maybe? Actually, no, it didn't. No, hang on. Where is it? I did see something was trending. I just avoided watching it. I think I might have bookmarked it. Oh, it's that. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. I'm guessing she's going to say that's not actually a Hassan fan, right? And then it should, okay.
That's sad. Feel bad for you guys. Ethan Klein, bro, you're ugly as fuck, bro. You're ugly as shit. You look like a rapist, bro. Look in the fucking. You look like a fucking rapist, Ethan. Feel bad for you.
Okay, can I just say
Why is it so quiet? Sorry, Denims.
really quickly, it's very obvious from the way that guy's talking, he's a Sneeko fan.
Oh,
like,
no.
I'm sorry, that language is not Hassan.
The thing is, though, is like, she's going to find a way. And I know I've noticed this is how React content works when you're partisan, when you're this partisan. She's going to find a way to dismiss it, right? She's going to find a way to dismiss it. There's always a way around it, and chat won't care, right? Because the principle is not we're correct and they're wrong, and here's why. The principle is our guy good, their guy bad.
On fan verbiage, like that's very sorry. That language is not Hassan fan verbiage. Like that's very clear Sneeko lexicon. Can we just be honest for just 2 seconds? Just be real. Wallahi, that is not. No. Oh
my God, bro, I love you, Hassan. Can I give you a hug, bro?
I'm so sweaty, bro.
I love you, bro.
I'm so sweaty.
I love you, bro. I have to interview you. You're my hero, bro. I love you, bro. You're the coolest guy in the world, bro. Hold on, I think I look gay in that one.
Can we just be honest for just 2 seconds? Just be.
I don't.
Yes, good clip, Chimp. Very good. He yelled at him later. Yeah, they met once, which means he endorses everything he's ever done, ever. Okay. That's a really, you really killed him, Moot, dude. You really got him. You really.
Oh no! I just want to separate my head from my body. What the? Okay. All right. There's like this. I've been thinking about this for a while, and I think I understand it now. There is this kind of. There's this thing, which is like the postmodern debunking, right? clip chimp. Wait, what? What was clip chimp there? That's just like a. Okay, that's just like, I guess you're just looking in the bag for, okay, bad faith, out of context, clip chimp, got him, yeah. It's like the postmodern React stream. There's this thing that postmodernism is very vague, but when people talk about postmodernism, one of the aspects that people speak about in sociology is this idea of like a collection of facades, that a lot of what we see and observe in society becomes kind of like imagery and aesthetics that is devoid of its deeper context and like understanding. So a really good example they would use to illustrate this thought is the example of like postmodern architecture. So when people talk about postmodernism in architecture, the number one go-to example is Las Vegas, right? Because what the fuck is Las Vegas, right? It is this fairly new place, relatively, built in the middle of nowhere, full of casinos and other such nonsense. And it's got like, you got like an Eiffel Tower and a Sphinx and a pyramid, right? It's got all these things, which are all just images, just like surface level replicas of the original thing, but completely deprived of the artistic and cultural movements that went behind their design, that's behind the socioeconomic conditions that were necessary to produce those things, like obviously the society that you needed to produce a pyramid, right? So it's like, it's just the image, right? And what people do with streaming, like React streaming, the substance of a React stream is to watch someone, to watch them say something wrong, to pause it, and to say, this is wrong and here's why. And then you might sneer at the end, right? And especially if you're a political partisan, you would do this, like, that would be the point, right? You hate watch someone, like a hate watch stream. So if I'm watching someone like Tim Pool, I will pause a lot because he speaks a lot of shit, right? Very easy. But there is a problem where there might be people who are watching that and they're like, I want to do that myself. You know, I like all that. Whoa, we're destroyed, sneering, let's go. But the problem is that there's a process behind that. Like, you have to read some background stuff and you have to know some background things to know how to catch someone out for being wrong. But if you're just watching the streamer and you're just wanting to emulate that image, then what you're going to do is you're going to copy the bits that are easy and not copy the bits that are difficult. So someone who might want to do a debunking, destroyed, sneering React stream, what often happens when I watch these React streams is they don't really do any correcting or any gotchas or any explanations or alternative reasonings. They just do the sneering, and it's very strange. So like a React stream that's like this, usually by orbiters. Like Demon Mama used to do this a lot, right? When Demon Mama was debating, she was really, really bad at finding gotchas. She was horrible at it, but she would always just kind of act like she'd got a gotcha. She would do the like she would always just do the performance of a gotcha, even though there wasn't actually any contradiction exposed. And it's kind of like reacting as well. There's this postmodern reaction stream that is just watching, and then you pause every 60 seconds, like or whenever you remember to, maybe after a sentence or a paragraph, and just go, yeah, 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 of course you would say that. This bad faith, clip chimped, out of yeah, yeah, kind of stupid, yeah. And then they just start playing again. And then 30 seconds or 60 seconds later, they'll remember to pause again. And maybe after doing some kind of like, then they'll pause again. And then they'll go, yeah, yeah, of course you, yeah, what a fucking idiot, yeah, racist, like, and now that you've had that communicated to you, I swear, watch some of these React streams and like you will not unsee it. It's very, it's a thing, okay? Fuck, buzzer, delivery. Yeah. Good take, Loner Box. Bet you did think that was a good.
Oh my God, bro! I love you. Hassan, can I give you a hug, bro?
I'm so sweaty, bro.
I love you, bro.
I'm so sweaty.
I love you, bro. I have to interview you. You're my hero, bro. I love you, bro. You're the coolest guy in the world, bro. Hold on, I think I look gay in that one.
That's weird. Oh God. Why? Oh no! What's going on? Why? Yeah, I sometimes I want to stop to wonder why this Zog theorizing guy who's worried about looking gay is supporting me, a left-wing progressive. Why is that overlap happen? Why am I attracting a socially regressive anti-Semite? I'm not pro-Palestine because I hate Jews. Me, Hassan. You know, I like Chomsky and Sam Cedar. Oh, well, it doesn't matter. Top of the hour ad break. Let's go.
Okay, 3, 2, 1.
Hold on, I think I look gay in that one.
Okay.
It's the funny thing about me. I don't like terrorism, and I don't like terrorists. If they're Jews, Christians, Muslims, they're...
You mean you don't like brown people? Ethan's wrong there, guys. Chat. Ethan's really stupid.
Hey,
they're all bad.
Been absent for a while due to work. Long story short, the Bolivian brownout is what happens when a Caucasian person tries South American spices for the first time.
I don't know what that means, but thanks for 10 euros.
What is terrorism? It's intentionally targeting civilian population for political goals.
Okay.
I don't like it. None of it. And over time, I started to learn that my co-host, he really likes terrorists.
They do musicals. They're very musical people.
Are you being serious?
Dog, what do you... Look! You think I made this?
Isn't I know they're singing, but I'm seeing just guns and shit. This isn't a music video, Hassan.
Taking over these ships, they started targeting the ships.
People on this helicopter right now?
Yes.
Oh yeah, this is the one where he basically just lies about every single detail of this operation to make it sound based. And the guy's just like, what the fuck are you showing me, Hassan?
Streaming this?
Yeah. They're flexing.
What? And they're coming in hot with guns.
Yeah, but you have to understand, this is a deterrent. We think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do. You should tell him that.
Hezbollah is a paramilitary organization.
Do we like them or no?
I don't have an issue with them, let's just say. But they are a terrorist organization. Like they're designated. They are designated by the American state as a terrorist organization.
I do not like them then.
Well,
he is regarded as a pretty brilliant person in terms of like everything that he's done.
Then I saw clips like this where Hassan is explaining how he's hiding his power level to funnel in normies into radicalization.
I think that in the short term, in order to combat against that, you have to advocate for a much lighter form of propaganda. You want America, in the way that I feel about it, and if you want America to get out of the way for places with more revolutionary potential to do what they would normally do, I think that, you know, one thing you have to do is advocate for a lighter form while simultaneously still doing agitated propaganda that goes beyond, you know.
It makes my blood run cold. It's It's funny that he says this though, and this is part of his job. Meanwhile, he is literally just like dancing along to Houthi soundtracks. It's like you're not even really that good at the thing that you say you are. But I mean, I guess it's worked, so people don't give a fuck. Again, the problem isn't really even Hassan. It's the audience. It's the fact that there's an audience for this shit.
Right. Social democratic idea.
I just wanted to like put emphasis on the exact point of the so-called radicalization funnel, where, for example, Hassan and JT catch them while they're young, as they say, and then they
start. Oh God! Why? Why would you say that? Catch them while they're young. Oh, for fuck! Like, yeah, catch them when they're young and suggestible and like a little bit fucking ignorant and trying to seduce them with like a very simple worldview. Catch them while they're oh god, it's so creepy, man. It's like a fucking wrongin', man. Catch them while they're young. Ugh. Catch them while they're young. It's not okay, man. What the fuck? What's wrong with you? Catch them while they're young. Okay, groomer. What the fuck? Just like Stalin did. Oh no.
Start looking into this new idea, etc., and then move forwards through the funnel, get more and more informed, get more and more radicalized. You do your part in the funnel for the cause, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. You're doing, in my modest opinion, a great thing for the cause.
Now listen to Hassan during our very first conversation lie to me about how he's a social democrat to hide his power level.
We should move towards a Sweden-style economy or a Norway-style economy, which would be a social democracy.
You have to advocate for.
And why would you defend China? If that's what you want. It's actually so disgusting. Okay.
Lighter form of propaganda
with robust social safety nets,
cold radicalization funnel, catch them while they're young, as they say,
and protections for workers like higher unionization rates.
A lighter form, while simultaneously still doing agitated propaganda that goes beyond social democratic ideas.
Hell, he's proclaimed it loudly that he is a self-described propagandist.
I'm a propagandist.
Well, no.
For the record.
I'm not calling you that. I'm just saying. I'm going to play you.
I'm saying I am.
Okay, well then, I want to
I'm saying I am. I just before you even play it.
A propagandist is much more than someone with a bias. It's someone who knowingly lies to further their political agenda.
And then I had a terrifying vision. Had I been duped? Was Hassan presenting a Trojan horse to my community, where he was just a left-leaning Democrat like myself, and as he said in the previous video, was funneling them into radicalization and turning them against me?
Liberals are some of the easiest to manipulate people on the fucking planet, dude.
I learned how much he hates liberals.
Dude, I hate liberals, dude. I hate them. I hate them so viciously.
Did he secretly despise me this whole time?
I'm sorry, dude. I hate liberals so much.
Did this man sit next to me for 2 years and pretend to be my friend?
Dude, liberals are a burden on this planet, dude. Liberals are the most, like, scummy, vile, fucking idiots. Liberals are incredibly stupid. I hate these petulant...
Yeah, and you own all the fucking hedonistic bullshit lifestyle that you have to liberalism. Sorry, bub. Sorry. Like, I'm sorry. There is no Chinese equivalent of Hassan Piker, right? There is no, like, internal critic, guy who reaps all the benefits from this political system whilst shitting on it for a living. Mate, if you did this in China, there would be fucking drone struck in your shitty little mansion. You wouldn't even have a fucking chance. They would drone strike you just for the amount of fucking retarded shit that you come out with. Like, you try to get away in your little fucking Porsche. You'd be in the camp. You'd be next to me. You'd be sharing a cell with me, okay?
Liberals, dumb fucking liberals.
What else is someone this sociopathic
learning about Han Chinese cuisine
capable of?
Liberals are some of the easiest to manipulate people on the fucking planet, dude.
Was I being manipulated this whole time?
That was my fear anyway. Regardless of his true beliefs, that broke my trust in him, and I pretty much ended the show immediately. And I felt guilty for my participation in mainstreaming Hassan. And for that, I apologize. I should have done more research, and I should have looked more deeply into who I was getting in bed with before they gave me chlamydia. Sorry, Hila. Over the past year since the show ended, I continue to watch Hassan platform, promote, and propagandize terrorist organizations. And every time it happened on Twitch, I would say, man, this time surely he went too far and someone's got to do something. But as the time went on, nothing happened, and his views got more and more radical and more disturbing. I feel it's my obligation, after mainstreaming someone like Hassan, to take this on. And so it was war. nuclear war.
I stand before you following the footsteps of intellectual giants.
One thing we've been hearing for weeks.
But a simple man.
No,
a simple man who understands right from wrong.
Yeah. You're an important, influential voice to a lot of people.
I'm an idiot, I'm a dumb bimbo, I don't know what I'm talking about.
And there are some things
I've gotten numb to criticism like this. It's not. As a matter of fact, I seek it out because I make content out of it. I think it's funny and fun.
And there are baby settlers as well.
Can you just shut the fuck up, bloodthirsty, violent
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen.
Thank you to ExpressVPN for sponsoring this video.
Oh my God!
ExpressVPN is an app that lets you change your location. Let's see what you can do with this power. Well, you can sign up for Netflix from a different country, but why would you want to do that? It was $14. It's now $3.66. Okay, but it even gets better than that. Netflix and all the streaming apps have different catalogs for each region. So let's say, for example, I want to watch some Dragon Ball Z Broly, but it's not available.
Just going to conduct a social experiment, guys.
On the USA. Psych! All you need to do is switch locations to Canada, refresh, and boom! That easy and fast, Dragon Ball Z time. I use these websites to help find whatever shows I'm looking for. You can type in the show you want and it will show you which region to connect to. The amount of content I have access to is insane. It's super easy to use. It's an app you connect to, and then you pick which country you want to connect to. It's that easy. So what are you waiting for? Go to ExpressVPN.
Why didn't I skip the sponsorship? I don't know, it just feels mean.
VPN.com/H3HC for 4 free months, or scan the QR code or go to the link in the description. Thank you so much to ExpressVPN. And now back to our program. Meanwhile, at Twitch HQ, the marketing team is strategizing on a new advertising vertical.
My friends at Twitch headquarters, the executives, the influencers, Hassan, nice to see you, Frogan, front row. I am here to present to you an extraordinarily exciting opportunity.
Were you in subscriber mode to limit Hassan or Destiny comments? Yeah, that's why. Yeah. Yeah, that's all the time. Yeah. No, it's also just because I love money. Okay, every now and then I just need to remind fans that they actually owe me for the hard work that I do, okay? For the amount of shit that I go through to keep you idiots happy, okay? That's why.
We have not tapped this market yet. Now, don't panic, okay? Because you're going to want to panic when I tell you, but listen and learn. Who's billions of dollars, eager to spend it? And what, people are too cowardly to reach out and take the money?
Not us.
Terrorism. Terrorism. Twitch is perfect. You could broadcast it straight into the veins of 18 to 35-year-old men. So here's what I'm suggesting. Hassan Piker. Yeah, we'll get drinks after the show. No, you. He's such a great guy. No, you. Give it up for Hassan Piker, everybody. Happy birthday, buddy. This dude can package anti-Semitism and anti-Americanism like nobody else. In fact, you guys got him on the front page.
Yeah.
And he's doing terrorism for free. Basically, gentlemen and gentle ladies, Frogan, you look good today, girl.
Based?
Girl, you look good.
Based?
Great job on that Arab tier list.
Based?
That was good. How much we get for that? Yo, you got 10 million from Qatar for that? That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about Twitch. Here's the thing, with help from people like Hassan, terrorism is like in the eyes of the beholder, right? They're not terrorists, they're... Go ahead. Go ahead.
Have you seen how Hassan responded to this? I've seen clips of it. I haven't seen the whole thing. We'll do that after, though. Don't worry. Well, you know, donor generosity pending, obviously. But yeah, potentially. Yeah, potentially. Hey, we hit the goal. 20 out of 20 wankers. Super chats. Oh, shit. Melty Blend and George Costanza, thanks for the tier 1 subs. Dwayne, thanks for the $5. Noob Creeper, thanks for the tier 1 sub. And Barbas Dantiok. Dilute Mule, thanks for $10. Watch the sound's response to the content nuke. Yeah, I know, obviously, don't worry. Dwayne, thanks for the $10. Virgil GC, Jackie Kuehl, and Afterpie, thanks for tier 1 subs. Dwayne, thanks for $5. I thought it was Didgerino. Don't know what that means. Thanks. Person with a Cyrillic spelled name, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Shin Ramen, Prince Hermit, and Kazanator, thanks for the tier 2 subs. Very generous of you. Wow. 3DS2 Max, thanks for the $2. Not Drone Loner JDam. Oh, yeah, obviously. Truman, thanks for the 5 Australian. Hassan is so shameless, and so is his audience. They'll never be asked to answer for this shit. Is what it is. Makes them... I don't know what to say. It's just content, you know? Awaz, thanks for the $5. Take my money. Oh, I'm taking a lot of it, apparently. Wow. The Surfs clip about me. Okay.
Did you see the Loner Box now wants to distance?
I've seen this one already. Like, I did DM him about this. He didn't answer, so you'll probably guess why. Tell us about it. It's been a while since I've seen Lance, and I wonder, you know, I'm always curious. I'm always curious about these kind of like people who have been like a little bit lolcowish in the past, you know, like how Lance definitely had this streak of debating Nazis and losing badly. So I just wonder, but you know, people are always capable of personal growth, right? Like this is your job. There's always room for personal development. I just want to see if there's any examples of it.
A lot of guys like Destiny. There's a documentary out on Omaha. It's worth a look. Called Out. Oh, Out of Omaha. All right, I will add that to the list. Did you see that Loner Box now wants to distance himself from Destiny? I mean, he should, and like I said, he should also, instead of, you know, you should be coming forward with any information you have about this. Like, these are very serious sex crimes, and that anything you know from someone who worked in proximity to him, like, if you want a pathway forward for a lot of folk right now, I mean, I
Okay, Your Honor. Yeah, maybe I should do that. You know, I'll tell you guys everything. I'll tell you guys everything I know. I'll tell you guys everything I know that no fucking lawyer would ever want you saying fucking what the how stupid, like, fuck off. What new information do you think I have that's going to contribute to this public fucking... Destiny wasn't sexting me, okay? He wasn't trying to impress me with anyone else's fucking videos, okay? What do you think I saw? In the fucking Israeli apartheid harem. What do you think I... What? Okay. What do you think was happening in those Juminati fucking basement sessions in Tel Aviv? Come on.
See, the only one that is viable is coming forward to help the victims. And also, I mean, in the case of Loner Box, you need to have a long, serious look about all the fucking apologia you've been doing alongside Destiny for all the fucking horrifying crimes and atrocities that Israel has been committing. Like, every single other person is going to have to reckon with this in their own way, including myself. I say that full well knowing that, like, I have my own inner guilt about, like, did I protest enough? Did I march enough? Did I, like, write enough to my fucking members of parliament? Did I do this? Did I send in my emails? But that's such a far cry from people, I think, who are going to have to reckon with. Did you fully promote, propaganda for a country that was committing a genocide actively? Did you travel there? Were you on a paid trip there to listen to the propaganda of the very country that is committing these war crimes?
No, I wasn't. No. Was I paid to go there to do propaganda for the Israeli state? No, I wasn't. And you can tell, it's kind of obvious that it wasn't a paid trip or a propaganda trip just by looking at it. Like, what? And again, I did show this to Lance. I was like, I showed him some clips. Of like, not even clips, just like segments of us having been taken by a local through the West Bank and meeting locals there, of going to the anti-war protests and talking to those people, meeting Mustafa Barghouti, who the Israeli government fucking hates, right? Because he's getting quite popular and he also has semi-amicable relations with Hamas, like he's liaised with them before. why the fuck would the Israeli government... Have you seen what Israeli government propaganda is like? Compared to... Israeli government propagandists don't take you to meet Palestinian locals in the West Bank who want Israel fucking destroyed, right? They don't take you to meet PLO leaders, okay? That's not really what they do. It's interesting though that you think about Lance and how he always had this reputation for being someone who just read a headline and then just didn't understand the substance of the article and just went with that. But I guess it's still like nothing's changed, right? He's just it's not even a headline though. It's just like he just believes this because he heard it from someone else. That's it. Because other people say it. Oh yeah, getting harassed by a fucking deranged criminal settler in the West Bank? Jesus. Aberdeen's own Julius Stryker. Woof. Oh, no. Okay.
Atrocities. Were you a part of that? Well, then, yeah, if you want to make right, then there is so much that you have to undo. So much, you know? Like, Jesus Christ.
Yep, just give me one specific valid criticism, you know? We can have a fucking atonement session together. We can sit in the confession booth together. Repent! Okay.
He knows. Freedom fighters, guys.
Still waiting for the time when I've ever fucking simped uncritically for a group that targets civilians intentionally. Still waiting for my moment of doing that. Still waiting.
Guys, we are fighting for freedom. What about the rapes and the murders? Don't mention that. What's wrong with you? And another one. The resistance isn't
not
perfect. Right? Gotta crack some eggs, man. Hassan, you know Socialism didn't buy you that car.
If I knew that this is what communism would be in 2024, I wouldn't have bothered with this shit. Really. A Porsche is the symbol of the capitalist excess.
Uh-oh.
What the fuck is he thinking? You guys actually believe this idiot is a socialist? Forget a religion. Hassan is the opiate of the masses. Straight to the gulag for anyone subbed to this idiot.
Or that designer dog.
This breed's stunning fluffy coat comes with a price. Chow Chows shed all year.
Very cute, by the way, but those are expensive. The point is, we have the biggest political streamer on our platform that is influencing media and influencing young kids everywhere. If we can normalize terrorism, if we could rebrand it, then fuck the US Navy. You know how much those guys don't pay shit. You see the Army ads on Twitch? The Army is fucking broke, dude. I'll tell you who loves America more than the Army. Qatar. Well, I don't know if love's the right word, but they're paying more. Good CPMs coming out of Qatar. But you kids love anime, right? Can't get enough of it. I mean, look at what we've already done with Hassan. You're the fucking man, dude. Happy birthday again, man. No, we got a big party for you after. No, don't do it. Let's wait, because we got a big party and a cake and everything for you after in the back. The prostitutes, too. Don't tell anyone. That's part of the past. Look what we've done already. This Houthi pirate. I mean, who are you kidding? This guy's a fucking terrorist. He literally tweeting out he wants to kill Jews and put their heads on pikes. And somehow, not somehow, because of his genius, we have rebranded the Houthi fucking pirates, the Houthi terrorist organization. Yeah, the Islamic fundamentalists. Death to America, curse upon the Jews. That's right. That's the Jolly Roger of this man here. None other than Monkey D. Luffy. So let's get out there, guys. And let's make 2025 our biggest year, guys. Come on, guys. The resistance isn't perfect. The resistance isn't perfect. Yeah, let's get them. If you want to know where on the political spectrum Hassan sits, take a look at a recent media analysis by Ad Fonte, which rated Hassan as the most extreme left-wing, untrustworthy media source on the internet.
I always wonder how people gather this kind of data. Like, do they just watch a few segments and apply an average to the whole thing, or I don't know. I don't know how or how do you decide, like, how do you even do the fact checking? It's just, I don't know. I feel like these things are probably a bit cringe. I don't know how AI vibes. I mean, he does do a lot of disinformation, but I don't know if it's like InfoWars level or whatever the fuck. Yeah.
And to give you an idea, he is opposite of InfoWars. Now, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that Hassan loves all terrorists, but what I will say is that there isn't many he don't like. Let's start with our good friend Luffy here and his organization, the Houthis.
And yes, this is what it looks like. They are hiling Hitler.
The Houthis are an Islamic military group. They're known for their cruel measures, forcibly recruiting child soldiers, shelling civilian areas, and blocking food from entering already famine-ruined parts of Yemen. They've also set up landmines in agricultural spots, making the fields virtually worthless. Women have virtually no rights, and homosexuality, of course, is punishable by death. That lines up with leftist values. Now,
wait, where's my fucking new goal? Hey! I'm trying to start a new goal here. What's wrong with this piece of trash? Start goal, start goal, start goal. I see spam click, whatever. Don't care.
Just how little rights do women in the Houthis Yemen have? Well, according to this, there's been 1,181 violations committed by Houthi rebels against women, including torture, rape, and murder. So, not great. The Houthis have a very wholesome flag, as you can see here. It says, translated, Allah Akbar, death to America, death to Israel, and a curse upon the Jews. And that's all of them, not just the ones in Israel. And of course, victory to Islam. I get amused when these terrorists are like, we hate Jews. We want to kill Jews. And then people like
Hassan didn't say no resistance is perfect during the Russia invasion. Yeah, he had a lot of concern. He had so much concern, sorry. He had so much concern over the Azov battalion, even though they weren't even like the representative group. But they, like, Hamas are the leaders of the resistance in Gaza. Like, they are the number one. They're the government, right? The Azov battalion was like between 1,000 and 2,000 people in an army of 200K. And not even everyone in the Azov battalion was a Nazi. Like, their Nazi roots were largely dealt with in 2014, 15, 16.
Son are like, you're fucking racist for saying that they just want to kill Jews and that they're terrorists, man.
What you meant to say is Hezbollah is Muslim.
Yeah.
You're not thinking deep enough about this topic.
My criticisms of the Houthis' slogan do not factor in to what they are doing. Of course, it is anti-Semitic, but contextualizing it matters. Yeah, it's really interesting because, like, that is such Western-focused propaganda. Like, for a Palestinian to arrive at anti-Semitic opinions, okay, they don't need to read Mein Kampf.
Oh, I almost forgot the most fun one. They brought back slavery.
We think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do.
That lines up with leftist values. All right, so these guys are clearly the bad guys.
Yeah,
So
but the Houthis are not Palestinian, though, right? But he would say that the Houthis can't help but bear and witness the suffering of their Arab brothers. Meanwhile, they support Assad, right? They're part of the Axis of Resistance, which supports Assad. Like, that's kind of the conundrum that you end up in.
My question is, how does Hassan cover such a genocidal, violent, misogynistic, homophobic, terroristic organization?
Oh, you want to see a Houthi musical?
Sure.
These were the people that the Saudis were killing, by the way. Just so you know, these fucking musically gifted individuals.
Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry, I need the money, guys.
I'm gonna grab my
I'm so confused. What
Denims thought the Houthis and Hezbollah were Palestinians. I don't believe you. Sorry. Clip, or it didn't happen.
Did he leave me alone in the room with, like, a propaganda video playing?
That's right, my friend. Hassan just played straight up terrorist propaganda without even being there to analyze it. Surely this must be against terms of service. Twitch does not allow content that depicts, glorifies, encourages, or supports terrorism or violent extremist actors. For example, displaying or linking terrorist or extremist propaganda even for the purpose of denouncing such content. Denouncing? Okay, but what's the rule for endorsing it? Is that okay? The answer is yes, as Hassan was never punished for this blatant violation of Twitch community guidelines. Got it. So denouncing terrorism is bad. Don't do that. Endorsing terrorism is good. Okay, got it, Twitch.
What is going on? Can you explain this? This is a 3-minute video of... What do you mean a music video? When you said music video, I'm expecting like bad example, Chris Brown dancing, you know?
No. They do like they do musicals. They're very musical people.
Are you being serious?
Dog, what do you look? You think I made this?
This isn't music. I know they're singing, but I'm seeing just guns and shit. This isn't a music video, Hassan.
No, it is. They do musicals about like their fucking like their actions all the time.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. I've got this. Instead of terrorist propaganda, let's call it musicals.
They do musicals.
Instead of violent jihadists, let's call them musically talented people.
They're very musical people.
Are you being serious?
Guys, let's just use our brains. Fiddler on the Roof, Wicked, Alexander Hamilton, man. There's no reason we can't put these Houthis on Broadway.
Well, they go, listen, you want to fucking bring a ship through here? We're going to take it. So that's exactly what the Houthis start doing. They start fucking sending in helicopters onto fucking ships. Bro, they fucking...
It does really give me a sense of hope that this guy is just sitting there with someone who he's probably primed to think that Hassan knows what he's talking about, right? And is politically sound, because I think this guy's like a normie streamer, right? So it is good that he's listening to this and just being like, wait, what? Wait, they're what? They're a music... Okay, wait, what? Sorry, so they're doing what to civilian people on boats? Wait. So yeah, it is good that the like normal, well-adjusted people are just not really taken by this. I guess the problem for Hassan is that he didn't catch this dude when he was young, right? Because this guy is at least, 23, So the problem is that Hassan didn't catch him when he was young. That's the problem. Hassan's sitting there, if only I had got this guy when he was a miserable, lonely 16-year-old who has nothing else to do but sit on fucking Twitch and desperately search for the first political identity they can find. Oh, look, there's a good-looking himbo guy who seems really popular. Okay, yeah, and he's also got a very simple worldview that divides everything into a slightly altered version of good and evil. And gives me a sense of moral superiority, and means that I can speak and act in a way that is just constantly morally self-aggrandizing to myself, but I also don't really ever have to advocate and behave in a way that might ever produce viable results for society. Yeah, that's based. Yeah. So that's probably what Hassan's thinking right now. He's thinking like, oh shit, I could have got that.
Look at this. They got the Palestinian flag that they painted under the helicopter with the Yemen flag. They fucking overtake. They start overtaking the ships. And they're like, guess what, dog? No more trade to Israel. If you are sending ships into Israel, if you are owned by an Israeli subsidiary, if you're owned by an Israeli corporation, we're going to take over your ship. You cannot fucking use this trade route anymore. Guess what, bitch? It's our fucking territorial boundary, and we're going to enforce this until...
It's not your territorial boundary. Even if... Oh, God, whatever. It's just like every sentence he's saying is wrong. He's just beefing up the Houthis for free.
You stop doing genocide in Gaza.
So let's review his claims. His first claim is that the boat is headed for Israel. It's not. It's going from Turkey to India.
Yep.
Next claim is that it's owned by an Israeli company.
It's not.
It's not. It's being chartered by a Japanese company, and the boat's owners are registered in the Isle of Man. I'd like to remind everybody that the crew that's kidnapped in this video has been missing for over a year now with zero updates on their health.
Wait! Breaking news. They were released just over a week ago. The Houthis released crew of seized cargo ship Galaxy Leader. They released them. And they put them all in kefiyas. No, actually, they befriended them with their mutual hatred of America and their mutual love of Islamic fundamentalism and anti-Semitism and Marxist-Leninism, because all these guys actually like those things. These Filipino sailors. Can't wait to see the new Hassan segment. What's the? Is Hassan going to react to this and be like, "Little do you know that they actually got released? What? They were only in captivity for 14 months, away from their friends and family in a different fucking country. God knows what they had to live through, or like in that time."
Whereabouts, or anything. That lines up with leftist values. Hassan's third claim is that this attack happened in their territorial waters, which is also a lie. It happened in international waters.
Yeah.
Hassan is lying for...
Okay, yeah, Ethan, okay, yeah. He's got the points. Shit.
The Houthis like he's being paid. And honestly, at this point, is he?
I'm a propagandist.
Well, no.
For the record.
I'm not calling
I'm a
you that.
propagandist.
This is like a hostile. They're streaming this?
Yeah. Yeah. They're flexing.
What? And they're coming in hot with guns.
Yeah, but you have to understand, this is a deterrence. Israeli society is going to start getting upset. They're going to be like, I can't get my treats. I can't get my Amazon Prime deliveries. What the fuck is going on? I hate this. Israel sucks. I'm leaving Israel. That's the goal.
I find it disturbing that Hassan thinks that a slowdown of...
I thought you're a fucking one-state solution guy. Why do you want the Israelis to leave? What's wrong with you? Okay. So he's telling, he basically, he wants Israelis like Arabs and Jews to share the country together, but he also supports indiscriminate attacks on Israeli civilians and Israeli civilian life and the Israeli economy in a way that would actually get them all to leave. And he thinks it's actually the goal for the Israeli Jews to leave. I don't know where they would go exactly, like given that most of them have roots in countries that would probably not be very nice to them if they went back to them, like Iraq, Libya, Syria, Afghanistan, Lebanon, Yemen. Where do they go? What if, you really, all the Yemeni Jews, are they going to go to fucking Yemen? Is that, think the Houthis to take them back? Bro!
Imports is going to cause...
Gold.
I find it disturbing that Hassan thinks that a slowdown of imports is going to cause Jews to flee Israel. 80% of Israelis were born there and do not have citizenship anywhere else.
Whoa!
So where do you want them to go, Hassan? Back to Poland or back to the Arab countries they were forced out of?
Israel sucks. I'm leaving Israel. That's the goal.
By telling the Jews of Israel to go back where they came from, Hassan attempts to deny Jewish heritage.
Yeah. You know what's so sad about it is that like this is the strategy that they've tried for like over 70 years. And it's never worked. It's never going to work because the circumstances that led to most Israeli Jews being in that country do not just put them in a position where they can be chased out. They'll tell you this, right? Was it Golda Meir? I don't know how you say that name. Someone's like, oh yeah, they hate you, like they want to kill you, and it's like it's the Golda Meir line. We have one secret weapon. We have nowhere else to go. That's the Israeli secret weapon. Doesn't mean everything they do is justified. Actually means quite a lot of what they do is horrible. But the solution to that is not to get them to leave. It never is. Never going to work. Sorry.
In the Middle East. It characterizes them not as indigenous, but as white colonizers. This is despite the fact that 60% of Jews in Israel are actually native to the Middle East.
This is wild.
So these guys did all of this, right? They did all of this.
Is that their helicopter?
Yeah.
That looks like a legit helicopter.
It is a legit helicopter.
This is wild.
So they take it over. They take it over. They take it over. And they tell the people in the ship, it's usually like mostly Filipino people, Filipino crews.
Oh.
And they're like, all right, well, we got no problems with you, but you're coming with us. We're taking over the ship.
What an incredible way to
Fuck, I wish I had the proper video now. Why is he doing that? Why is he saying we've got no problems with you? Why is he editorializing? Is that what he said in Arabic? Sorry, we have Arabic speakers here. Did he say we've got no problems with you?
Mostly Filipino people, Filipino crews.
Oh.
And they're like, all right, well, we got no problems with you.
Is that what that means? We've got no problems with you. Listen, hey, we love you, okay? Listen, we're just like you. We also hate America and the Jews. I mean Zionists, and also have a very strange, uneasy friendship with Marxist-Leninists. We got no problems with you. Why? I'm pretty sure in this moment when he says this, the guy is like pointing a gun at the guy's fucking face. Or his torso.
You're coming with us. We're taking over the ship.
What an incredible way to characterize having a gun in your face. Hassan is asking us not to believe our own eyes as we watch terrorists hostily kidnap
They're not speaking Arabic. Yeah, okay, so he's not saying anything along the lines of, we've got no problems with you.
Crew.
We got no problems with you, but you're coming with us. We're taking over the ship.
And once again, the crew is still MIA for over a year, prisoners to a terrorist organization. But don't worry, guys. Hassan says they have no problem with them.
They're like, all right, well, we got no problems with you, but you're coming with us.
This video is so bad faith, man. The Al Jazeera source he showed for slavery in Yemen was not about the Houthi, but the Saudi-backed Yemeni government. Sorry, maybe he did that. And again, I don't like people using headlines to back up their arguments because, yeah, reading the article is generally better. Do you deny that the Houthis engage in slavery, though? If these are your best examples, you're fucked. You're so fucked. You're so fucked.
Three-minute video of what do you mean a music video? When you said music video, I'm expecting like, are you being serious? I know they're singing, but I'm seeing just guns and shit. This isn't a music video, Hassan.
The editing here is pretty good.
I bet Hassan's friend really appreciated being fed terrorist propaganda on camera. Let's see what he had to say.
Because hell, even a couple days.
The other headline he used was a Saudi-owned newspaper which evidence forced slavery by the Houthis was an unnamed source. So you are denying that the Houthis have engaged in slavery. Do you think Ethiopian women are reliable sources? I think in their case it was sex trafficking. Or is your argument that it's true that they do it, but just that his sourcing was bad? I could probably accept that. But it sounds like you would only bring that up because you don't actually think that Houthis engage in slavery. That's probably why you said that. If I'm just guessing by your tone. Yeah, they might. Oh yeah, so now you just think it's like a no, it's not a maybe, unless you think like all these witnesses and people who have suffered it are lying. It's not controversial that the Houthis have engaged in slavery. That's not a controversial fact. That's not a maybe, you fucking idiot. It's not a maybe. Might. Yeah, a lot of things might be, okay? Your neighbor might be a pedo. Like, what?
Days ago, I was hanging out with my buddy Hassan, and this guy unironically put a terrorist propaganda music video on and then left the room.
Left the room?
Yeah, and I was just like, and the thing is, like, in hindsight, it's hilarious, you know? But at the same time, I'm like, what is going on here? This is wild to me.
Yeah.
But like, I just, and like, he was like, yo, they're such great dancers. Look how good
my God.
I was like, okay. Wait, is that how it works? If you watch like a politics TikTok, you get recommended Hassan right after? Is that how it works? Bro, he's all over this page. That's crazy.
That is crazy, chat.
Click it. Dude, Hassan be saying some wild stuff, man. So I don't know if we can.
Oh, no.
Here's another incident of Hassan enjoying some Houthi propaganda.
How can they not agree with the Houthis when this is the kind of music video that they're coming out with? They got a beautiful voice too. Yeah, Israel been real quiet since this drop, dude. The fucking mix.
It's funny, I thought the same. I thought the same when I was listening to the ISIS nasheeds. Yeah, you know? Al Kovu Kovu Sarim or whatever the fuck it's called. Yeah. That one that's in all the memes. Al Kovu Kovu Savarim. Yeah. How could you not, eh? How can you not enjoy this beheading video when this shit's popping the fuck off? Anyway.
Stay.
Oh, Hassan, my sweet, naive friend. You say that Jews don't sing and dance like that? Then what the fuck do you call this? That's right, bitch. What the fuck you stepping on our shit?
Yeah, Israel been real quiet since this drop, dude. The fucking mixtape.
Bro, those Arab villagers, those Arab peasants who did nothing wrong, been real quiet since we heard this one. Oh yeah. How could you not? Whoa. Yeah. True, guys. Those defenseless Arab farmers, they ain't got shit. Why would you talk like that? It's so gross. Okay.
Got a beautiful voice too. Israel been real quiet since this drop, dude. Israel been real quiet since this drop, dude.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got it.
Houthis been real quiet since this drop, dude.
Now we come to our sweet, beautiful, cute little TikTok twink. This hairless young man is the fantasy of every tween and twix and all the boys and girls on TikTok. He's cute. He's got a mustache. He's a freedom fighter. Beautiful eyes. They call him Timothée Chalamet because he's a Houthi.
Bro, are we about to have a Houthi rebel on stream? Yes, brother. What do you mean?
Chud Logic's twink bastard son.
Keep working hard, smile.
Thanks for the $10. Who would ever say that? about a person.
Excuse me. Of course, I'm about to have a. I'm a journalist. Okay, this is journalism. It's so weird. It's so weird. Motherfuckers want journalism, and when I'm trying to do journalism, they go, "Why are you doing that?" Bro, you are going to get banned. I think it would be ridiculous to do that.
Hassan now has the opportunity to express his journalistic chops, to get his boots on the ground and show us just how good of a reporter he can be.
I'm doing journalism, chat. Does he know what One Piece is?
He's been watching it since he was a kid.
The whole way!
Yeah.
That's sick. Yes. Yes. I love you too, man. Big time. Yeah.
I love you. I love you so much.
We're big fans of the Yemeni music videos. You can tell him that. I want to ask him about the knife. The knives are sick. What's up with the knives? You know, the curved knives.
If one of those knives comes out in front of you, it's not going back until it has blood on it.
Oh, okay. My bad. Well, I mean, I think it's cool, though. That's so crazy. So they're just chilling with the captains? Like, I don't understand.
The crews on these ships, and they like win them over with their charm, and they make them hate America and the U.S. government.
That's so funny. I'm a journalist, okay? This is journalism. It's so weird. It's so weird. Motherfuckers want journalism, and when I'm trying to do journalism, they go, "Why are you doing that?" What do you mean? I'm just chilling. We're just having we're just vibing. Yeah, we're just vibing. We're vibing big time.
Hassan uncritically interviewed this kid for about an hour. It was the most brazen display of disgusting terrorist propaganda that I have maybe ever seen in Western media.
What has happened to, does he know what has happened to any of the crews? Like, I heard they...
Hassan almost asked a good question, but it's actually leading to the most obscene part of this interview.
He's saying he hasn't spent much time with Chinese people, but one of the captain was Chinese, and he did qat with them, and he danced some music with them, and he was vibing. So he likes him, yeah.
So, what, I mean, what... That's so crazy.
So true. People were saying that this is referring to a different crew because they said Chinese, not Filipino or whatever. You know that, like, in the Arab world, it's not unusual to call like everyone who's from Southeast Asia Chinese. I know this because I went to Palestine with a fucking Korean dude, and everyone kept calling him China. Like they were shouting China at him. Okay.
So they're just chilling with the captains? Like, I don't understand.
Ask yourself, why is he able to hang out with the captain and the crew of this pirated ship? Why would he even have access to that? Hassan knows why. Of course, he is a Houthi terrorist. Instead of challenging him and demanding more details about these kidnapped and missing people, he just runs defense for this guy, acting like he doesn't know why that would even happen.
He's saying that they win over the crews on these ships, and they like win them over with their charm, and they make them hate America and the U.S. government.
Yes. That's so funny.
It is super funny, the idea of kidnapped crew members who are being forced, probably at gunpoint, to do some death to Americas and maybe some curse upon the Jews. And frankly, the callous disregard for the well-being of the literal hostages.
Looks like a lot of fun, 14 months hanging around with these guys. And this is them when they've put you in a position where you're like good enough for a photograph, right? Sure, they had a great time.
Is shocking even for somebody that loves terrorists.
That's so funny. Is there a KFC there? They're everywhere. I don't think there's a KFC in Yemen, dog.
He says they have two.
Oh, they do have KFC in Yemen? That's crazy. Okay, that's sick.
Is there a KFC in Yemen? No way, dude! Holy fuck! There's a KFC in Yemen! He's just like us!
A few years ago, right after fleeing Hassan's community, glad I decided to stay around. Thanks, man.
Whoa, thanks for $10, Waves. What can I say? I caught you when you were young. I can't get over that comment. It's like it's rent-free in my fucking brain. Ugh. That was a good pause, wasn't it? You can meme that pause.
Does he know what One Piece is?
Well, if he's been watching it since he was a kid.
No way!
Yeah.
That's sick. Yes. That's fire. That's so fire. Oh my God. We think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do. You should tell him that.
You guys all remember Luffy's flag, right? Now, I'm only halfway through that show, so maybe I just haven't come to it yet. But I do not remember Luffy's flag looking like this. Ooh. Predictably, there was some blowback after this interview, and Hassan went immediately into damage control to rewrite history.
He said that he was just simply a Yemeni person and not a Houthi. Yeah, I mean, we don't even know.
I don't think he ever actually said I'm not a Houthi, by the way. I think he just said that I'm just a Yemeni teenager.
If he's a Houthi or not, he's a teenager in Yemen. The dude is neither a Houthi, nor a terrorist, nor a pirate, is not a Houthi rebel.
The problem here is, like, I think he had a conversation. I feel like he had a conversation with someone at Twitch, and it was like, okay, fuck, I need to... Okay, I know I introduced him as a Houthi. I know I never really got a categorically clear answer about whether or not he was a Houthi. He kind of dodged it, actually. I know he drops a lot of fucking Easter eggs around the internet to imply that very strongly that he's a Houthi. So, listen, I'm Hassan Piker. Okay, excuse me. Oh, light bulb. I'm Hassan Piker. I can just tell these. I caught them when they were young. I can just tell them he's not a Houthi. No, they're gonna give a fuck. They don't have object permanence. My audience caught them when they were young.
Fucking call him a Houthi either. You want to know why?
Because them before they have a big enough vocabulary to start going watching fucking Yugopnik and Hakim talking about the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact.
He's not one. He's not a Houthi himself. He's not a pirate, but, you know, I don't think he's not a pirate. He has reiterated the position that he is not a Houthi. Trust me, bro, I'm not Houthi. Be for real. You sucked him off the entire stream. Not even a Houthi militant or anything like that. When I interviewed the dude who they still to this day call a Houthi terrorist. Tim Houthi's not even a fucking Houthi. I thought he wasn't a Houthi because he's not. No, he was just some fucking Yemeni TikToker. Random fucking Yemeni teenager. Didn't you brand it as him being a Houthi interview though? Bro, are we about to have a Houthi rebel on stream? Yes, brother. What do you mean?
All right, let's just take Hassan's word for it and assume, okay, this kid is not a Houthi rebel. He's just some ordinary Yemen teenager. Let's go ahead and take a look at his social media and see if that lines up. All right, let's see here. Tel Aviv will burn in the coming hours. Ready for sacrifice and eager for martyrdom. Maybe he's talking about football? Here he is singing a song with the words, "Do you threaten us with what we are waiting for, son of a Jew?" Meaning of Houthi is a title, and it's not something to fear, but for the Jews. They are very afraid of this title. The execution we will carry out on all Zionists, with the lovely depiction of a man impaled through his asshole and out of his mouth with a pike, or how Hassan likes to say it, a pike for a cut. Okay, why would he retweet this article called "Houthis Use Social Media to Boost Global Prominence and Support"? Israel falls. Wait for the new operation in Tel Aviv. The Jaffa drone, which no Israeli defense can stop. The ships we bombed and sank. I know the red arrow is supposed to be a cool military Hamas thing.
Oh, I love it. He's got the little propaganda thing for their technology.
The ships we bombed and sank. I know the red arrow is supposed to be a cool military Hamas thing. This is a butt plug. Just saying. To every Zionist, I will put...
The Shiites use the black standard or modern jihadist flags. I think the black flag, I've only ever seen it used by Sunni groups. It's not just ISIS, though. There are quite a few that use it.
Thank you for keeping the focus consistent and continuing to make this content. You've been a favorite streamer for almost a year for us and we appreciate you. Great to see you back after a deserved break.
Thanks for the $20, Savannah. I really appreciate that. Oh, just so you guys know, this is not break over, okay? I'm probably not going to be regular streaming again for a little longer. This is just, I just want to rear my head every now and then because there's like some stuff that's just, I really like talking about, like this. And also because I would kind of like to remind you guys that I'm not dead. And also, I actually like streaming, you know? I still need time away. We're not back to your regular screenings. Your regular schedule, but don't worry, okay? I'm just saying, it's like this is probably like quite easily the most stressful one of the most stressful periods of my life right now. So, and if you want me to make sense of that for you, okay, I'll say one thing. Okay, I'll say one thing. It's like the kind of imagine you're in a period where the least stressful thing that's happening to you is getting your fucking sexting leaked. Okay, that's kind of where we are right now. Okay. But it's okay. It's all good.
This into your stomach. And let me state the obvious. Jew and Zionist is clearly interchangeable to this guy. Okay, but hating Jews doesn't make you a Houthi. Are you a soldier? Yes. That seems pretty definitive. You know what makes you a Houthi? Being a Houthi. At least one of the two of them is being honest about it.
Yes. Deadpan. Let's go.
A Houthi? Being a Houthi. At least one of the two of them is being honest about it.
No way!
Yeah.
That's sick. Yes. Yes. That's fire. And that's so fire. Oh my God. We think the Houthis is doing what Luffy would do. They're tweeting an image of a Jewish person on a pike. I don't understand why this problem can't be approached with nuance. Because he is a teenager in Yemen, dude.
Talk about the bigotry of low expectations. He's a kid in Yemen, dude. What do you expect? Of course he's going to want to put a pike through a Jew.
Even if this guy was in such a situation that he couldn't help but like fucking want to curse upon the Jews and impale them all on spikes. Sorry, the Zionists. Sorry, most Jews on spikes. I'm like, then why would you glaze him? Why would you do that? Even if his position is purely born of circumstance, because as someone in Yemen, your biggest problem is the fucking Jews. What? The fact that you've got like Saudi bombing the shit out of them and blockading them and causing a famine and shit, and you're like, okay, who do we hate? America? Yeah, definitely America. We hate Israel. And who else? Well, there are Saudis bombing the fuck out of us. Who do we curse? Oh, Jews. Yeah, Jews.
The asshole and through his mouth. That's just what kids in Yemen are like, man.
And also, what do you mean? It's just a person on a pike. There's no Jewish person on a pike on that photo, unless I saw something different.
Hassan claims this isn't even a Jewish person on the pike. How exactly is a naked, piked person supposed to look like a Jew for you, Hassan? You know what? You're right. Let me make it a little clearer for you. First, he needs a bigger nose, right, Hassan? Of course, he needs a yarmulke, the curly things. Oh, look, Hassan, he dropped his dreidel. He must be Jewish for sure. Or, you could just read what he wrote, you dumbass, liar, terrorist-loving, propagandist piece of shit.
Whoa! This is why this entire conversation is
epic Voshran from Ethan Klein.
It's fucking idiotic. It's not a Jewish person. He said, why am I held accountable for some random fucking 19-year-old in Yemen's tweets? What is happening? How many steps removed are we from the...
We're no steps removed. You glazed the fuck out of him. You made him a thing. Yeah, you made him you signal boosted him. Yeah, you're held accountable for yourself and the way you treated him. You gave him a puff piece, and you continue to literally alter fucking facts about the Houthis' actions to defend this guy. Why am I held accountable for this guy that I'm signal boosting and glazing and covering for and lying about reality to defend? Why would he ever hold me accountable for this guy? Like, how many steps? Fuck off. I love it that he's like trying to fumble over something and he just gets like fucking man baby.
This fucking idiotic.
Oh, look, Hassan, he dropped his dreidel. He must be Jewish for sure. Or, you could just read what he wrote, you dumbass, liar, terrorist-loving, propagandist piece of shit.
This is why this entire conversation is fucking idiotic. It's not a Jewish person. He said, why am I held accountable for some random fucking 19-year-old in Yemen's tweets? What is happening? How many steps removed are we from this situation?
0? I mean, you platformed him. Do you not remember? Did the check not clear or something? When faced with fair criticism for
I love that his first instinct was to defend the Zionists getting impaled on spikes. And he's like, okay, whoa, this is, okay. This is really difficult. Okay. All right. Well, okay. Stay with me, chat. Stay with me. Okay. Not all. Okay. Hey, not all Zionists are Jews. The guy in the spike is not discernibly a Jew, and it's not even like you could consider the material reality of the. Wait, it's not even my tweet. It's just a tweet from a guy that I uncritically support. Like watching that thought process in real time is just, it's like poetic. It's kind of watch that again, please.
For some conversation,
Liar, terrorist loving propagandist
It's like the reflexive justification, and then the there's a light bulb in his head. It's like, wait, this isn't you, Hassan.
This is shit.
This is why this entire conversation is fucking idiotic. It's not a Jewish person. He said, this is, I think if we're, why am I held accountable for some random fucking 19-year-old in Yemen's tweets? What is...
one more time for the boys. I just want to, it's like, I can see the cog turning, and then there's a click, and there's like, bro, what the fuck are you doing? It's a fucking Zionist getting impaled on a spike. You're a one-state solution reconciliation, supposedly, South Africa analogy maker. Stop.
This is why this entire conversation is fucking idiotic. It's not a Jewish person. He said, this is, I think if we're, why am I held accountable for some random fucking 19-year-old in Yemen's tweets? What is happening?
I got everything I could get from it. Okay. Maybe I just, come on, just
Jewish person. He said, this is, I think if we're, why am I held accountable for some random fucking 19-year-old in Yemen's tweets? What is happening? How many steps removed are we from this situation?
0? I mean, you platformed him. Do you not remember? Did the check not clear something? When faced with fair criticism for his coverage of the Houthi Luffy, he has a total meltdown.
I fucking despise all of you, dude. I do. I really do. I hate all of you. You successfully got me to talk about this.
He should have just stopped at why am I held accountable. That would have been a good meme.
And my patience is like, my patience is running thin on this matter. The endless selfishness, the untapped well of American selfishness and American individualism is in full display. How is this the conversation?
Is he breaking the fourth wall there? Who's he talking about?
That you want to have right now.
One of the most cynical methods Hassan deploys to sidestep any criticism is to deflect to the ongoing genocide in Gaza. I've seen him do this so many times. He frames it like you are selfish for trying to criticize him, no matter what the reason is, because there's a genocide happening, man. How can you criticize me at a time like this?
Claiming that I am, too pro-Houthi. When someone is like focusing on that while there's an active fucking ethnic cleansing campaign happening. He also apparently thinks Twitch is liable for me interviewing a Yemeni teenager who's only known genocide his entire life. In the middle of fucking talking about fucking genocide in Gaza, and this dumb fuck. Blow your nose, brother. Love you. Not trying to be mean. Just keep some tissue nearby and clear it out occasionally when needed. Much love. Fuck you, dude. My argument sucks? You think it justifies genocide? What are you, stupid? Everything that can be tangentially turned into like Jewish people are under attack is a decent way to just like drive discourse away from open genocide.
Bro, it's so fucking horrible. You know, people accuse Hamas of using human shields, okay? I don't think in my entire life, in all urban warfare, I have ever seen someone hide behind the bodies of Arabs more than this cynical Ottoman colonizer cunt. Hamas could not hold a candle to the amount of human shielding that this guy does. This guy is literally fucking streaming every day with a fresh supply of fucking Arab corpses that he stacks up like fucking sandbags. And criticism comes and he's like, oh shit, I need a dead Arab, quick, give me some Yemenis. How dare you attack me in this ongoing He's in trouble right now. Fuck. Is this ceasefire really a good thing for him? That he's running out. He's going to run out of fucking defense mechanisms. Because really, now that there's a ceasefire, he's fair game. he's fair game now. He's going to have to volunteer to clear up the rubble so he can get as many of the fucking remaining corpses as he possibly can to just throw up as a fresh supply until the next insane fucking terrorist action happens that results in another war that he justifies.
In Gaza, if your sole focus when Israel is doing a complete genocide in Gaza, if your sole focus revolves around that people are saying you're a Zionist, yeah, go fucking yell at streamers for not covering sufficiently the ongoing active genocide in Gaza instead of coming in here and fucking chirping at me.
It's quite a charge to just say I'm a stenographer of the Israeli government or I'm a propagandist. I don't think there's any evidence I'm either of those things.
Get them
I'm curious,
out. Get the bodies out.
Think I am doing
while
the
we're having
propaganda
this conversation,
yes.
3,000 Piers, while we're having this back and forth, 3,840 Palestinians have been ruthlessly slaughtered in the last incursion into Gaza. I feel like this is an incredibly selfish, self-centered conversation to have.
This technique is so powerful because everyone is afraid of being labeled as a genocide denier. Piers Morgan, with decades of experience, immediately surrenders when the genocide card is pulled.
When you're just a fucking stenographer, you're not a truth teller.
He has every right to defend himself. And grow a pair, Piers. Stand up for yourself, man. It's time to stop being intimidated by these online overnight activists who couldn't even point to Gaza on a map before October 7th. Like Hassan, for example.
Doesn't know where Yemen is? Okay, I'm gonna click close. I'm closing it. I'm closing it. I think nope.
Average level of Ottoman care for the Middle East, for the Arab world. This is how much Ottomans. This is the Ottomans.
The tone is that of a rich girl whose parents have gotten her a job and a degree and a car, and she f's up, and the world gives her a consequence while she lashes out and calls for her girlies.
Whoa! Thanks for $10. This is the Ottomans as they're drawing up the fucking Sanjaks, like and the Vilayets, drawing up the regions. This is how much of a shit they gave. Oh my God! Why is it so unstable over here? The thing with this is, like, there's not really any problem with being ignorant at some point and then learning stuff later. It's just that Hassan, he acts as if he's been, like, on this topic. Like, he's been, like, he talks like he's been in the shit for 10 years. He always says that, 10 years. This is not 10 years ago, man. This is not even...
Nope. Got it.
How can you claim to actually care about this genocide when you're willing to so cynically exploit it to sidestep any criticism? What a bigot. Before we move on, Hassan has one final taste of idiocy for us all to enjoy.
Now, this kid is like, I think he was like 19 at the time when I talked to him, which means that for most of his life, he has withstood genocide, right? Like he is a person whose only experience is like, it's literally like talking to fucking Anne Frank, basically, okay? Being able to talk to Anne Frank in real time.
To quote Anne Frank, I keep my ideals because in spite of everything, I still believe that people are really good at heart. Anne Frank continues to inspire generations of people because in the face of a genocide that eventually took her and her entire family's life, except for her dad, she refused to give in to hate, malice, and violence. And then there's this guy, who would have killed Anne Frank if he ever met her.
You might think this is a sweet, innocent girl. Well, I'm happy to tell you guys we are working on a new edition just for you, Hassan. You should hear about the time she went roaming the streets of Berlin at night with a knife, slitting the throats of families, including children, babies, and the elderly. She's killed children, you guys. She even rapes people. She's just like Luffy. There is no other way to describe this than terrorist propaganda. Not only is he platforming terrorist propaganda, right, uncritically, he's participating in it. He's enhancing it. He is not just a conduit. He is an active participant who's disseminating it to more and more people in a way more consumable form. This is extremely fucked up. But why should he care? Their flag doesn't say death to fucking Turks. It says curse upon the Jews. Hassan likes to obfuscate on this and says, nobody cares when Sean Penn interviewed El Chapo.
Sean Penn literally interviewed El Chapo. Exactly, dude.
Nobody is saying you can't have difficult conversations with controversial people. You just have to ask them hard questions, guys.
We know this. Now let's move on to everybody's favorite terrorist organization, our friends in the north. It's Hezbollah. Where do I even begin? Thousands of civilians have been killed globally from their terrorist acts, car bombs, and suicide attacks. They even assassinated the Lebanese prime minister. They've hijacked civilian airplanes. They've shot 15,000 rockets into civilian centers. And if you can imagine, that's not even the worst things they've done. They participated in the slaughter of over 500,000 Syrian civilians to help a dictator, Bashar Assad, stay in power. They indiscriminately bombed over civilian centers, and they killed hundreds of thousands of civilians in what can only be described as a genocide. They are a designated terrorist group by the US, by the EU, and, oh yeah, the entire Arab League, which gave them that status after their participation in the Syrian genocide. In short, nobody likes them. Well, there is one person.
Hezbollah is a paramilitary organization.
Do we like them or no?
They are a terrorist organization. Like they're designated. They are designated by the American state as a terrorist organization.
I do not like them then.
Well, like
I like what you like.
I don't have an issue with them. Let's just say.
This is Hezbollah's leader, Hassan Nasrallah. According
He's so grumpy. They should have got a picture of him that he's a bit more smiley. You know, this doesn't really capture his energy that well. Or when he's got his finger up and he's like yapping about some shit.
Piker, this man is a brilliant freedom fighter. But before we get into that, let's see how he feels about Jewish people. Here are some choice quotes from Hezbollah's leader, Hassan Nasrallah. According to Shaul Shai, Hassan Nasrallah said in a speech delivered in Beirut, "What do the Jews want? They want security and money. Throughout history, the Jews have been Allah's most cowardly and avaricious creatures. If you look all over the world, you will find no one more miserly or greedy than they are."
I really wish it was, because this is according to Shaul Shai. Who is Shaul Shai? I know in recent years, he's an Israeli military historian. The problem with so many of these people, like for some reason, like academics or writers in the Middle East, like they really seem to be quite lazy. Like they really scrimp when it comes to sourcing their claims and like footnoting and things like that. And it happens with in all parts. When I look for Nasrallah being openly like anti-Semitic, like stereotypically anti-Semitic, I feel like he doesn't do it that often, and he's obviously very tactical because people like Nasrallah and leaders of Hamas know this as well. It's like they know that they have friends in the Western left, and they know they've had these friends for a long time, so they know how to shut the fuck up like when they need to. But look up the speech on Al-Manar directly and said, "Yeah, don't worry, Alice. I'm just gonna go watch an Al-Manar TV segment from 28th of September 2001 with my access to the Al-Manar TV archives and the fact that I can speak Arabic and the fact that I can subtitle it." Yeah, just give me a minute. Just give me a quick moment.
All over the world, you will find no one more miserly or greedy than they are.
I don't have.
I imagine it probably just doesn't exist online. Search it in memory. I've looked, okay? You're wrong, it's in their manifesto. What? Their fucking open letter from 1985.
If we search the entire world for a person more cowardly, despicable, weak, and feeble in psyche, mind, ideology, and religion, we would not find anyone like the Jew. Notice, I do not say Israeli.
I don't have an issue with them.
If Jews all gathered in Israel...
This quote is true because there's audio of it. I've heard this one before. And I showed it to my dad and he was like, yeah, that's what he's saying. Yeah. And then he also follows up with like... Yeah, but that's just them like hyping him up. He's like, it's just hype. It's just how he talks.
Will save us the trouble of going after them worldwide. The history of Jews has proven that, regardless of the Zionist proposal, they are a people who are evil in their ideas. The state of the grandsons of apes and pigs, the Zionist Jew, the murderers of the prophet. The Jews invented the legend of the Nazi atrocity.
I've actually had to order recently an entire book of Nasrallah speeches. It's like 500 pages of Nasrallah speeches. And so I will get answers, okay? And I think they're mostly from back in the day as well. So we will have answers, okay? It's happening.
I don't have an issue with them.
هذا التحالف إسرائيل
I can't believe I'm calling Nasrallah base. I mean, listen. Listen. You have to remember something, okay? A lot of these dudes, you see them in their fucking fits.
There's nothing wrong with calling Nasrallah brilliant. He's very smart, well-spoken, and well-read. Okay. There is a problem with probably saying that in conjunction with supporting them, though, and saying you don't have an issue with them. But, you know, you guys have no fucking standards, and you hate Arabs. So that's, unless you get to use their fucking bodies as a means of moral self-aggrandizement. Like, to say you don't have an issue with Hezbollah after what they did in Syria, where they killed more fucking Arabs than any, like, Israeli army could ever possibly reach. Yeah, there's probably a problem with that. But I guess you guys don't give a fuck. Yeah.
And you hear about, like, some of their attitudes about, like, gay people, for example, and you immediately fucking resort to Orientalist perspectives, not realizing that these motherfuckers are better read than you by a million.
Also, you would never use this. Like, how many people are well-read who are shit? Lots of people do horrible things but are well-read. Like, well-read is not a defense. David Irving is well-read, okay? It's also just, it's also a little bit ignorant as well, because, like, Nasrallah is a cleric, right? He's an Islamic cleric. Nasrallah he never really branded himself as like an intellectual or an academic or a well-read person. Part of Nasrallah's appeal is that he had a very common man story. Nasrallah's appeal was from the fact that he was from a fairly poor family, I think initially in South Beirut. And there was always this thing about how he had like a very working man's accent, like a working class commoner's accent from Beirut. So I don't even know. It's just like, it's very silly, and the Hassan is just going for this angle to defend him. Like, he's really intelligent and well-read and like erudite. That's not really his appeal. His appeal is actually the opposite. He's more like a Trump figure in that sense, that about how he like speaks to that, and that's also actually how he gained a lot of this ability to speak to Lebanese people who were not Shia. Like, how he was able to gain Christian allies and Sunni allies as well.
Okay. Like, it's not a broken clock situation. No, dude. Half of these dudes literally get educated in America and in the UK. What the
like this as well? That's not why are you comparing like Hassan Nasrallah, like a Lebanese Shia who would have been educated in one of the shrine towns, the shrine cities in like Iraq or Iran, not fucking. Why are you putting him in the same umbrella as the likes of like Bin Laden and these like Saudi nutters who go or like Assad who goes to the UK for their education? These guys, like, these are very fucking different people from very different backgrounds and very different ideological persuasions. Like, what the fuck is this? Like, what the experiences of Sunni extremists or like Wahhabists or secular dictators versus like a Shiite cleric from Lebanon. It's so stupid. But these are all the same to him because, again, it's the Ottoman colonizer coming out of him again.
Fuck are you guys talking about?
The more you learn,
this is why it's Orientalist. To literally
ironically, after he's just said like two of the most Orientalist things you could say in response to people talking about Nasrallah.
Look at these dudes and go, oh no, they're fucking barbaric baboons, and like sometimes they get this shit right. No, dude, he knows. It's crazy. He's read more books than you could ever imagine.
Knowledge.
And also, ultimately, he is regarded as a pretty.
What books? Like, what's his field? I know he's a Shia cleric. That was his thing. Like, this is the worst thing. It's like Hassan, a piker, not Nasrallah. Hassan doesn't know anything about this person that he's praising. He doesn't know anything about Nasrallah's background, about what he did, about where he was educated, about how he came to power. He doesn't care about any of it. It's just, all he sees is just a fucking like mouthy dude who sounds cool, I guess, and shits on Israel, and that's all he is. He's just viewed through the lens of Israel. He doesn't really have any interest in this in anything about Nasrallah as a person or as an ideologue or a speaker or a political figure. He's winging it. He's making shit up as he goes along.
Pretty brilliant a person in terms of like everything that he's done. You might not agree with his methods. You might not agree with his attitude overall in terms of like his social,
well, like murdering your political opponents and then just calling them Israeli afterwards. Or going to Syria and murdering civilians over there and calling them Israeli as well. You notice that that's what they do. It's a very, whenever you look at Hezbollah, like talking about any fucking enemy they have, they always like to link them back to Israel. They did it when they won that battle against ISIS on the border. They were like, this is a win against Zionism. Fuck me.
Opinions on civil liberties and shit like that. But ultimately, this motherfucker has read a shit ton of books.
Wow. Knowledge. I feel I've shown you guys enough evidence that Hezbollah is an evil terrorist organization, but have you considered this?
What you meant to say is Hezbollah is Muslim. Okay? That's what you meant to say. What you meant to say is they're Muslim. So, of course, as they're Muslim, it's different.
If you're wondering why Hassan's audience is so radicalized, it's because of stuff like this.
Israel, America's greatest ally, the most important country in the world, the most moral nation, the most moral democracy on the planet, is ruthlessly and mercilessly bombing southern Lebanon, including southern Beirut.
What did Lebanon do?
They just kind of were there. They happen to be Israel's neighbor.
You're kidding.
Yeah.
I don't remember this clip. I don't think I've seen that one. Really? They were just kind of there. Okay. That's well, this guy's a normie. I can just kind of, I can just get away with it. It's not really worth going into. Oh God.
Yeah.
Even as someone who's critical of Israel, this retelling is fucking insane.
They just kind of were there.
Hezbollah started launching rockets into Israel hours after the October 7th raid began. They launched 12,000 rockets, killed nearly 100 people, including 12 children.
You see, he's not even a smart propagandist. Like, you could, oh God, why wouldn't you say that, like, there are a few ways you could go about it. You could go to the level 1. You could go to dipshit propagandists and just say, they fired at Israel because they wanted to take the pressure off of the genocide in Gaza. And they said, if you stop in Gaza, we'll stop in the north. Sorry, yeah, good. And actually, most of the Israelis that they killed were soldiers, right? Depending on which part of the time frame it was. So you could say that, okay? Or you could do the level 2 propaganda and you say, well, where was the first place that Hezbollah fired on? Was it Israel? It's like, no, they fired at Sheba. They fired the Sheba Farms, which is in the occupied Golan Heights, which actually there's a very strong case that the Sheba Farms should be part of Lebanon because of the people who used that land over the last 100 years. So really, so Hezbollah is not allowed to attack IDF bases, military bases in military occupied territory that has a much better justification of being part of Lebanon than it does of being Israel. And then someone might respond to that argument by saying, well, the Sheba Farms, maybe it should be in Lebanon. I think it should be. But legally, it's part of Syria. That's where the UN puts it. And Syria has never officially rescinded their claim to the Sheba Farms. One foreign minister said it once in the middle of the 2006 war. Assad never ceded the Sheba Farms to Lebanon. And the UN has never done that either. That's why the blue line puts the Sheba Farms into the Golan Heights, not into Lebanon. And there is no one in international law or in the international community who would make the argument that Hezbollah, which is not the Lebanese state, would be the ones fighting on behalf of Lebanon to claim Lebanese occupied territory. That's a ridiculous argument for so many different reasons. If the Sheba Farms are ever going to go to Lebanon, you need, first of all, Syria to say it's part of Lebanon, which they never have officially done. And then you would need Syria and Israel to negotiate the withdrawal from the Golan Heights and Lebanon to be part of that negotiation to the Lebanese government to take control over the Sheba Farms, not Hezbollah. But, Lebanon, they were just kind of there, Israel was just like... well, we're fighting in Gaza. What okay. Anyone else? War cabinet meeting, genocide Gaza. Anyone else? And then some guy in the corner is like, Hezbollah's over there. Okay. No, sorry. That's not even what that's not even what happened. They're at the war cabinet and they're like, okay, we're about to finish. Anything else? And then some guy's like, Lebanon. Lebanon's a country on our northern border. Oh yeah, it is. Let's bomb the fuck out of them too. They were just kind of there. Well done, Hassan. Well done. I love it how the levels of dishonesty and simplicity sort of like change depending on who he's talking to, depending on like how uninformed he thinks the other person is and what he can get away with.
There.
Hezbollah.
They happen to be Israel's neighbor.
You're kidding.
Yeah.
Even as someone who's critical of Israel, this retelling is fucking insane.
They just kind of were there.
Hezbollah started launching rockets into Israel hours after the October 7th raid began. They launched 12,000 rockets, killed nearly 100 people, including 12 children, and displaced 250,000 Israelis from northern Israel. That's what caused them to respond.
What did Lebanon do?
Shit. Why did he ask that? What do I say? Do I tell him the real reason? No, my audience will kill me for being a Zionist. Okay, let's try this. They just kind of were there. Hell yeah, another slick political safe by boots on the ground, Hassan Piker. Damn, I'm good.
Even as a pro-Palestine activist, how does lying about this serve your agenda? All it does is further radicalize people. It removes any nuance, and it avoids any criticism for his team. And this is what continues to drive this conflict on forever. Hassan is dedicated to pleasing his radical audience, even at the price of knowingly lying to them for TikTok and Twitter likes.
I'm a propagandist.
Or he's being paid, which, you know, we can't rule out. What a pathetic propagandist piece of shit liar he is.
Oh my God, blowout.
Let's move to Hamas, the catalyst for this entire thing. They're the ones that committed this horrible act of terrorism, one of the worst the world has ever seen, on October 7th. They are without a doubt the most extreme of all of these terrorist organizations. They are Islamic jihadists that want to convert all of Israel into an Islamic state under Sharia law. That's their stated goal. Hamas has been on the designated terrorist group pretty much as long as there's been a group. These guys have been suicide bombing civilians before ISIS leaders were even born. They fired 50,000 rockets into civilian populations and performed over 100 suicide bombings, killing thousands of civilians. Women are restricted from participating in the workplace and public life. Homosexuality is outlawed, and in some cases, of course, punishable by death. They steal foreign aid from the people of Gaza and repurpose it for military use, or they just sell it back to them. For example, why are all the Hamas leaders billionaires? And let's be real, these guys clearly are not skipping any meals. While the people of Gaza...
I think this guy... he had a fucking exercise bike. This guy here, I feel like he's going to have some role to play in Hamas's leadership going forward. This guy, Khaled Mashal, is like, he's their... he's quite funny. He's kind of like Hamas's lefty whisperer. Whenever I see clips of him talking, he's always, especially if he's talking in Arab media to other like Arab commentators, he's always yapping off about how you need to harness the friendships that we have in the Western left and with Western Jews and all that. Is he moderate? No, he's not fucking moderate. But he is very mindful, I think, more than other Hamas people. Like, he talks a lot about speaking the language of the Western left. Like, he's like he's the lefty whisperer. He is the guy who was in Hania's position, the head of the Politburo, when the 2017 charter came out. He was the guy behind that. Where they basically reframe Hamas's position as not so much a religious war, but one of human rights. And where they get rid of all the references to Jews and switch it to Zionists and things like that. So that's kind of like his role, is to make themselves more palatable to a Western audience whilst maintaining all the same goals. Because the 2017 charter has all the same goals as the first one. None of that changes. It's just the rhetoric is a bit different. It's massaged.
And let's be real, these guys clearly are not skipping any meals. While the people of Gaza languish in poverty, these fine gentlemen are living in multi-million-dollar penthouses in Qatar.
That lines up with leftist values.
Yeah.
Or, well, they were billionaires. Because they're all dead.
Yeah.
They killed it all. They're all dead. Hamas is a bunch of psychopathic terrorists of the worst order. And nobody would be crazy enough to defend them. No, is this Hassan again? Hassan defended Hamas? Seriously? Okay. We had to make last-minute changes to this part to prevent it from being age-restricted on YouTube. I cut out the footage from Hamas, and I will attempt to narrate it for you as best I can. In this scene, an older woman is walking hand in hand with a girl who looks about 12. And as they're getting in the back of the van, one of the terrorists gives them a wave goodbye and says goodbye to them in English. And the two of them smiling wave back.
Oh, wait, did Hassan... There's no way Hassan fell for this. There's no way. I don't remember. He really fell for the smiling Israeli girls when they're being filmed with guys with fucking guns, their captors looking at them and staring at them as they're about to be released. And we think that they're acting in a sincere, natural, unprompted way. What? Let's see. No way. No.
And the two of them smiling wave back.
That's crazy, dog. Dude. Okay, that's crazy. That's crazy. That actually, okay, that's too
Obviously,
much. Obviously,
the chat is like, that's funny, best friends, like, what did it say there? Look at the difference, how they treat them. Yeah.
Crazy. That actually, okay, that's too much. That's too much. That's more than I expect. Bro, every time they're releasing hostages, the next wave, they're gonna be like, actually, I'm good. Like, I'm staying.
These hostages are being released at gunpoint.
Mate, if you're falling for this, especially after all the pomp that happened on that stage with the recent releases, if that's what you're gonna fall for, I think your head should be donated to science. Like, what the fuck is going on inside there? Ugh.
By the people who likely murdered their family in front of them before kidnapping them. Hassan peddling this narrative that they're sad to leave their captors is beyond disgusting.
The next wave, they're gonna be like, actually, I'm good.
It's plainly obvious these are traumatized victims who are scared for their life and doing what the terrorists are telling them to do in order to avoid any conflict on the way out.
Shit,
oh,
really?
Look at the sweet masked terrorist with his AK-47. He's so nice. Did you guys see how he waves goodbye?
You mean Hamas, like the masters of fucking propaganda in the region? The guys who literally the only war they can ever win and will ever win is the propaganda war. Those guys would take the propaganda seriously. So when those guys put a camera in front of you, they're probably doing it for propaganda purposes and they're going to influence what is actually captured by that camera. Really? That's fucking crazy, chat.
Dude, okay, I'm gonna be honest. This is some crazy PR. They look traumatized as fuck. Wait, what? Bro, they look like they're chilling.
This girl who had her foot blasted off on October 7th and then operated on without anesthesia or painkillers is so sorry to say goodbye to her captors. She's gonna miss their hospitality, like being raped and being watched showering and changing.
The next wave, they're gonna be like, actually, I'm good. Like, I'm staying.
It's so obvious the terrorists are telling them what to do. Ethan, how can you say that? They look so happy. Keep waving. These morons forgot to cut out this part. Yes, that's a terrorist giving them an order to keep waving. And she does. See how fast she reacts? Totally not a fearful victim of terrorism.
Someone in chat saying better healthcare under Hamas
how
than
fast
under
she
Likud.
reacts?
Really? Oh, God. Pretty sure Netanyahu, like the Israeli healthcare system is like pretty decent, I thought, but okay.
Totally not a fearful victim of terroristic kidnapping. Anyone peddling this nonsense should be embarrassed and ashamed. How pathetic can you get?
The next wave, they're gonna be like, actually, I'm good. Bro, they look like they're chilling.
All right, the Houthis is one thing, but he's not going to turn on Hamas propaganda videos and watch it on stream. There's no way. Okay, it's getting hard to defend him. Freedom fighters, musical shit.
here is a video that came out of how Hamas produces their own motherfucking sniper rifles.
He can hardly contain his admiration for them.
Produces their own motherfucking sniper rifle.
Let's see how long he can go without offering any commentary or analysis on this Hamas hype video.
Is that COD?
Forgotten Weapon said this video is fake. It's a propaganda video. So maybe wouldn't be surprised if it was fake. If they couldn't actually build a fucking sniper rifle with a what seems to be like a 70-year-old lathe. Okay.
One minute, 36 seconds. Nice. He's taken his time to analyze and think. I expect nothing less from a journalist such as Hassan.
Quiet, everybody. He's about to speak. He's gonna talk.
That's crazy.
He's done it again. We love you.
I did watch the video, yeah. Like, it does look like, it seems quite convincing that what they were doing was just like assembling Iranian sniper rifles using mostly, like, using the main parts that they got were from Iran.
We will continue killing your soldiers by our locally manufactured snipers. Wow, there's a little message for the Americans out there as well. They're saying like artisanal snipers. So, why am I showing you this?
Good question. Why are you showing us 2 minutes of uninterrupted Hamas propaganda? I'm sure he has a good answer.
The reason why I'm showing you this is because one thing that the Israeli maintenance of the apartheid has shown us is that there are no half measures on genocide. You either got to hit the full gen, okay? You can't do half genocide, a little bit of displacement, and then continue maintaining an apartheid state and maintaining an occupation, okay? Which is basically what America did back in the day when, you know.
Did he call it? Did he call it fucking artisanal sniper? An artisanal sniper. A mom and pop shop sniper.
We were building America, Manifest Destiny, right?
Hold on. You showed this to us because of Manifest Destiny? The fuck are you talking about? This is just word salad.
This is like the H Bomber guy thing where you structure what they're saying like this. This is what I mean though. Like when you're a streamer, you're not actually like a show. You're not a video essay. You're definitely not even a lecture, right? You are just noise in the background for people whilst they're having a wank or working their desk job or doing both at the same time, right? It's just
He's really saying nothing here. So he has no good reason. Got it. Okay, fine. He likes Hamas. He watches their propaganda. But he's not going to deny the violent rapes that took place. That is way beyond the pale.
There is one instance in captivity that we have actually gotten verifiable evidence on. Beyond that,
by verifiable evidence here, at this point, he meant a survivor talking, but he doesn't count witness statements. Even what the UN termed credible witness statements, you can look at the report. They say it multiple times. That's not valid to him. Watch the Denims clip on this. On what? The rapes? Or artisanal snipers? He's a master sniper tier. Is a woman who builds sniper rifles a sniperess?
systematized mass rapes that Hamas dealt on October 7, not a single bit of that has been verified. And people still run with it over and over and over again.
Many young people who are simply attending a music festival. Women were horribly raped. As I said then, I say today, Israel has a right to defend itself.
What rapes did Hezbollah do? Bro, what rapes did Hamas do? What are you talking about?
The Stop Anti-Semitism account that considered me to be anti-Semite of the week has also been hallucinating rapes once again, doing rape fantasies once again, because they're fucking mentally ill.
Hamas has committed horrific acts of sexual violence and took
women and girls, men and boys slaughtered after enduring sexual violence. The deadliest day of the...
It's like, do you notice how he keeps saying the problem is this ordered, directly, systematized, widespread? They don't mention that, and he still freaks out. He's just saying people were raped. Which, again, with the evidence we have, they were. Like, we have about as much evidence for it as we do for any time a historian has said that, yeah, there were rapes here. Yeah. And it was quite a lot, given that the attack didn't last that long and only took place in a small area. It's for the Israel-Palestine conflict, it's quite a lot of rapes to happen in a single day, or even like a few hours. But, you know.
For the Jewish people.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic.
What's the evidence? If you look at the UN, it's mostly a combination of some circumstantial digital evidence and what they call credible witness evidence, as in they ask multiple witnesses from different areas and find out that they saw roughly the same thing, right? And if they can correspond to the bodies as well. Whereas they were willing to write off some of the witnesses when they said, like, say if one witness said something about a rape in a particular kibbutz, but then the two victims and what other people said when they found their bodies was different, then they would write that one off. They found that for, I think, two. There were two witness statements, like two famous ones, that were unverifiable, they said. But the other ones, they were credible witness statements, which is what you do in history. In history, we don't know that rapes happen in history because of kits, right? Because of smear tests or whatever, or because of fucking camera footage. We know because witnesses corroborate evidence. Or because of circumstantial evidence like, there's a really strange number of women who are stripped from the waist down with their legs spread apart when they were killed.
For me, even this much. So that's the other part of this problem that many people can't contend with. Like,
I can't believe how quickly leftists go from believe all women to pics or it didn't happen. The vast majority of people, if not all, who were raped
Hey, that's my argument. Shit.
Murdered on the spot, obviously.
Gam Goldstein Almog was kidnapped from her home on October 7th by Hamas terrorists and was held captive for 51 days. Though only 17 years old, she witnessed the murder of her father and sister on that day and is now speaking out about what she witnessed in Gaza as well in a new documentary by Sheryl Sandberg, Screams Before Silence. In new footage, Agam reveals that sexual assault and rape was a regular component of the life as a hostage in Gaza.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th.
Hassan, maybe you would like to call her a liar. Please, go right ahead.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th.
There are dozens of testimonies from witnesses, most of who were in hiding and heard or saw it happen. And each week, there's more stories coming out. There's a UN report that concludes it happened.
Doesn't matter.
But Hassan needs a rape kit from a mutilated body. It's so vile to deny the suffering and trauma of the victims just because you need your heroes at Hamas to be perfect. This conflict will never end until people realize that Palestinian liberation and Israeli security are not mutually exclusive.
Whoa!
You need both. And it can be done, but not while people like Hassan lie, propagandize, and incite hate. It's people like him, ironically, that prolong the conflict.
What is this Denims clip you guys keep on talking about? I can't see it. I never saw it on my feed. I haven't seen people reference it on Twitter. What is this clip? Do I need to watch this clip? Must I be subjected? She had a lot of viewers when this nuke came out. She had a shitload of viewers. She had more viewers than Hassan. And it didn't look like they were botted because the chats were moving at around the same time as Hassan's was. The same speed, I mean. H3 sub has it. Well. Let me see. Ooh! Come on! Denim's caught in a lie. Okay. Denims chose Destiny as a love interest on a dating show. Okay. Disingenuous Denims. Cope session. Shits on Ethan for using Wikipedia but then uses it herself. Says she only believes women who come forward with sexual abuse. Oh, is this like witnesses? Okay. All right, this is our shitting on witness statements. This is what we're looking at. This one. Okay. Historian here, like you say, we use eyewitness records that were written later because in the majority of cases, it's the only thing left. With luck, you have archaeological evidence, but not always. Wow, that's crazy. Wow! My chat agrees with me. That's fucking mental. What?
Like, I can't believe how quickly leftists go from believe all women to pics or it didn't happen. The vast majority of people, if not all, who were raped were murdered on the spot.
Here's the thing, though. We are believing the women who come forward and talk about their sexual abuse or experiences. I'm not going to believe fucking Biden when he tells me that everybody's getting raped.
It wasn't Biden, though. Biden said people got raped because Israeli witnesses who survived said they saw it. Do we not believe witness statements, though? Is that not allowed? You can corroborate witness statements, though. You can corroborate them. You can have more than one witness to a crime. And you can also, like we've done in the past, is have a circumstantial evidence, because usually if you see a dead woman who's stripped from the waist down and her legs are spread apart, and you see multiple people like that, then you're probably going to assume that some sexual violence happened. But yeah, we typically don't conduct these things in when it comes to wartime. We don't really conduct our analysis in a fucking lab. Okay, we work with what we have.
Fucking Biden when he tells me that everybody's getting raped.
Fuck Biden.
That's insane.
Okay.
You realize that that's insane, right?
Obviously.
Dam Goldstein Almog was kidnapped from her home on October 7th by Hamas terrorists and was held captive for 51 days.
Oh, this is a survivor.
Though only 17 years
no.
old, she witnessed the murder of her father and sister on that day and is now speaking out about what she witnessed in Gaza as well in a new documentary.
Oh, shit. She just said that she believed survivors, though, when they talk. Oh. This ain't Biden. That's no corn pop nemesis, Jack.
By Sheryl Sandberg, Screams Before Silence. In new footage, Agam reveals that sexual assault and rape was a regular component of the life as a hostage in Gaza.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th.
Hassan, maybe you would like to call her a liar. Please, go right ahead.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th.
There are dozens of testimonies from witnesses, most of who were in hiding and heard or saw it happen. And each week there's more stories coming out. There's a UN report that concludes it happened.
Doesn't matter.
But Hassan needs a rape kit from a mutilated...
Wait, wasn't this disproven? Was this clip from her disproven? Is he going to play the clip of her saying anything?
No, and actually the survivors who spoke were in the UN report as they had two levels. One was reasonable grounds to believe, and the other was clear and convincing evidence. How would you disprove the survivor? What, like, what they asked Hamas and they were like, no, I didn't do it? What do you mean? With respect to hostages, the mission team found clear and convincing information that some have been subjected to various forms of conflict-related sexual violence, including rape and sexualized torture, and sexualized, cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment. and reasonable grounds, because there are two standards. There's reasonable grounds to believe, and then above that there was clear and convincing. And clear and convincing was the higher standard, but it was for hostages. Also, no one reads this report. It's like credible sources. That's what they describe with the witnesses. But there are some witnesses who they discount because a couple of witnesses in this report said things that they couldn't verify. It was like one witness said something, but it's contradicted by what all the other witnesses said. But for the other ones, I wonder if there's one for even the gang rape incident. They described that as reasonable grounds to believe. Credible sources. Including credible statements by eyewitnesses, there are reasonable grounds to believe that multiple incidents of rape, including gang rape, occurred in and around the Nova Festival site. Ooh. Uh-oh. That's a good one as well, though, for the postmodernist React stream, right? The postmodernist React stream, you can just throw in a, wait, wasn't this debunked? Like, well, something around that might have been. So something like 4 degrees of separation from this particular story might have been debunked. Yeah, that has nothing to do with this.
Indefinitely. There's no space for conversation. There's no space for rational thought. There's no space for nuance. My position on Palestine is like 5 degrees off from where Hassan is. And to him and his community, I'm the devil. I'm a Nazi. It's delusional thinking, and it's destructive to their own cause.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th.
Oh no, Frogan did the thing as well. This is the same.
Why do you say that? Because, bro, you're... wasn't she in the IDF?
Yeah. Sam for
Frogan.
Mandatory service.
That's sad. That's terrorism, bro.
Right.
That's sad. Feel bad for you guys. Ethan Klein, bro, you're ugly as fuck, bro. You're ugly as shit. You look like a rapist. You look like a fucking rapist, Ethan. Feel bad for you guys. Ethan Klein, bro, you're ugly as fuck, bro. You're ugly as shit. You look like a rapist.
Yeah, there's literally a Sneeko fan.
Uh-oh.
The fuck?
Oh my god, bro, I love you. Can I give you a hug, bro?
I'm so sweaty, bro.
I love you, bro.
I'm so sweaty.
I love you, bro. I have to interview you. You're my hero, bro. I love you, bro. You're really...
Well, how does Frogan handle it? It's not going to be...
I have to interview you. You're my hero, bro. I love you, bro. You're the coolest guy in the world, bro. Hold on, I think I look gay now. Hold on.
Okay, 3, 2, 1.
Does she just look down and not say anything? Oh wait, shit! I got something on my phone. Oh no, I gotta.
I love you, bro. I have to interview you. You're my hero, bro.
Holy shit! My Candy Crush.
I think I look gay now. Hold on.
Okay, 3, 2, 1.
Wow. Lightning strikes twice, eh?
Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. God forbid you throw up the fucking green Hamas banner. What is this?
And now, let's move on to our next terrorist organization, Twitch TV. Sinwar, Nasrallah, Dan Clancy. Of course, I'm being a little silly when I call Twitch a terrorist organization. It's only a megaphone for terrorist propaganda. Dan Clancy has been the CEO for a few years, and under his leadership, there's been a few notable instances, one being reducing the premium subscription split from 70-30 to 50-50, which he reversed after backlash. He also attempted to ban the size of sponsored logos on stream to 3% of the size of the screen, was also reversed after backlash. So he's essentially achieved nothing. Oh, well, there is one thing. He actually laid off 900 employees. That one he did not take back. But here's where the trouble begins. He likes Hassan. He really likes Hassan. Let me read you an excerpt from a recent interview Dan did. Not a gamer himself, Clancy mostly watches musicians or talk shows on Twitch. He particularly enjoys leftist political commentator Hassan Piker.
Hey.
I like the frankness and the bluntness. He's comfortable saying whatever he believes. Don't you think that might be part of the problem there, Danny boy?
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October.
Oh my god, chat. New goal. New goal. There's a new goal went up. Can you believe it? There's a new goal. Who knows what'll happen after this goal?
7.
By speaking what he believes, he should be on Rumble with the other fringe radical political streamers. But no, not under Dan Clancy's watch. Dan has elevated him to the status of Twitch Golden Boy. And if you still have doubts, let this settle the matter. Just for clarity, Dan Clancy is the one filming and singing in this video.
Happy birthday to you.
What the fuck?
Happy birthday to you.
Bro, we're never beating the Hassan Runs Twitch allegations after this. This is crazy. Oh my God.
Happy birthday, dear Hassan.
This is crazy.
I love two things on Twitch, gooning and terrorism. Yeah, we're here on Twitch to do gooning and terrorism. And I'm all out of goon.
Happy birthday to you.
I'm cooked, I'm cooked.
Happy birthday from Twitch, Hassan. Happy birthday from Twitch.
I've been looking around and I genuinely have never seen another video like this anywhere, where Dan Clancy or any top executive forced all these poor sons of bitches during their lunch break to gather around in the crew room and sing happy birthday for Hassan Piker. How humiliating is that? There's also a small issue of Dan being a total creep.
Want to explore clips?
That's very nice.
And now you have a clips feed. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Suppose you want to check out the stories to see what you missed yesterday. You click there, and now you're in your stories feed. Okay?
Okay.
Oh no.
That's very nice.
Yeah.
That's also...
Okay? Okay. Suppose you want to check out the stories
Dan Gooney.
to see what you missed yesterday. You click there. And now you're in your stories. Okay?
Okay.
Oh no.
That's very nice.
Yeah.
That's also...
You have a seat
Okay.
on that chair.
Okay.
What were you doing with your pants there?
You know, Dan, I would have let this creep narrative go. If it didn't happen twice, roll it.
You want to see clips? Swipe this way, and now you're seeing clips.
The
clips are. And
Wait, didn't he have a fucking Pornhub account with his name? Wasn't this a thing? I'm not wrong about this, am I? That he had a particular taste for the teen category. He was a connoisseur of the teen category on Pornhub. Oh no. Oh no. Why would you use your fucking, I think it was the same name as Twitter handle. It was his work email. Bro.
That's not necessarily the algorithm.
First of all, it's gross enough you're a creep, but what an incompetent idiot you are. You're the CEO of Twitch and you get caught with the fucking... You get caught with the girlies on your homepage twice? Bro, come on, dude. You got wife, man. You got daughters. We don't need to know about this. Don't want that in my head, bro. It's also a little bit disturbing considering, you know, he's these people's bosses.
Okay?
Is there a guy in the background just watching the Houthi dance at the Twitch offices? That's good.
Considering, you know, he's these people's bosses.
Okay?
All right, so he's incompetent. He's a creep. He's protecting terrorist propagandists. So what's up? So what's the big deal?
I'm sorry, but who actually makes accounts on porn sites? Older people, I guess. Boomers. Boomer gooners. Okay.
Dan Clancy. Well, what happened next is what really made me realize how corrupted and rotten Twitch is to the very core of the organization. First, let me introduce you to Frogan.
Why didn't you go take a trip to Home Depot and buy some rope?
She's one of Hassan's main moderators. She's leading great discourse like Ethan's Islamophobic for saying, don't kill civilians. She has zero talent.
She has 100 concurrent viewers, but somehow she's always on the homepage. She's winning awards. Nobody's watching her. Nobody cares. Why is she relevant? We don't know. It's important for me to show you guys what an actual horrible person Frogan is, so that you can see who Twitch is elevating. So let's start with this clip. Ludwig, a large streamer on Twitch, donated $10,000 to the Palestinian Children's Relief Fund. That's a wonderful thing to do, right? No, not good enough for Frogan.
I find ultimately, like, if I were to do a charity thing where the charity thing relies on your donations, it should be something where like 95% of people feel good and are down for it. And like ultimately, regardless of what you think, that is not the situation here. So I personally donated 10K. Because I think...
What do you think about Lud? What do I think about Ludwig? Like this guy, the streamer. I don't know why you would ever ask me that question. Why would you ask me my opinion on Ludwig? You might as well be asking me my opinion on a bowl of cornflakes. Like, okay, yeah, I guess it's like, it's there. It's never really going away. Is it bad? Not really. It just doesn't make me feel anything.
It is worthwhile. And if you guys got some extra bread, I would recommend you donate. But I won't throw it on you, you know what I mean? No thanks. And some people are going to say that, you know what I mean? That's why it's the difference.
This is a cracker take.
Between like, hey, I can put my money where my mouth is, but I don't need to put your money there. I don't need to enter a fucking debate about whether that's worthwhile.
Take. I know Arabs are dying, but you know, I'm not going to tell you to donate.
He's giving 10K, mate. 10K. That's like, what was that? It's like 6 emergency rent funds. It's like half a year of your rent, buddy.
Do whatever you want. Me, I donated $10,000, but I'm not going to promote it. Just don't say you donated $10,000 then. Look, if you're not actively believing, if you don't believe in the cause, and if you're not against genocide at this point, like, keep your fucking money. Keep your $10,000. Keep your little chump change. Like,
Why? Why would you call it chump change when you're begging for rent, my friend? What the fuck? Why is everyone just like pretending to be someone else when they stream? Like, it's so weird. Chump change. Peanuts.
Like, what do you want? Do you want me to say like congratulations?
Imagine being Frogan, a leftist living in LA in comfort, begging for her rent money on stream, and telling displaced and famished Palestinian children, no kids, you need to give that 10,000 back. Ludwig didn't pass my purity test.
Keep your fucking money.
But wait, there's more.
I have no pity at all for any fucking soldiers. Distress, thank you so much. I will never have any fucking pity for any fucking soldiers. U.S. military? Boo fucking who? I hope you get PTSD. Oh my god, I want my fucking Camaro, no student loans. Fuck you. I hope you get PTSD.
Whoa.
And I hope you get no health insurance when you get back into fucking America.
This clip obviously made the rounds on social media and rightfully outraged a lot of people. Here's how she responded the next day.
I hope you get PTSD. And I hope you get no health insurance when you get back into fucking America. And they posted it in my head. I'm like, base? Base? Like, am I supposed to be like I'm not walking back on it. I still fucking agree with it. Base?
The soundbite is just like rotting my brain. It's gonna replace my inner monologue at this point. Based?
The smug defiance Frogan is showing is only because she knows that Twitch will do nothing to moderate her, despite veterans being classified as a protected group in Twitch's own community guidelines. But wait, there's more!
Oh my god, she's mouthing it. Oh no.
6250. 9/11 baking stream with Raph and Capri. If we get to this goal by 9/11, Capri, Raph, and I will make the Twin Towers out of a stacked cake, and we'll make an airplane, and we'll recreate 9/11.
This tweet was the final straw for me. You'll notice the date is October 7th, 2023, the morning of the massacre, at 5:30 a.m. Pacific time. At this moment, Hamas militants had infiltrated a music festival and several kibbutzim, where they began their wanton slaying of civilians. Here's what she tweeted. Leftists preach and foam at the mouth at the thought of a revolution happening in America. But as soon as it happens in the Middle East, what they're doing is wrong. It's not what she said. It's when she said it. While she's on Twitter celebrating, I was listening to the local news in Israel. Families were calling into news stations begging for help. Let me show you what I mean.
איפה אתם? איפה אתם? יואו, ממי, תשלחי מיקום. תתרבו, תתרבו, תמצאו מקום, תתרבו. אבל אני אוהבת אותך, אנחנו בתוך הלחם, אי אפשר לצאת. אני יוצא לכיוון שלכם עכשיו, שלחי מיקום, שלחי מיקום, שלחי מיקום. שלחי מיקום. אני בא, ממי, שלחי מיקום, אלוהים.
The morning of October 7th, Israelis were listening to calls like this all morning long. Dozens of them. Imagine reading this tweet after listening to this. This woman should have moved on years ago to another profession, but for some reason Twitch is obsessed with keeping her on life support. And instead of moderating her, they actually gave her an award, Together for Legendary Woman, in which she would get front page placement all year long. This is actually my favorite detail about Frogan. She won a Rising Star Award at the Streamer Awards, an award show put on by her friends. And then the next year, guys, she gets nominated for Rising Star again. Are they fucking with her? You can't be Rising Star twice. It's up or it's down, man. In fact, you were never up. That was the problem. They tried to pretend like you were up, but you were always down. Rising Star twice. What's this, fucking Mario?
It's like you've been up and coming for 10 years. God.
You hit a boost up there or some shit. Because Frogan is the two-time Rising Star champ, and because of her massive viewership of 100 concurrent viewers, it only makes sense that Twitch would give her one of the main stages at TwitchCon to do a 45-minute long segment. Her idea that was Twitch approved, an Arab to Jew racial tier list. So the premise is who can say Habibi, an Arabic word of affection like baby or sweetheart. And this tier list determines who can say it. Top and most desirable tier is Arab. And at the bottom, the worst one is, quote, loves Sabra. Now, why does Love Sabra equate to Jews? Sabra is a well-known Israeli company that makes hummus. They've been on the divestment list for many, many years, so the activists are well aware of their status. Oh yeah, and Sabra literally means a Jew that was born in Israel. It also plays up an anti-Semitic.
I don't like the Sabra means Jew born in Israel, because no one, Frog doesn't even know what a Druze is. Lebanese woman doesn't even know what a Druze is, right? She's not going to know what Sabra means, but okay. There are better arguments.
The activists are well aware of their status. Oh yeah, and Sabra literally means a Jew that was born in Israel.
Oh,
It also plays up an anti-Semitic trope that denies Jewish identity in the Middle East. There's this idea that Israelis are all white colonizers who are stealing the culture and identity of Arabs to make it seem like they belong there. Watch Frogan and her co-hosts accuse Israelis of culturally appropriating Arab culture.
The one thing that's like funny is that there's two types of like genocide, right? There's like genocide of real people, and then there's like cultural genocide, right? Like this is fucking funny. Like, those motherfuckers trying to take hummus and say it's Israeli is the most insane thing to me.
Dude, the fact that they have the audacity to create Sabra and make that like the staple hummus of America, insane.
It's super offensive to us. And like that's
Oh, it's him as well. This fucking loser. Oh, he's gonna do it too, is he? This goofball. This goofy fuck who just relies on the fucking ignorance of his white audience because he's like an authentic Lebanese dude and shit. Even though he doesn't seem to know shit. There's no way this guy knows, this fucking idiot knows that most Israeli Jews are fucking Middle Eastern, right? They're the ones who make the hummus! Bro! It's not stolen. They've been eating it for as long as you have, motherfucker.
actual like cultural appropriation. Like people get mad when someone has like dreadlocks and they call that culture. I'm like, come on, it's just like a hairdo. Like it's okay. People like white people are allowed to have dreadlocks if they want dreadlocks, but like actually trying to claim our food, our desserts.
Just one question for you guys.
Who the fuck do you think is making the hummus in
Yes!
Israel? Martha Stewart? No,
Yes!
it's the same fucking Arabic-speaking Jews that you kicked out in the 1950s. Yes, they also like hummus, and they like all the same shit you do. Because they are you. They're from your country. You kicked them all out, and now you're accusing them of stealing your culture. You want to talk about cultural genocide? Well, here it is. You racist piece of shit.
Those motherfuckers trying to take hummus and say it's Israeli is the most insane thing to me.
Hey, scumbag, here's a hummus place we used to eat at. The chef is from Yemen. Here's another dude from Syria. Does this dude look like a white colonizer to you? Would you like to tell him he's stealing your culture? Well, this is what most Israelis look like.
Dude, the fact that they have the audacity to create Sabra.
This is casual bigotry being passed around like a leftist talking point. It's exactly why people are saying that anti-Semitism is coming mostly from the left. And yes, I know this dipshit is also Jewish. Incredible. He picked up so many tokens, he actually became one. And by the way, everybody on this panel is looking pretty fucking white themselves. So bearing all of this in mind, it's really not a stretch to say that the Love Sabra bracket is a dog whistle for Israelis or Jews.
The next person is one of my favorite people.
Oh no. Listen, the diasporoid allegations is in real trouble now. Hassan says it's Israel's fault. What, that the Mizrahi Jews ended up running away? Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, like it's like there's really, if you think about it, there's a word for it. You know, when you persecute and attack and even murder in a lot of cases a bunch of Jews in one area because a bunch of Jews from a different area did something in another place. If you do that, it's called, there's a word for that, right? It's like guilt by association. No, it's called anti-Semitism, dumb fuck. Yeah. If you attack Middle Eastern and North African Jews because a bunch of European Jews from a different part of the world did something else that was bad, that's because you're an anti-Semite. Yeah. Ugh. Vosh once said Middle Eastern Jews just wanted to oppress Arabs. I don't believe I've heard him say that. I mean, they do now. They're the most right-wing Jews in Israel are the Middle Eastern and North African ones. Yeah, the Ethiopians and shit. Looking good, Lorna Box. Lorna Box is a honey. Nope! Don't talk to me like that. Don't talk to me like that. Chat. Excuse me. No.
Ethan Klein.
I told you guys to clap.
This is a good reaction.
That was a good one. That's good. All right. Turn that up. Turn giraffes.
We all know where this is going.
You guys are missing a category for Zionist. That was a joke. That was just a joke. In my
Stand up. Well, obviously it's Love Sabra, right?
Yeah, it has to be.
That's easy. That's
Definitely Love Sabra.
She apparently consulted with the head of the KKK, and he told her, more subtle. So if it wasn't obvious enough, they pulled me, one of the best-known Jewish creators, and immediately put me in Sabra. Hassan, by the way, who's Turkish, not Arab, is Arab. That's the good one. That's the good one. The Arab ethnicity is S tier. Then Denham's jokes that we don't have a category low enough for Zionists, once again calling out my Jewish identity.
Dude, where's the, you guys are missing a category for Zionist.
And if it isn't about being Jewish, why would they put Ben Shapiro in the thumbnail, one of the other most prominent Jews on YouTube, in the category next to me when he's not even featured in the game? Who's next down there? Anne Frank? Einstein? Seth Rogen? Schindler? Well, he wasn't Jewish, but they would put him down there, let's be real.
It also doesn't help their case that both my wife and Ben Shapiro's wife were born in Israel, which would make them Sabras. So Love Sabra, literally in this case, means Jew lover. That sounds pretty racist. And what about the title? How Arab are these Twitch?
I'm more sold on the colonizer memes. That's a good way to explain it. Didn't I draw a fucking graph? I remember because Stardust shouted this out, even though, oh God. Where was it? You'd be at the Sabra also. Hey, Sabra hummus is fine. Don't mind it. It's decent. It's obviously not as good as something from a hummus place or homemade or anything, but what are you going to do?
Of Israel's current Jewish population is of at least partial Mizrahi descent. That means the majority of Israelis today are non-white and have origins from the Middle East. Let's listen to our friend Lonerbox explain the Sabra hummus stigma.
Within leftist discourse, particularly North American leftist discourse, is the idea that Sabra hummus, this mass-produced Israeli hummus in North America, is bad hummus. And the reason that they'll say it's bad is because it's Israeli. The idea is that Israelis are not indigenous to the region. They're white European colonizers, etc., etc. They came to the Middle East and they saw Arabs eating hummus, and then they said, "Oh, how quaint! The chickpeas. It's like they've chewed it up for me. It's like stoner food." So they like that, and then they grab the machine and they kill all the Arabs, and they steal the chickpeas and the tahini, and they throw it into a cement mixer and produce some mass-produced trash for white people who don't know any better. Okay? This is bullshit. Okay? The fact is that brand hummus is never going to be as good as what you would get in a hummus place in the Middle East or in a restaurant or homemade, because it's like any other food. That's usually the case, right? So Sabra hummus is about as good as any other mass-produced hummus.
So Lonerbox makes a great point.
Wow, thanks. Why did I draw this? I got. Oh, yeah. I drew it. I remember. I've done this before. I watched this already. I drew this because I was saying there are two arguments about why the Sabra discourse is like anti-Semitic, right? But obviously, I don't think it's them dog whistling that Sabra means like Jew born in Israel. I don't think any of these people know that or that they were intending to do that. They're trying to say that it's colonizer hummus, right? Not that they're trying to say it's like Yahud. Yeah, okay. Okay, whatever.
Streamers. Hold on a minute. I thought this was about hummus. You know, I'm tired of these people gaslighting me. Haven't the Jews been gassed enough? So you're telling me you understand what a microaggression is, but you can't understand why a Jewish man might be uncomfortable with this. I feel like this is indefensible, blatant, obvious anti-Semitism, and this was greenlit by Twitch to appear on their main stage. How is that even possible? Right in front of their sponsors too, Chevron, Capcom, and Samsung. This racial tier list was brought to you by our sponsors, Chevron, Capcom, and Samsung. This is an example of Twitch management elevating a racist nobody like Frogan at the detriment of their own company's well-being. Why? After the predictable controversy this caused, Dan Clancy, the CEO, went live for the first time after 2 weeks and did an FAQ.
It's exciting to be here. Mary, thanks for having me. It's always a joy to do this with you. And we have a lot to talk about. And, looking forward to questions.
Let's take a look at some of the questions they got. This person asked, do you plan on addressing the anti-Semitism problem? Dan's response? Permanent ban. Why do you not ban streamers that show terrorist propaganda on your website? Good question. Permanent ban. Do you care to comment about the ADL and anti-Semitism on Twitch? Ban. Why the fuck is the CEO banning people for asking reasonable questions about a relevant controversy they've been in? What the fuck is this? These are not even written like in a mean way. You are banned, just like the entire country of Israel. It had just been discovered around the same time as this Arab tier list that Twitch had secretly, without announcing it.
I still can't believe this happened. That they stopped you from being able to make a new account if you were in Israel. And by extension, if you're a Palestinian living in Israel as well. That's just mental. That's just such a wacky. Why the fuck? Why was that not like a bigger news story?
Anywhere banned the entire country of Israel from creating new accounts. This was enacted right after October 7th, and it continued on for a year. And if you're wondering how you didn't hear about it before, it's not because the Israelis weren't talking. Here's the top Israeli streamer's video about it, which is entitled, Twitch does not want Jews on their platform.
I'm just wondering. I'm just trying to imagine being one of these like tanky leftists watching this video and seeing the top Israeli streamer and seeing a guy who looks like this and being like, wait, oh, what? Like not knowing what's supposed to. Anyway.
He explains that they slowly started to realize no accounts could be made, and him and his fellow Israeli streamers were causing a lot of noise to get noticed. But Twitch completely ignored them for 5 months.
Yeah, he's most likely Ethiopian, right? Unless there were like Somali Jews or whatever. Yeah, be Ethiopian. Yeah. Or were they Eritrean Jews? I don't fucking, yeah, he's probably Ethiopian. I don't hear much about Eritrean Jews or Somali Jews, but yeah, it's like, bro, where's this guy going? Where's this guy going back to? This Polish imposter.
When he created a support ticket with Twitch, it was straight up deleted with zero explanation. Around the end of the year, when people started talking about anti-Semitism on Twitch, Dan Saltman discovered the Israel ban when he was sent the code proving the block happened, presumably from someone who works at Twitch, and it could no longer be ignored. Israeli and American media started to pick up the story, which finally forced Twitch to respond. He also explains the block started on October 13th, which happens to be Global Jihad Day, when Islamic terrorists call on others globally to act, which he thinks is an odd coincidence. They were never notified in any way, and it greatly affected their business. He says he doesn't feel safe with Dan Clancy in power, as he feels he can no longer trust him. When Israelis try to sign up, it gives you a generic error message. It doesn't say anything that suggests that you're ineligible because you're in Israel. So when one of these guys wrote to Twitch customer service, this is what they said. I am really sorry.
There's a Christian Eritrean diaspora in Israel. Ah, is there not a Sudanese one as well? So wait, is that guy the biggest Israeli streamer? Is he not Jewish, or is he just an Ethiopian? Is he an Ethiopian Jew, or he could be a Christian Eritrean or Sudanese, right?
Sorry that you are having issues creating.
That's a tanned Polish dude. Stop.
An account.
Stop.
We have reviewed your case thoroughly and can confirm that, unfortunately, you are not eligible to create a Twitch account. As a result, we will be closing your case at this time.
Under the new increased scrutiny, Dan Clancy panicked and posted 2 terrible explanations on Twitter that were immediately community noted.
How can Twitch say on one hand that they've reviewed the case thoroughly, and then on the other hand say it was an accident and they didn't know? This is all very fishy. A big media company like Twitch doesn't realize that their new account signups from Israel has completely flatlined? You're telling me that you guys didn't notice that. That's impossible.
Whoa, John, thanks for the $49.99. That's so generous of you. What the fuck? Thank you so much. God damn. Heck.
Then, at the same time, it was announced that Sneeko, Fresh and Fit, and the little Houthi twink terrorists were all unbanned and they could stream again on Twitch. This is like the holy trinity of anti-Semitism.
So guys, yeah, we're back on Twitch. Welcome. I know we had gotten banned or whatever, or we got suspended, but I went ahead and appealed it, and we're back in the house, man. So for all the haters out there that were like, you know, oh yeah, they got banned on Twitch. Don't be mad, guys, because we are back in the house. They can't stop us.
They did stop them an hour later. All three of the accounts were eventually rebanned. But the decision to unban those three...
I'm really curious about why this happened. I know that Sneeko and Myron obviously both have done the Free Palestine thing and thrown flags around and shit like that, but I really don't know if that was the reason. It did kind of fuck with my head when I saw it. I was like, what the fuck? Like, especially given that, like... You wouldn't. It's just so out of character for Twitch to unban these guys. It could have been a rogue employee. Yeah, it's not impossible.
Three creators at that exact time, and being three of the best known anti-Semites on the internet seems to clearly be trying to send a message. And then it was discovered that Twitch's head of policy and community guidelines was previously fired from her job publicly by the British government. Why? She does not like the Jews. That's right. Their head of trust and safety was previously suspended from her job at Ofcom for being too anti-Zionist. And guess where her very next job was at? That's right, Twitch TV. Apparently she was posting pro-Hamas tweets only mere days after October 7th happened. That's so interesting. It sounds just like someone else we know. It's almost like supporting terrorists.
Where are the examples, though? What did she say?
Is institutional. Hell, it might even be a prerequisite.
Who's this person?
Take a look at this tweet from Twitch's senior manager of inclusive marketing.
Wait, who's this person?
Bridget Churmating on October 12th. People are posting screenshots of them donating to Israel relief funds. Shake my head, y'all are truly rooting for the oppressor. Read a damn book. Okay. This tweet was made only 5 days after the October 7th massacre.
So the first person was just being anti-Israel, which was supposed to be impartial. Yeah, I thought I saw something there about just like accusing them of ethnic cleansing, which again, if you're supposed to be impartial, yeah, you wouldn't do that, but depending on the context. What did it say? Maybe I can just see what he's got in the screenshot.
Fired from her job publicly by the British government. Why? She does not like the Jews. That's right.
Wait, so she liked an Instagram post accusing Israel of ethnic cleansing on October 16th. Okay. Okay, so this is just her being partial when she's not supposed to be. That's not her being anti-Semitic, I don't think.
Their head of trust and safety was previously suspended from her job at Ofcom for being too anti-Zionist. And guess where her very next job was at? That's right, Twitch TV. Apparently she was posting...
That's probably the weakest part of the video, actually, if he's included that, because that's just not a good example. Not at all. She might have said worse things. But there's another person here.
Hamas tweets only mere days after October 7th happened. That's so interesting. It sounds just like someone else we know. It's almost like supporting terrorists is institutional. Hell, it might even be a prerequisite. Take a look at this tweet from Twitch's senior manager of inclusive marketing, Bridget Churmating, on October 12th. People are posting screenshots of them donating to...
She also made a comment comparing it to Auschwitz. Well, it's on Ethan to put that in the video then, right? Because do you think everyone's going to be checking up more shit? If you have a good case, then show your good case in your video. Fuck. Where's his phone number? I'm going to call him. I'm going to shit on him. Piece of crap. All right. This person, this is a good example. This is unhinged, right? To give money to a relief fund after they've just been fucking murdered and shit. Okay.
Israel relief funds. Shake my head, y'all are truly rooting for the oppressor. Read a damn book. This tweet was made only 5 days after the October 7th massacre. The donations she's criticizing would go to families like this, if they were still alive. This entire family was murdered in cold blood by Hamas terrorists on October 7th. Bridget, who did these little girls oppress? How can you act so high and mighty for your cause and be so callous and inhuman for the innocents on the other side? This statement was made by the senior manager for inclusive marketing. Is that some kind of joke? Is this what inclusion looks like at Twitch?
Is it really crazy at this point, after all this, to say that Twitch has an anti-Semitism problem? I think it would be harder at this point to argue the opposite.
Oh, Bridget, one more thing. Sorry, I forgot. Can you tell me the answer to this riddle? What's the difference between a Boy Scout and a Jewish kid? I'm standing by. Let us know. And yes, it's true. I should point out this tweet is from 2011. This one, however, is from 22. Sarah Silverman tweeted out, Kanye threatened the Jews yesterday on Twitter and it's not even trending. Why do mostly only Jews speak up against Jewish hate? The silence is so loud. Bridget said, this was the energy I was around when I worked with 2 Jewish women in social impact who were both senior to me. She's trying to make Sarah Silverman seem like some kind of Jewish Karen for caring about...
No. The nuke is ruining my relationship. My boyfriend defends Hassan. I thought I could ignore it. I didn't want to control what he consumes and just told him not to watch Hassan in front of me and he agreed. Now with all this new information about it, I can't ignore it anymore. I can't even look at my boyfriend. I really don't want to start a fight, but I can't not say anything anymore. How do I even go about approaching him on this? I know it's going to be a big fight. Oh no. Okay, first of all, if you're posting this shit on Reddit, right? If there's any identifiable information, then your relationship's done anyway. Oh, I wish this person had told us when her boyfriend or their boyfriend, I don't know their gender. I wonder if this person told us when their boyfriend had actually started watching. Hassan caught him when he was young, before we met.
About anti-Semitism. I wouldn't really care about any of this if she wasn't the head of fucking diversity at Twitch. What the fuck is happening here? This is insane.
So with people like her deciding what is and isn't okay on Twitch, there's no surprise that you end up with these extraordinarily uneven enforcements of the rules.
Take, for example, this clip of the streamer Destiny,
who
was
that?
Permanently banned for what he said here.
That community is never worth engaging with. There's just no point in doing it. Like, it's too, the risk of me, like, ending up getting, like, permabanned and my life destroyed because of these, like, inbred fucking disgusting losers is, like, it's just not worth it. It's just totally not worth it.
And okay, you know, fair enough. If you're going to be consistent with the enforcement, then, you know, let's have a friendly place, a safe environment. It's calling a minority group inbred, which results in a permanent ban. Okay.
Little did we know that he was actually talking about e-girls. I'm sorry. I'm just in my head thinking like I need to be careful what I say for now.
Okay, has anyone else done that?
The Jewish KKK brigades out there, just a bunch of fucking inbred hicks. Imagine the most inbred white supremacist guy you can imagine, okay? Every week there was another fucking psychopathic settler, inbred fucking douchebag. Oh, these inbred fucking douchebags in the background, dude. A nation entirely comprised of messianic, inbred, ultra-orthodox psychopaths that these inbred don't understand. Educated, inbred, fundamental.
I think you're handling this surprisingly well, Loner. Okay, yeah, that's true, yeah. Yeah, of course I have, yeah. That's, it's been a fucking dawdle. Last 2 months, it's been a fucking breeze. Like
Mentalist Hicks
calling us in the middle of campus, calling us inbred, that we have no culture. One of them grabbed my friend's Israeli flag in the middle of campus, carried it to a mob by the gate that were communicating with the angry mobs outside of campus.
Untrained inbred asses shipped into southern Lebanon, telling us that we are all inbred and that we have no culture.
Like saying you're inbred and you have no culture, that's a bit more general. That's like, you have no culture. That's a thing that like, that's a trope that like anti-Semites make in the Arab world. They have no culture. Yeah. The Jews have no culture. That's a pretty broad trope.
Want to see clips?
Inbred, 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 inbred.
It's not even there's anything wrong with using inbred as an insult. It's just that there's a double standard that like one person gets banned forever for saying inbred about a group of people they don't like, but then Hassan gets away with this many inbred passes.
Inbred, 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 inbred.
Happy birthday from Twitch, Hassan.
The clips are, and that's not necessarily the algorithm.
Hassan, a non-Jewish person, is referring to Jews as inbred consistently.
You mean a non-S tier person? That's another joke.
Throughout his career.
Inbred, ultra-Orthodox psychopaths.
Zero punishment. Hassan interviewing a Houthi pirate.
The Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do. You should tell him that.
Zero punishment. Hassan watching terrorist propaganda with zero critical commentary.
They do do musicals. They're very musical people.
Are you being serious?
Zero punishment. Hassan threatening a sitting congressperson. This one actually blew my mind. When I saw he tweeted that, I said, he's done after this for sure. For sure he is. For those that may not recognize this weapon, I'll explain. Shinzo Abe is a former Japanese prime minister. He served from 2012 to 2020. He was assassinated in July of 22, in a stunning fashion that left the Japanese public horrified. He was killed with a makeshift weapon that the shooter had built himself at home. So when Hassan saw this tweet that he didn't like, he posted the schematics in what can only be presumed as an invitation to someone in his fan base to build this weapon and then assassinate this sitting congressperson, who wrote a tweet he did not like. I genuinely do not know how he didn't land himself in prison for making terroristic threats. Zero punishment.
Let the streets soak in their fucking red capitalist bloods.
And this isn't just a Hassan problem. It underscores a disturbing trend among leftists on Twitch. The problem is, if you can believe it, these people are frequently making death threats and facing zero consequence. I know it sounds far-fetched, but I assure you it's very real.
Listen, I'll up the number, okay? 30K to anyone who'll make this dipshit disappear.
Bro, that Destiny guy needs to get Not gonna fucking lie.
It would just be so easy to just, it would solve all of our problems. Like, we would have socialism now at this point, right? We would have socialism at this point if someone just went out of their way and.
Where do these guys come up with this shit? What the fuck? They're just all so strange.
It would be so easy.
Thing that happens, I mean, like, holy shit, guys. If you live in Florida, I have an opportunity for you. If you want to earn $100,000, let me know.
Actually, Mike from PA, the dude that's...
Sorry, I forgot. Well, give me a second, okay? I just need to...
stuck in the before image of a transformation story, did receive a 3-day ban.
This man put a bounty on a fellow streamer's head. This man should not be getting a 3-day suspension. He should be getting a knock on his door from the FBI.
I made this video for 2 reasons. First, to stop Hassan infiltrating mainstream media. Hassan has been welcomed by many mainstream outlets. They view him as a friendly social democrat, as someone who's just trying to spread progressive politics online to an important demographic. But we know that's not true. He is not their friend or their ally. If you ever see Hassan rubbing shoulders with anyone from mainstream media, let them know politely, with all the civility in the world, what kind of person he is when he thinks mainstream media isn't watching. Help them understand that his name...
Just want to make a PSA as well, guys. Okay, boys, if you're ready to do this thing, if you're one of those people, okay, if you're one of those people who wants to signal boost and amplify leaked intimate content that was shared without consent to the public, probably don't use this excuse when people call it out. So someone who does this is called out. Leaking someone's sex is almost as bad as leaking their nudes. Did I leak them after signal boosting it? Don't use this excuse. It's probably bad. It's kind of fucking retarded. Kind of slimy. Kind of makes you look like a spineless cunt who knows exactly what they're doing and doesn't have any good excuse for it. Not my fault. The professional hole digger
should be associated with people like Nick Fuentes and Alex Jones, other fringe radical political commentators. Number 2, Twitch must be held accountable. Twitch has proven that it will not change by choice. And so...
Did you really just use the R slur, bro? Listen, I'm autistic, okay? I get one a day. I'm sorry if it offends you. I'm just, You know, I'm a big fan of positive changes, okay? But you got to get the easy things out of the way before the difficult ones, you know? You can't like fucking double, triple your work ethic, for example, before you sort out your sleep schedule, right? And you can't get like really highly improved physical health and exercise at the gym and everything before you improve your diet and things like that. Like, yeah, things like these kind of you got to do the easy things first. Getting rid of your, excising the R slur from your repertoire, for example, on the other hand, it's a bit more, it's higher up the ladder.
It is our moral imperative to enact that change through any reasonable means that we can. Samsung, Chevron, and Capcom. Twitch has given them a lasting association with a racial tier list with Arabs at the top and Jews at the bottom. These brands have every right to know. And they should. We all recall YouTube's adpocalypse. It happened when ads were running over ISIS recruitment videos and it caused a brand exodus. The same thing is happening now on Twitch, but instead of ISIS, it's the Houthis, Hamas, and Hezbollah. Dan Clancy's refusal to moderate extremists is the only reason for any of this. He is the sole person to blame. He had so many opportunities to stop this. Ultimately, after dedicating months of my life to creating this video, I am left with one overwhelming conclusion. Fuck this dude.
Need to make some improvements. Hang on. Okay. This one's better, isn't it? Yeah, that's the one. That's what we need. Okay, okay. There we go. All right.
Is the sole person to blame. Extremist is the only reason for any of this. He is the sole person to blame. He had so many opportunities to stop this. Ultimately, after dedicating months of my life to creating this video, I am left with one overwhelming conclusion. Fuck this dude.
And everyone clapped. Hey, well done, Ethan. Good video. Pretty cool. Couple of bits, you know, just not very, but actually, I'm surprised by it. Thought it was actually kind of surprisingly good. The editing was very good. The jokes were good. Yeah, it's a good video. Because I know if it was a flop, Hassan would not have molded so hard as he has recently. And his fans wouldn't have either. You're going to cover Hassan's reaction? Yeah, I think so. There'll be a Fallout stream. Now to the Destiny nuke. I told you guys I'm not going to talk at length about Destiny stuff until later. Not until later. There will be a time and place. It is not now. Will Ethan debate Hassan and secretly pull you up? Yeah, obviously. Right, hang on. How long is the Hassan reaction? It can't be that long, is it? Can we go through Mike from PA's greatest hits? Nah, I don't think he really deserves that much effort. He just needs these clips to kind of loop, and that's all we... Debate me, Ethan Klein. Wait, this is from the Hassan Abi channel. So this is Hassan's response. Debate me, Ethan, on his main channel. And it's 37 minutes. Okay.
Ethan Klein, if you want to have a conversation with me, I am available. I can talk to you about any number of different political disagreements that we have, except this time, I'm not going to be nice to you. I'm not going to treat you with kitty gloves. I'm going to talk to you in the same exact way that I would to an actual political content creator who was expressing your viewpoint about Israel. I'm going to talk to you in the same exact way that I would talk to them. So if you think that I'm afraid of you, I think you and I both know that that's not the
I love
case.
this, that he's like, I'm taking the kitty gloves off. I'm going to start trying next time. Bro, he fucking annihilated you but just by asking you very simple, straightforward questions. He got you, which I don't think you were happy about, to admit to wanting re-education as a solution to people having political disagreements with you. You fumbled your way through defending what was happening in what happened to Tibet. Like, you were called out on your fucking lackluster stance on what happened to Hong Kong. He barely managed to explain his way through the fucking Israel stuff, baby settlers and shit. What is in this? I'm not watching the video. What? Okay.
And so before I keep watching, I need to know, are you a communist? No, of course not. I love capitalism. I am a liberal of the Democratic Party variety. Everybody knows I am a liberal who almost exclusively defends the Democratic Party. I mean, if you didn't know that, you must be an absolute dumb, right? You know,
Okay.
you have to be a real moron, or maybe disingenuously lie and be like, I was groomed as a 40-year-old adult into believing that someone is actually a liberal when they hid that from me. They hid their true perspective from me.
No, it's just that you use a lot of social democratic rhetoric and prioritize that when you're trying to reel people in. Yeah, you do that, actually. Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do that, actually.
Groomed me into believing that they were a liberal. They'd have to be a real bird-brained moron, or maybe a disingenuous grifter who recognizes that the person that they were talking to never really sheltered their views whatsoever. Guys, I have a statue of Lenin behind me. Not right now, obviously. I'm in Japan. I used to think you were cool, consistent, and friendly. I looked past the house because I figured it makes sense. Then I found out you're a commie. Now I realize you're undeniably a baller based and live true to your word. You also have
I wasn't the only one to assume that the commie thing, like Ethan going in for the communism thing, was probably not a great idea. But yeah, he does this thing that a lot of communists do, though. A lot of communist propagandists is that they will use social democratic advocacy when it suits them, and then segue into Marxist, Leninist, authoritarian, Soviet, Islamic fundamentalist overlap bullshit whenever they're in a more friendly crowd.
Eyebrows. Thank you. Why is the Tim Pool beanie on stream? I'm wearing this so that people will think that I am Tim Pool and therefore apolitical and therefore not radical, therefore not playing a formative role in what is actually ruining the United States of America and perhaps the entire planet, which is the rising tide of fascist mobilization, but instead the much scarier thing, which is communism. Everybody knows it's a significantly scarier thing. So yeah, I want people to think I'm Tim Pool instead, which is the furthest you can be from communism.
Bro, it's just all of the fucking most ridiculous bad faith like tactics. It's just always the same pathetic distractions. Why? Why?
Because that's significantly scarier than Donald Trump. I want everybody to understand, make no mistake, I'm a serious person who definitely understands things. Very smart, very intelligent. Definitely not a hack, failed, dumb comedian, in air quotes, still doing 2014 memes on the timeline. Well, I'm not on the timeline anymore. I'm actually too scared to be on the timeline, so I just fucking constantly whine about it from behind my Instagram stories, even though I'm a 50-year-old dude with like 3 children, and I spend most of my time online just crying most of it. Anyway, if I was one of those things, then obviously that would be really scary. You know, I'd be really scared of the rising tide of socialism and communism in the United States.
Why 50? He's not even 40, Hassan. Why do you do this? Is Hassan insecure about getting old? I mean, he obviously is. But God.
America. Ooh, terror. Big terror is what I would say. So that's why I'm looking like Tim Pool today, who surprisingly and completely unrelated to what I was saying. Oh my God, it's 5 a.m. out here, dude. I'm literally oblivious. I'm probably not even making sense right now. What did Tim Pool say recently?
Well, I mean, that's
exactly interesting. He said, come to the right side. Join the good side, Ethan, he said. Perhaps what I said was completely unrelated. Perhaps it was completely unrelated. Or perhaps if you're the type of person who thinks that like politics can only be consumed from the lens of sloth.
Yeah, let's go by guilt by degrees of separation. Okay, let's go. Guilt by association. Because Tim Pool said something to Ethan Klein. Yeah, another good tactic there. Good.
Drama,
really addressing the meat of the argument here, aren't we?
Understanding, no political reading whatsoever, no interest, no ideological leanings whatsoever, and are just like dumbasses who are stupid enough to regurgitate Reddit posts that have no research backing them whatsoever, oftentimes coming from a sex pest's very own community, then you are a deeply and pathetically unserious person, and therefore you probably should go and, I don't know, watch the sunset or something. They're going to click this and misrepresent the tiredness and depressed in the content Chernobyl disaster. Yeah, well, good luck to them. It's 5 a.m. out here. Yeah, I personally think that everyone deserves human rights. Controversial opinion. I personally think everyone deserves dignity.
Yes, that's what we just watched. We just watched an hour and 40. Why is he so fucking grumpy? He's so mad. Why is he so upset? What's wrong with this guy? Just address a single argument. Come on, like how much well poisoning are you doing right here? How many different fucking variations are you putting into this well? How many toxic agents are you adding? God.
Everyone deserves human rights. Everyone deserves health care. I know sometimes, okay, listen. Sometimes you really like a apartheid state. Sometimes you really feel some type of way about an apartheid state. And in defense of said apartheid state, you crash out extensively. So much so that you lose a significant percentage of your own audience because they're all like, what the are you saying, dude? There are children being mutilated every day with American tax dollars for 15 months, 16 months. And at the end of that extended crash out, as you've become mentally unwell, you put together the video of all time. People will be like, oh, dude, what do you mean? You can have political disagreements. You can have political disagreements with your friends. It's fine. It's like, it's crazy. Political disagreements aside, like an extended year-long slow burn crash out. Spectacular. Ta-Nehisi Coates was one of the biggest confirmations for me that you are right. Yeah, I mean, but I have Ta-Nehisi Coates and Bernie Sanders, you know, AOC. And then but Ethan has Caffeino. Just watch the video and take some accountability. Don't be a pirate software dude. Dude, it's an hour and 40-minute video. Okay, can I just say something?
Hassan, you stream for 8 hours a day. Just pretend it's a couple of Gordon Ramsay episodes. What the fuck?
This might come across a little ableist, but you literally have an intellectual disability if you think that, like, I am fearful of watching an hour and 40-minute video made by a dude who literally thought Roe v. Wade was the gay one.
Roe versus what? Is that the gay one?
No, that's
Roe like when every single child or someone with an actual child brain, a person who literally was a Yang Ganger, okay? Someone who was in support of Yang Gang.
Yes, I know fucking... Where is it? Bro, make a 4-hour Destiny nuke. Make a 4-hour Loner Box nuke, and Hassan will sit there and watch it for fucking... with all the commentary in between as well. Where is the... What? Someone said something I wanted to look at. Where is it? Fuck. I forgot. Okay.
Who genuinely does not know anything about politics. Like, what am I supposed to do? Watch every crash out? You think like every single time some
just fucking fly out bad empanada and you can sit there and hold your hand while you do it. Like, just do that.
YouTuber makes a video. This is actually incredibly important points. The only thing you're demonstrating is your own stupidity. It's an hour and 40 minutes of a sex pests, cults, communities, compiled garbage that he
Okay, so it's clips of you talking, Hassan, but it's all from Destiny's community. Okay, that's what we don't like it. Okay, it's you talking though. They didn't force you to say these things. He's gonna say out of context. He won't say what the context is or give any examples. Okay. We're waiting for a point. We still have no arguments. 6 minutes 47. Okay, let's keep going.
A week off to literally shave off the serial numbers off of, basically, just so that there wasn't that stink associated with it. Because unfortunately for him, his favorite content creator was outed as a sex pest for consensually and unconsensually recording people while they're having sex and then distributing it to a bunch of other 19-year-old Discord e-girl kittens that he wanted to and then all of those videos.
Yeah, that's a really horrible thing to do, isn't it? It's a pretty nasty fucking thing to do. Is that you have no idea. But what has this got to do with Ethan Klein's video? What the fuck?
Were leaked a month ago, including videos of him having sex with his ex-wife, who I know for a fact she has mentioned did not give him consent to release those videos to random people. And the idea that this is a deflection is moronic, because I have mentioned every single stupid point brought up a million times over. But yeah, anyway, have fun though. I assume that you guys are going to try and bait me into losing my shit all day. But yeah, there are already 100 responses to every accusation. I know there's like, you could just go if you truly are invested in the truth. And I'm sure there are some people. There are others who are just going to come in here and be like, well, I'm going to keep it real, man. You're just like avoiding accountability. Yeah, dude, I am pro-Palestine. That's it. I'm pro-Palestine, okay? If that's news to you, you are the dumbest baby on the planet, all right? I am pro-Palestine. I am anti-genocide. I am someone who is a leftist, okay? I'm a leftist. I do not think
so
capitalism
mad.
Is the final...
I'm just going to sit here and enjoy it. Like, there's nothing to react to. There's nothing to pause and debunk or anything. He's not saying anything. He's not saying anything. Yes, I know. Yeah, wow. I'm pro bad. I'm pro good things and against bad things. Wow, and that surprised you, huh? What must be something wrong with you, bro? Like, come on, bro. What's wrong with you? This guy. This is like. It's funny that the amount of accusations of crashing out from Ethan. Like, this is the mother of all crash outs so far, and we're only like 8 minutes in.
Evolution of mankind. I think we can evolve beyond it. There are literally Guantanamo Bay internment prison facilities being set up right now. And if your number one thing is your favorite fucking 50-year-old content.
Oh, because the fighting in Gaza is on hold right now. He's run out of Arab human shields for his dog shit position. So now he needs to find the impending Guantanamo prisons and get them as human shields instead. He needs a deflection. Oh shit, I can't say the ongoing genocide anymore. Okay, there's about to be more people in Guantanamo Bay. Don't criticize me. There's people going to Guantanamo Bay. Get him here. Get him, line him up. Ship him over. He's got a bunch of Guantanamo detainees fucking waiting off screen, ready to get fucking stacked like sandbags to defend himself against this video.
Creator with 3 children and his endeavors for the past 6 months, you are a deeply unserious person. The only, like, this motherfucker literally only talks about the genocide now when it's to say there's a genocide going on cynically, and his entire fucking baby-brained moronic fan base also reiterate that point over and over again while they think they're making a brilliant point because they misunderstood my initial assessment of the matter, which is that when I'm watching children get mutilated every goddamn day, I think it's a pathetically selfish way to approach that conversation from the personal feelings of a rich 100 millionaire sitting in his Bel Air mansion talking about his own goddamn feelings. That's it. You could call it crash.
It's not about feelings, though. You wouldn't know because you haven't watched the video. It's not about feelings. He makes arguments and he attacks positions that you have and shows you lying about things. Why is he so... Bro, if you're Hassan Piker, right, this is the best day of your life, isn't it? Like, your arch nemesis, Stephen Dustiny Bonellius VIII, is being outed as what's the word? A wrongin. That's the British word, isn't it? Bit of a wrongin. Apparently, in his world, I've also quit because I can't handle the Hassan harassment. He thinks I'm gone as well. Your only enemies are drama YouTubers, okay? You're doing interviews with Bernie Sanders and shit. Bro, this is the best of your life. This is you at fucking peak, Hassan. And Ethan makes a video about him that he hasn't even watched, and he's so fucking angry. Why? What do you want from this world, Hassan?
Shout all day, every day. I'm a goddamn adult. I'm 33 years old. I'm not going to, cover every moron and their own personal feelings and how hurt they've been. And it's taken a year, okay, for me to actually be open for me to finally get to this point. I still wish Ethan well, okay? I do. But God, how selfish, how delusional, how stupid to just think that anyone outside of your marginal fucking cult that you have whittled away over and over again is going to look at the situation and go, yeah, you know what, dude, you are actually right. You've totally convinced me that baby murder, unlimited baby murder is all right now, actually. That people who call that sort of behavior out are all seemingly...
Who said that? Who said baby murder was all right? Oh my God, he's so fucking mad. It's just that he's got nothing. He's
radical Islamist extremist terrorists who I will assume are being funded by Qatar or Iran or Saudi Arabia or whatever other...
What do you mean? What do you mean assume? Do we not think Hamas gets support from Qatar? Is that even controversial? Do you not think they get support from Iran? Do you not think Hezbollah is bankrolled by Iran? Do you not think the Houthis are bankrolled and armed by Iran? What the fuck is wrong with you, Hassan? Why is he saying that? Why is he saying that with derision? That's a stupid assumption.
Arab nation, because I don't have any understanding of geopolitics.
Oh, he thinks he's talking about people who think he's being funded. Okay.
Anyway, and they're all the same to me. Go spend time with your kids, man. Holy shit. You look crazy. You look like you're literally losing your mind.
Yeah,
and
true.
Virtually everyone can see it. Do you not have any friends?
What's that
Listen
like?
to your producers. I'm sure they have pulled you aside on the background and been like, hey, Ethan, can you stop doing this? It's very uncomfortable every time the camera pans to them. There's a reason for it, because everyone around you thinks you're crazy. God, it took this long for me to finally be like, dude, please, you're never going to get better unless you take accountability. Jesus Christ, go to therapy or something. That must have felt cathartic. I mean, it doesn't feel cathartic at all, because then as the classic cry bully behavior gets reiterated over and over again, they will go, see, he cares about this. He cares about this so much. And it's it doesn't bother me, man. It doesn't. You're not new to this game. It's just deeply embarrassing, and everyone can see it. Okay, you went from writing...
It's funny that he's used every tactic in the book in such a small space of time. He's used Mott and Bailey. Oh, I'm just pro-Palestine. I just support human rights. He's gone straw man. You think it's okay to kill babies and shit like that. He's done guilt by association. It's all death. It's all sex pestiny, right? That's every clip of me speaking with my voice that was dictated by my fucking brain and my decisions. That's all. But that's all blamed on fucking sex pestiny, right? What else do we have now? Oh yeah, you're crazy. Gaslighting. He's using every tactic in the fucking book in less than 12 minutes.
A Keemstar drama nuke to being hyped up by Keemstar. Like, how stupid and malleable are you as a goddamn adult that you can be manipulated by other slop tubers? It's kind of shocking. Brother, you keep agreeing with chatters who say you're giving drama clippers a reaction and saying you're right and then continuing to cover it.
You can't talk about this while there's a genocide. Yeah, but I don't even know what bad faith tactic that is. I mean, I'm just going to call it human shielding. I mean, it is human shielding, but
yeah, I know. Because I'm a human, man. I'm a human being, okay? I'm a human being. There's only so much I can take. What are we doing here? This guy literally had a disagreement with me over Israel. Ended the podcast. I was so gracious to him. Far more gracious than he deserves. Literally.
I'm sorry, Ethan. That's just like, I can't stop my fans from calling you a racist Zionist baby killer because you're doing it yourself. You're saying things that are racist Zionist baby killing, even though no examples, not really any gracious. What is that? Retconning? Okay, there's another one. There's another tactic. Retconning the relationship. Nice one. Good. Bro.
Ends the podcast because he can't cut it. Like, he's like, oh, I don't want to talk about politics anymore because people are hurting my feelings when I talk about Israel, because it kind of comes across like I'm defending Israel. And then everybody goes, oh, you're defending Israel. It's like his whole shtick for the past year has been saying liberal Zionist talking points and then getting mad at everyone when they go, are you a Zionist? And he's like, whoa, this is anti-Semitism. It's like, shut the fuck up, dude. What kind of moronic attitude is this? Just don't talk about politics. Just go back to talking about like gooning or Justin Baldoni or whatever new thing is happening online. You're clearly not intellectually equipped enough, and you got deluded by a sex cult. Like, Destiny was able to brainwash you over the course of a year. I'm sorry. You got a child's brain.
Is this like crazy making? I don't even know what part this one is. This is you're brainwashed by someone else. Okay, so again, the guilt by association. Eve, what's this association though? I'm guessing some of the clips are from the DGG subreddit. Is that it?
I can't stop my community from A-logging your wife. Go spend time with your kids, man.
Yeah, that was a thing, wasn't it? His community fucking obsessed with Hila and Hassan did nothing about it. Thanks for $20, Jane. Appreciate it.
Go enjoy childish things. The fuck is wrong with you? Why do you have to like literally do politics? Your fan base hates it. You're clearly all the people in your vicinity hate it, and you're still like, nah, I'm the number one guy. I'm the number one politics guy. Okay, dude. There's plenty of dumb. Go ahead, have a right wing. Do your little right wing tilt. I
feel like I'm watching this. This is what I'm watching right now.
Super had.
We're just watching this.
So, I want you to get up now. I want all of you to get up out of your chairs. I want you to get up right now and go to the window, open it, and stick your head out and yell, I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore. I want you to get up right now. Get up, go to your windows, open them, and stick your head out and yell, I'm as mad as hell.
Yeah, he's really channeling.
And then maybe you can find admiration again, but it's probably not going to happen in the liberal sphere that you're trying to carve out for yourself. I'm sorry, liberals, and I disagree with a lot of liberals, okay? But many liberals are still infinitely more intelligent than the fucking average dumbass right-winger. They get manipulated by right-wingers a lot, which is why I get very mad. But it's much...
They get manipulated. Liberals get manipulated by right-wingers, says the guy who's been fucking simping for Islamic fundamentalists for over a year right now. Yeah, they're the ones, yeah. Liberals are the ones who get manipulated by right-wingers. This guy... Fuck me.
Harder for you to cultivate a fan base with your unfortunate lack of knowledge over politics in that sphere, okay? Just become a right-winger then. Look at Tim Pool. Got a massive audience. I've been so nice, dude. And you know what the most annoying part is? For a year, I was like, oh man, I don't want to like hear about this stuff. I'm sure Ethan means well, blah, blah, blah. And everyone was in my ear constantly yelling and being like, no, he did this, he did that. And I was like, who cares? He's just like, you know, he's just doing whatever. He's just doing whatever. He's just doing whatever. And everyone was like, no, dude, listen, he made fun of Aaron Bushnell, you know, killing himself. Like, you don't understand. He's like doing all this propaganda, whatever. And in that entire time frame, I was like, so
what did he say? What he said about Aaron Bushnell was so fucking mild, though. The thing with Aaron Bushnell is, what do you want to do for Aaron Bushnell? Do you want to glorify it? Do you want to call it like a martyrdom, as what a lot of people were doing? Because that's a problem as well, because you don't want to encourage people who have nothing going on in their life and have mental health issues that, oh yeah, you can regain some sense of pride and glory as long as you set yourself on fire for the Palestinian cause, right? Like, that's a problem. You don't want people to repeat that behavior. You want to discourage that behavior because it's fucking horrible. It was a tragedy that he did that. And it's also, it's a tragedy that he genuinely believed he was doing it for those who were suffering, for the innocents, whilst he supported October 7th. He supported Hamas. He supported their activity. He had an entire fucking like Reddit history of him saying that Israelis were colonizers and there was nothing wrong with like killing your oppressors and shit like that.
I wouldn't say Hassan is like Alex Jones or Nick Fuentes of
Remember
the
the
left.
Holodomor?
Their left-wing equivalent would be the likes of Hakim, Second Thought, and Bad Empanada. Hassan is more of the likes of Ben Shapiro of the left.
Yeah, well, you know, thanks for the 20 euros, Hoban Production. Thanks for the comment. Yeah, nice one.
Charitable. And I was just like, hey, I've heard.
Yeah, he said there. Yeah, Bushnell did say that there were no civilians in Israel. Yes. And if you're like, if you're a bit sensitive, okay, and you're a bit of a, I guess like you believe in kind of being polite and well-mannered and shit, then yeah, you'd say that this is a tragedy of mental health, of whatever, isolation, loneliness, disinformation, propaganda, radicalization, extremism. But you can also just like, if someone's going to be a cunt in life, you can treat them like a cunt when they die as well. Like, why don't you? I don't think there's anything particularly wrong with that. People wanted to make jokes about this guy who, had it been Israelis getting killed en masse, he would have been happy about it. He wouldn't have cared. Oh, but we should respect him because he died. Like, fuck off.
Things that he said one time in 2021 about how he's like pro-Palestinian, like that's important, whatever. And he did this to himself. Like, that's what's so crazy about this narcissism. Like, these dumb will be like, Hassan, you don't have any accountability for what? You want me to say I'm sorry for being like pro-terrorism or whatever kind of Islamophobic nonsense that you've cultivated over the course of the past 15 months from a sex cults community? God, oh, we have a bingo card for Hassan's reactions. Like, I saw that shit too. And it's like, you just have no interest in anything real.
The fact is you're doing all of them, though. Like, you're so predictable. And none of these are arguments. There's a genocide going on. Out of context. Ethan, secretly on the right. Never watches the video. Destiny did this. Tries to act unbothered. Grifter. Needs to take a break. Crashing out. Zionist. Disappointed. Lying, making stuff up. Bro, he's doing the thing. If people predict on a fucking bingo card that you're not going to make any good arguments and just say things like this, none of which are arguments, then yeah, okay, you're going to do the... And you do it anyway. What's that say?
Okay. You have no interest in anything real. You will fall
acting
victim
above all of it.
To the whims of right-wing politics. Okay. If Ethan fully flipped the script and became like a right-winger, then you would also do that because you are a stupid person. Anyway, I hope, and I mean this with genuine sincerity, in all sincerity, I hope this was like, I hope he got it out of his system, you know? I hope he got it out of his system, and instead of like clip chimping everything that I'm saying right now, and
out of context,
posting it on his stupid, silly little drama show. If Ethan wants to talk to me, he can talk to me. Okay, he doesn't have to constantly cry as a 50-year-old adult with 3 children from behind an Instagram story. You can talk to me in person, big dog. You got my phone number. We can have a conversation on.
Bro, what does this 43-year-old have against 50-year-olds? You're not that far off the hill, bub. Like,
your stream. We can have a conversation on my stream. Last time, I had the baby gloves on, and you cried like a bitch after doing Teddy Fresh ads in the midst of our genocide coverage. That's right, and I'm not talking about the Leftovers episode.
Wait, there's no fucking way you're gonna say this. Really? In the middle of, I thought, so you've been covering baby mutilation every day. Wait, has Hassan put the top of the hour ad breaks on pause for the last year? Oh, so he's been doing top of the hour ad breaks throughout the entire genocide coverage. Okay. Huh. The clip was an awkward joke that Ethan was making. Wait, really? I forget.
Where he actually cried. That was a beautiful moment. And I'm not talking about the Leftovers episode where he actually cried. That was a beautiful moment. And I was actually very wrong for thinking that actually meant something. It turned out it didn't mean shit for you at all. Because selfishly, you spent the next year constantly ripping into, suspiciously, a lot of, not myself, but other people of color. I'm not calling myself a person of color. I know it's going to get clipped out of context here as well. And then you're going to be like, meh, whatever. No, just noticing that you have just been going after a lot of people of color, Arabs, Muslims in general, just constantly talking about how scary they are.
Yeah, but he's got like, he supports people of color as well, like me. What? He has POC friends. Oh, God.
No, why? Why are they so scary?
The people Ethan attacks are people who live in America and have mostly lived in America and talk like Americans and behave like Americans. Oh, no. Oh, shit, guys. We've run into trouble here. Listen, I'm really sorry to the H3 fans, okay? I'm not going to make all of you happy. I am baffled at what I just witnessed, so I subscribed to Lunderbox after seeing him on the show. I just logged onto YouTube and saw he was live watching the content nuke, so I decided to join. Literally 3 minutes into watching, and he drops the R slur. Casual as anything, with no response from chat. I was shocked, so I called it out. He saw my chat and said some bullshit about phasing it out. Has it not been phased out already for the last 10 years? Am I not crazy? And the chat goofs on me for calling him out for saying it. I wanted to post as a PSA to anyone who's subscribed to him after liking the show. Safe to say, I unsubscribed immediately. I mean, it's whatever. Like, yeah, I don't want... You probably shouldn't watch me if you don't like the R slur, okay? It's it might go one day, I'm still thinking about it, but honestly, I just have too many neurodivergent friends who are perfectly okay with it, and I'm just not quite there. To me, it's been neutered. It's like, because all these words like moron, idiot, imbecile, they all used to be like diagnostic terms that would excuse putting people in asylums and basically torturing them, right? That's what that was. And retard was one of those. So, but I think the way that the word's used in like our spaces, it's kind of just achieved that same level of neutralization. So I don't know.
I don't know, because maybe you're an Islamophobic moron.
If you don't agree, it's fine. I'm not going to hate you.
Who retweets or basically tweets out Ben Shapiro quotes about Hamas. Maybe that's the reason why people think you're super pro-Israel, okay? Maybe that's why. No accountability, okay? No accountability whatsoever. Constantly pointing the finger at other people. It can't be me. It can't be the broad reception of my worldview. It cannot be the way that people understand where I'm coming from, okay? The way people have heard
Would you say the same about the N-word? No! Shut up, you're joking. Right.
Same talking points over and over again from people who are genuinely deeply pro-Israel. Maybe that was the reason why people were saying that. No, it must be because of anti-Semitism. And it's like, it's not as though anti-Semitism isn't increasing. It is, okay? And it's something that I understand. It's something that many of these people that Ethan has falsely smeared as anti-Semitic understand. So especially at a time when there's motherfuckers like Nick Fuentes, Jake Shields, or numerous other like actually anti-Semitic...
I thought autism equals constant N8Z salutes.
Oh, yeah. I shouldn't use my autism and excuse to say the R word. I should use it for Nazi salutes. We've moved on. We've moved on. Evolution.
Anti-Semitic monsters out there who are running rampant, hyper-focusing on people who are anti-Zionist and expressly and openly not anti-Semitic is certainly a choice. Yeah, I'll debate you anytime, anywhere. All right, Ethan? The assumption that I'm afraid of you is so idiotic, okay? Tell your God, be honest with your fan base, okay? I'll talk to you anytime, any place. I'm done. I'm done with this nonsense. Like, these morons literally think I'm a...
The H3 chat and sub posters are usually the most obnoxious of the H3 fans. They're embarrassing, to be honest. That's not really the experience I had. Every like H3 person on Reddit or most of the ones that I saw and the ones that came into the community were pretty cool. I don't know. Barring one or two.
Afraid of a dude who does not know anything about politics and basically just rehashed Willie Mac show and Destiny clips, dude. Like, these guys just literally go to Reddit.
They're your clips, Hassan. They're you talking, and you never explain why they're out of context. That's your fault.
That's it. And they just repeat Reddit talking points over and over and over again. It's one of the dumbest things I've ever seen. Yeah, I saw Roman also...
Reddit talking points, as opposed to comparing Tibet to the fucking South in the Civil War. Yeah. These guys make Reddit talking points. Meanwhile, I make comments that are too fucking dumb even to go on Reddit, apparently. Like,
opt off. Because, dude, if you are even remotely interested in politics, you're going to look at this and go, what the fuck are you saying? Incredible video that dropped in the current political climate. Fascist takeover happening in the US and tons of other places. And he drops a 2-hour video on the biggest threat to America is Hassan and communism. Lol. LMFAO even. I fully expect Ethan Klein to become an anti-woke grifter within the next 5 years. So H3 Issues video on Hassan is deadass just Red Scare and McCarthyism. I actually haven't even seen anything more pathetic in my life. Bro's trying to pander the last remnants of his right-wing fan base by going after lefty boogeyman streamer right after Trump win as well. And he's doing it also that people forget his controversial Israel takes. Incredible. That's what's so crazy, by the way, which is that like there are a million different ways to try and hit me on like drama related shit. Why the fuck would you try to do politics, man? You're so stupid. How narcissistic of you. How unimaginably narcissistic of you to think that you can like write this brilliant, political work. Like, stick to your lane, dude. What is wrong with you? You look like a clown to adults, okay? Maybe not the cultish fans that have stayed behind, you know?
A lot of people are What is this? Why am I... What's going on here? Why am I where did this come from? This bro has been crying about debate perverts for years and he finally became one. What? Oh, is this supposed to be me coming back from my break and collapsing as a YouTuber? I don't know what the fuck this is. I would react to this stuff on Best Buy. I'd like hide in the back. I'll just sit in the forklift and stream from there, okay?
Message me saying, Roman, how can you side with Hassan when, he has had terrible Ukraine takes? And I actually agree. I don't watch Hassan for his Ukraine takes. In fact, I don't watch him at all. But I do think he's a good force in today's world. You know what I mean? Like, once again, people are getting deported, Ethan. And you're dropping a 2-hour video on Hassan Piker saying that Hassan and communism is actually what...
Damn, this guy's getting the human shields and putting them in front of Hassan for him.
What's destroying America today?
The deportees.
Like, please.
Do you think they stopped the deportees on their way out? They're like, hold right there. I got a job for this guy. I got some migrant labor for this guy. They can stay.
Between Hassan Piker, who, once again, talks about real issues and is like, in my opinion, once again, a good force in this world currently, from my point of view, from where I stand. You know what I mean? Who actually talks about real issues, that minorities face and so on. Ethan Klein, though, he just talks about like...
You know what? You want to know what's crazy about this? Like, these guys, and this is what's so frustrating to me about like, Ethan, I can't believe is a part of this group now. But there are a lot of people online, like, what is his name? Like, Turkey Tom or something. Like, that's one of those guys. Like, all these dudes that have been, actually...
Hey, thanks for the 200 Swedish, Draven. I really appreciate that. Why does he do this? He knows who Turkey Tom is. Why does he do this? Who is this? Who is that guy? Oh, what's his name? Turkmenistan, Turkey Tom. Hey, bro, you know who he is. Stop doing. Why? Why do you do? It's just ego. Yeah.
Leaving Destiny's orbit now after suckling on his teat for maybe the past 3 years. Willie Mac show, all these slop tubers, right? Just names that I never wanted to learn. They have no interest in politics whatsoever. And to them, it's just another way to extend the algorithmic boost that they can get. That's what's so annoying about
to talk about how he's closer to them than Elon Musk.
Thanks for the $10. Appreciate it.
That's what's so goddamn annoying about this process is just like for them, it's just all drama. It's all drama. Ukraine, drama. Palestine, drama. What is this? I think Ethan just wants to defame you and for you to react by suing him. I'm not even going to watch his video. And by the way, if I did, get great views overall. I'm not even going to dignify it. And you can say it's because I'm scared. If you are literally the dumbest person in the United States of America, perhaps the entire planet, then yes, you can think that. I am stating it very clearly. Ethan Klein. If you want to have a conversation with me, I am available. I can talk to you about any number of different political disagreements that we have, except this time, I'm not going to be nice to you. I'm not going to treat you with kitty gloves. I'm not going to talk to you like you're a special boy who deserves my special attention and that you're so funny and so special. I'm going to talk to you in the same exact way that I would to an actual political content creator. If there is a political commentator out there who is expressing your viewpoint about Israel, I'm going to talk.
How do you talk on actual political... How do you talk when you're around actual political commentators, Hassan? Because if I recall correctly,
John, why are you?
There's no both sides on a genocide. What do you mean? How can I use that argument?
These people from their homes,
tens of thousands of people in Israel.
This is the guy who comes.
Hostages. Surely it's Hamas, Hassan. How can you say that? How can you use that argument? That's a crazy thing to say. It's Hamas
what do you mean, how can I
have
use that
taken
argument?
these
There
people
are
from their homes,
tens of thousands of people in Israel. There are currently tens of thousands of Israeli citizens right now in the streets of Israel, in the streets of Tel Aviv, outside of Benjamin Netanyahu's house, protesting every single day. What are they protesting? They're protesting for Benjamin Netanyahu to facilitate a ceasefire with Hamas so that they can actually bring the hostages home. That is precisely the number one goal of the family members of the hostages.
Who
and
is
if
using
anyone
the hostages?
on this panel was being even a little bit honest, they would recognize the reality that, listen, just listen.
You didn't listen to my question.
Listen to what I'm saying, and you will understand, perhaps, what I'm trying to imply
here. That's very patronizing.
My fucking dad used to always say this in arguments. It's so cringe, especially when you're not really saying anything particularly profound or like.
Destiny hater, loner box fan vindicated. Cheers to the new left-wing Godfather comeback.
Thanks for $10, Hung.
Utilizing the hostages. Yeah, I am being patronizing. I don't know who the fuck you are, and you're over here chirping all the way from fucking London about Palestine and doing a both sides are fucking fine type bullshit where you're talking about how you want to fucking free Palestine, but also simultaneously, both sides got a lot going on. Shut the fuck up. You don't know anything, okay? I don't give a shit about.
This is Hassan with the kid gloves off. This is how he talks to seasoned political commentators on commentary shows.
Talk to you.
He's a debate bro. He's always been a debate bro. He always will be a debate bro because he's a fucking idiot who only seems to thrive off of just using every bad faith tactic in the book. What's going on here? Are people mad that the video didn't get ratioed? Hassan Bad is a good train to ride on. I wonder why.
Same exact way that I would talk to them. So if you think that I'm afraid of you, I think you and I both know that that's not the case. I think you and I both know that there's a reason why, despite the fact that you and I have very similar enemies, some of which you've turned into your friends, even after they got, unfortunately they got outed as sex pests. But I think you and I both know that I didn't run away from Twitter.
Hassan, you were actually sorry. I don't know, maybe, I don't know if Ethan and Destiny talked behind the scenes, maybe, but Ethan never took him on H3H3. How close was the friendship between Hassan and Destiny? Hassan fucking loved Stephen. He was a glazer. A serial Destiny glazer. BFFs.
I don't have to constantly go to subreddits and clip stuff from those subreddits to post on my Instagram page instead of hanging out with my friends and family. Don't be a idiot. Fuck him at this point. Debating him won't change his mind. I don't give a fuck about changing his mind. I did. Okay. I tried changing his mind. Maybe this time I'll bring Sam Cedar and you'll be the one saying
they exchanged DMs, but nothing significant there. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. But yeah, this is not like, again, it's just the desperate guilt by association.
Oh my God, Sam Cedar, what a nightmare, because, you know, you've been running away from him. Yeah, I wonder why Ethan Klein won't talk to Sam Cedar. In private correspondence, I told you. I said, hey man, I know you don't respect me, because he's claimed that I wasn't like talking to him at all. So I said, hey, I don't think you respect me at all. But you respect Sam Cedar. You should talk to him. You should talk to him about this issue. He has a lot of lived experience. And he said that was anti-Semitic. Everything is anti-Semitic. Anyway.
Celebrity drama or whatever. Like, off, please. What it all comes down to is that I just don't believe that Ethan Klein, cares about any of these.
Sam has repeatedly said he doesn't want anything to do with this. Oh, really? No way. Hang on. Is that true? Clip or it's not. If someone has a clip of Sam saying that, that would be quite funny.
Found you through H3, thank you for being a voice of reason. I am Jewish/strongly pro-Palestine, but Hassan's/his community's anti-Semitism genuinely disturbs me. It means a lot. Heart, heart, heart.
Oh, thanks for the $20, Maxim. I really appreciate that. I think you mean Palestine, though.
Yes, that's what's so fucking annoying about it. He doesn't. He does not. That is what's so unimaginably annoying about this entire process. He doesn't give a single shred of a about any of these issues, and it is literally ego. It's not even like a significant political disagreement, by the way. It's more so ego. That's what's so frustrating, and that's what really makes me mad about all of the people that hyper focus on this. It's just ego. It is a man who feels scorned. It is a man who bravely took the step online and became a more progressive person. That is the journey here. A person who had some reactionary takes. A person who openly said the N-word a million times over and numerous other slurs, saying, you know what, this is the old me. This is not the real me, okay? I am going to become a better person. That is a person I will always admire, okay? It doesn't matter if his name is Ethan Klein. It doesn't matter who that person is. I will always admire someone who has the dignity and the courage to openly say, I was wrong for doing this stuff. This is not who I am. Just understand. iDubbbz being a great example of this, right? But yeah, after you cultivated a fairly progressive online fan base, you turned around and you had some opinions that you demonstrated that were directly at odds with said progressive fan base. And instead of going, hey man, maybe I should really reconsider my output here. I wonder why a lot of these people are saying this in the most narcissistic ways possible. Oh, no. You just looked to blame others instead of saying, hey, maybe my output.
Okay, maybe for the last 12 minutes, we're going to start to address some of the arguments. Okay, maybe.
Here is the reason why people are reacting to what I'm saying in the way that they're reacting to it. You're like, no, it must be something different. You said you hid your power level to infiltrate his fan base and turn them against him. Guys clearly lost the plot. Yeah, that's such an insane take, man. No, dog. You actually made your fan base very progressive. And it's basically this. The entire quote unquote content nuke is this.
You're also kind of borderline teetering on what would most people say is socialism, my guy. Like,
wait, what? Let me tell you something about myself then. I don't give a shit. Yeah, I don't think that the capitalist organization of the economy is adequate. We don't need to have that conversation. But yes,
no, there's no way you believe in that. Hey,
socialism is not a poverty cult. You don't have to be poor to be socialist, even though you can still advocate for those who are less fortunate than you.
The question that is on everyone's minds is like, there's two things here. There's two outcomes to this. Either you are the dumbest person on the planet and just like, whenever I described my political worldview, it just like went in from one ear and out the other. No bus stop in there, okay? No pit stops in there whatsoever. It was just like...
I'm so surprised my ridiculous fucking analogy of Tibet to the American Civil War didn't hit home for Ethan. I'm so surprised that didn't happen. I'm so surprised that my answer to what would a socialist society do about political parties that are pro-capitalist, and my answer of re-education didn't really, get the cogs turning in that brain of his. It's unbelievable. Must be his problem.
information coming in and out, okay? Nothing in there. An empty hallway, all right? And you're like, I thought you were like a, kind of progressive, vote blue no matter who type Democrat. What is going on? And if that's the case, then you have no business doing political commentary. Because what the fuck are you saying? Like, what do you mean? Then you're just like ill-equipped to have this conversation. You've openly demonstrated that.
I consider myself a liberal, but in the American political lexicon, I guess like I'm super liberal. That's what that's what Americans think liberalism is. Like the more left you are, the more liberal you are. Even though there is a genuine distinction between the leftist and the liberal, but yeah, I'm progressive. I guess that's the catch-all term.
I like progressive.
Yeah. Who wouldn't want to be progressive? It's in the name. We're progressing.
Yeah. Well, that's why like early stage classical liberals who like wanted to rebrand, like Dave Rubin, for example.
Super liberal. Okay. Super capitalism. It's the fucking Vosh thing from way back.
Now are very openly on the right and like everyone knows it. They originally tried to say like they're the real progressives and that the people who brand themselves as progressives, people like myself, they were actually regressive.
George Soros and Google. He wears jackets that say bash fascist.
I'm sorry, I gotta stop again. What is wrong with hating fascists? I just don't understand that point. Aren't we supposed to hate fascists?
Has a club in his hand.
We're supposed to hate fascists as Americans.
Yeah, I know. I don't get it. And then they'll say like Antifa is the real
This is not in his content nuke, chatters. This is just our first ever on-camera conversation. The reason why I suspect someone spliced these two things together is because they wanted to show how fraudulent and how idiotic this is for Ethan to be like, I was duped. I was groomed into believing radical politics by this big scary man, when even before we had a podcast together, I never sheltered him from my true opinion. I even say it there. I'm like, I wouldn't consider myself a liberal, but in American politics, because people's false understanding of liberalism, they would say I'm a super liberal. So what's really interesting about this entire process, despite the fact that I have a literal...
How is a super... I thought you hate liberals. Surely a super liberal would be worse than a liberal. He called himself a progressive liberal. That would be like the Squad. That's not a fucking Marxist-Leninist or a tanky communist or a USSR fucking apologist and shit. Or a CCP defender. That's none of those things.
Like Lenin bust behind me, a Che Guevara bust, and a USSR Ushanka behind me, and also prominently display other famous leftist political figures, revolutionary political figures, and also Bernie Sanders, who is himself a socialist, and go through the minutia and the process of explaining to him.
Exactly. These are the same people. These are absolutely the same people. Lenin and Bernie Sanders. Okay.
Over and over again what my political worldview looks like. He just, I guess, either A, forgot what that conversation looked like and how that took place, or B, a second thing, and is cynically trying to present it as though I was secretly hiding the truth. Okay, I was secretly hiding the truth.
Real fascists. Okay, then still bashing the fascists in that circumstance is still good, no? Like, I don't get it.
I thought fascism was like the antithesis of everything America stood for.
Yeah.
But apparently,
real voice.
It's supposed to be.
This is his real
voice.
I'll
try not to pause, but there's just
it is fact.
They tasted the blood of 1.5 million Christian Armenians, and they'll taste man flesh again. What the fuck? If they have their way.
I think he said he thought you were a Demsoc like him. First of all, he's not a democratic socialist. Ethan is barely a social democrat. Okay, what are you talking about? There's a distinction between democratic socialism and social democracy. Social democracy is pro-capitalist. I often will openly state that in a place like the United States of America that is a reactionary shithole where there's no class consciousness whatsoever, that social democrats are seen as radicals in this country, okay? And they're still in line with improving the material conditions of the working class in the United States of America. You told Ethan multiple times that you wish you hid being a socialist. That's the other problem. That's the other issue. I've told him before, but that's not my problem. I'm sorry, man. If you don't understand the difference between a democratic socialist and a social democrat, how the fuck is that my fault, dude?
I think it's more that it's not the social democrat and democratic socialist. Like, no, if you were just a Bernie Sanders guy, I don't think anyone would have cared. The problem is that neither of these things are defending the fucking CCP, Hassan, or Houthis, or Hezbollah, or the fucking axis of resistance. None of that is to do with socialism or even with democratic socialism or to do with social democracy. That's kind of the thing that you managed to keep hidden a little bit. I thought it as well. I remember thinking that, like, I was very surprised the first time I saw a bunch of people in Hassan's chat, like, simping for the CCP. Because I was like, is that like, I thought this was like a Bernie bro, not a fucking, not tanky. But okay.
explained it before. Like, what are we doing here? How, dude, I'm sorry. In the year 2025, we're not doing that. In the year 2025, we're not gonna let other people's misunderstandings become everybody else's problem, because that's ridiculous. Why so scared? Do I look scared? What are you talking about? You won't watch the video? Brother, instead of demanding I watch a video, demand Ethan talk to me in person, okay? Because if you think I'm fearful of Ethan Klein and his political prowess, I'm here to tell you I'm not, okay? Go tell Ethan to have a conversation with me, okay? Just watch the video. Just watch the video. Why can't he have a conversation with me? Why? Is it perhaps easier to clip things that I'm saying out of context in my reaction? Is that why? So that he can shelter his audience? Is that the reason why? Or is it because he's actually afraid? Because I think it's the second thing. Just like he was too scared to talk to Sam Cedar in private. To go into a debate about something, you should first watch the content, right? Or do you go into blind every debate? I go in blind. You want to know why? That's how confident I am in my worldview and in my knowledge in this space. Also, I'm not going in blind. Let's be real. It's the
I can tell you do that. That's why Willie Mack made you look like a fucking idiot. And that's why you have to invent BBC articles that never exist saying things that oh god.
Exact same things I've addressed a million times over. It's not
Did
new.
you go in
unique.
blind when he was trying to find Yemen on the map?
Having said that, however, this is a very interesting thing. This is a very interesting thing that I've seen from people where they go, oh, dude, why don't you watch the video? Okay, why wouldn't you want me to just like debate the issues if the issues are related to me? You think I don't know the subject matter very well? I'm the subject matter. What is happening? Yeah, he can just argue the points in the video if he wants to, directly to my face, and we can have a conversation about that as well. A list of lies made by Ethan Klein. Ethan claims communism is on the rise. From Elon Nazi saluting at Trump's inauguration to the AfD in Germany, communism is clearly not on the rise.
That doesn't contradict. You can have Nazism on the rise and communism on the rise at the same time. Hassan talked about education programs, not re-education. Are you fucking kidding me, bro? Is this really the best these guys have? Ethan tries to frame a deranged Sneeko fan as a Hassan fan? The guy who's went up to Hassan and said, I love you, take a picture with me? He said re-education. In what world do people who are pro-capitalist in a communist or socialist country go through re-education in a place that's not a camp? Well, it was for the first one, the first re-education something that's not in a camp or a prison. A school. Yeah, a school for adults who are put in there because of political disagreements. Yeah, I mean, don't worry. This video is that's that in the top left. Okay, don't worry about that. Okay, that's just this is part of the memes. Re-education therapy. What if you don't want to go? What if you don't want to attend this re-education and you actually just want to have a pro-capitalist political party?
Never introduced himself as a social democrat. Hassan talked about education programs, not re-education
This is so
camps.
fucking sad, man. This is actually pathetic. You are pathetic, Hassan. You are getting your arguments from a random fucking Twitter account whilst positioning yourself as the informed, well-read person. Like, you can just watch the video. How do you know that any of this is actually accurate in either direction?
Never runs full defense of China, especially regarding their treatment of the Uyghurs. Ethan shares an edited clip that cuts out where Hassan explains that he cannot control his chat from calling Ethan a racist for saying racist things. Yeah, that's another one of these fucking annoying little parts about this back and forth and this drama, which is that like the conversation I had with Ethan ended with me saying, Ethan, there's only so much I can do to control the
re-education spa. Yeah, true.
Narrative in your favor if you keep saying things that people are going to
what did he say? Give us an example. What did he say? What did he say that people think was racist?
Interpret as you being pro-Israel. And it's not because you're Jewish. And even though, to be fair, I'm sure there are plenty of people who are like, oh, he's Jewish, and they suspect you of being pro-Israel and are deeply anti-Semitic, right? Having said that, there are plenty of people in your fan base who aren't anti-Semitic who also absolutely made up their own minds after listening to the way you talk about.
Why is it bright outside? How edited is this video? 33 minutes 34. How long has he been doing this?
Who is a left?
How long did he spend reacting to this shit? He could have watched the whole video. No. I guarantee you, give him a week, okay? And Hassan will have watched enough Twitter clips or read enough Twitter threads to easily exceed the length of the video.
Only so much I can do to control
that he doesn't
the
want to watch
narrative
because it's too long.
In your favor, if you keep saying things that people are going to interpret as you being pro-Israel, and it's not because you're Jewish. And even though, to be fair,
I don't have the time. I don't have enough time.
Sure, there are plenty of people who are like, oh, he's Jewish, and they suspect you of being pro-Israel and are deeply anti-Semitic. Right? Having said that, there are plenty of people in your fan base who aren't anti-Semitic, who also absolutely made up their own minds after listening to the way you talk about Gaza. He cuts out continuously, there's only so much I can do, and leaves out, if you continue to say things like this, people are going to think you believe them and get mad at you. Yeah. Shows a random clip of someone being anti-Semitic, claims Hassan does not care about Israelis because of his lack of reaction. Hassan never justifies sexual violence. He routinely says that sexual violence likely occurred during October 7th and regularly cites the UN investigation that had one credible documented instance of sexual violence. He says that the sexual violence that may have happened on October 7th is not a justification for genocide. Hassan never said that Israel should let Hamas enter Israel unrestrained. Dude, it's, for the record, easiest like 500,000 view video of your life if you just like look at all of the clips that Ethan used and go on Twitch, go to the VOD and extend the clip by like 30 seconds and just be like, this is the full context.
I was asked to do this a few times because Hassan fans would come in and say it's out of context, but then before I knew it, this person was asking me to go like 8 minutes away from the clip. It's like, just give us an example. Just please give an example. It's so stupid. Wait, hang on. I could maybe even... this is not the first time I've done this. How will I show you this? The only way I could really show you is... This is from a DM that I sent to Hassan on November. In November, I DM'd Hassan. Don't worry about that. And I said, if any of my critiques of you have ever been made in bad faith, you can always let me know, because despite being a much smaller creator, I wouldn't, because I was trying to, I was definitely thinking about the way he empathizes with smaller creators, if it's like Frogan or whatever. I would never want to be attacking you, an opinion that you don't actually hold. I sent it to this in like November, and he never responded. So it's like, he has the opportunity to like go through, get some clips, paste them, say November 2024. Yeah. That was just the most recent time I've mentioned it. There would be other times as well.
Here he is responding to a chatter. Actually, this is not his opinion. This is clearly something that he's responding to, that he's reading in chat. Okay. Or this video was clipped to make it.
What's this?
Comparison to past months. Dude, actually, you know what? Fuck this. I can't argue with retards, okay? You're retarded. I'm being ableist, and you're fucking retarded. So there is no way I can argue with you on this issue. I'm done. Okay? That's it. It's just, I can't do it. I can't do it. I literally can't do it. I don't give a fuck if your parents die of fucking coronavirus. I literally cannot do it. I'm going to cover the fucking rational disconnect video or a thread. Comparison to past months. Dude, actually, you know what?
The rational disconnect there. Yeah, he changed his voice. Yeah. Or he's on the juice. It's one of those ones. He's either on the gear or he just trained his voice to go lower because he was insecure about whatever the fuck that was.
Seem like
out of context. True. It actually, yeah, sorry, it is. Don't forget that.
You know, Hassan is advocating for this position when it's actually the exact opposite position he's advocating for. You know, the only part about this that's like frustrating though is
it's also like, it is partly like, it'd be a combination. If you get older, you push yourself to lower your voice a little bit and use your chest and your diaphragm more so than your fucking head or whatever, your nose. Or maybe you're in the juice. I don't know.
There are well-intentioned people that are duped in this process. There are well-intentioned people that will get duped in this process. People who are just like kind-hearted liberals who are probably open-minded to the way I see the world, and if given the opportunity, would recognize that the things that I advocate for, they also agree to. But they'll see this video and go, oh, this guy's a dangerous, like, terrorist lover who loves terrorism. He wants to do terrorism.
There is not a single dissenting voice with his straight up radical, anti-American, anti-Semitic.
Oh, you want some of this? You want some of this? Okay.
Pro-China, pro-Russia, pro-terrorism takes. This is fringe, psychotic that is not normal.
This is like the, oh, how can I be extremist? I'm just like playing around with this little animal here. Okay.
And it is the only acceptable voice on Twitch. Explain that to me. How is there not one dissenting voice on that entire platform?
So is that what you do? Because these guys are just so like brain dead aesthetic like pill that you can just find some fucking clip of Hassan screaming, and then I can just contrast it with me like milking a cow in a field with the music from The Shire in the background. It's like, this guy's crazy, bro. I'm just chilling. I'm just vibing out here. What is that animal?
The funniest part about this is that, like, even though this is obviously awfully sourced slop, which basically rehashes the same fake drama that Redditors have mostly clipped out of context. Very dedicated Reddit community comprised of a sex pest,
don't forget
cult leader who has his own personal bone to pick with me. Okay, just watch the video instead of people reacting to it. I am not going to watch the video. I will, however, talk to Ethan directly if he wants my attention that bad. I know that you want me to watch the video. I know that he really wants me to watch the video, but I'll just debate him. If he wants to have this conversation, we can have it. Oh, and he said nobody knows where these guys are. Oh yeah, they recently released the crew of the seized cargo ship Galaxy Leader after
we said he would do it. It was fine. 22nd of January. Wait, when did the video go out? Do you think he had time to? 31st. Yeah, could have probably added that in or put an edit in the video description. Yeah. Only 14 months though. You know, they only spent 14 months in captivity for no fucking crime, away from their friends, their family, their home.
The ceasefire was implemented. So the idea that nobody knows where these guys are is also silly. Once again, this is just such bad, like, it's slop. This is what slop is, okay? When you don't actually do your due diligence and you literally just like stamp all of this nonsense that you found on subreddits that are obviously geared in a very specific direction, and you just don't even Google something. Like, this isn't meticulous research, dude. Like, what are we doing? How is this like, yeah, why do you have to watch a video of yourself when you said and did whatever you were supposed to watch? You don't understand. It's because these guys want to make clips. That's it. They want to make more clips. That's pretty much the reason.
It's just a video with quite a few critiques that you could address. You could address the nuances around Israeli Jews not wanting to exist as a minority, given the historical context of being Jewish in Europe and in the Middle East as well in the last 100, 200, 300 years. There's quite a bit you can go into there. I don't know. I think Hassan could probably account for why he lied so much about that Houthi operation with the Galaxy Leader, but you know, or why you cultivate audience members who are pretty socially regressive, apart from that they overlap with you on Palestine, and why that's a thing, like, and what you do about it. How do you advocate for Palestine without cultivating a bunch of anti-Semites in your audience? There's a lot of difficult questions for the ages there. But he's freaking out. Okay. You're going to check out Ethan's rebuttal? I mean, how long is it? How long is it? Three hours. It's not a 3-hour response. What the fuck's wrong with you? Long as hell. What does he do? Why? What's he doing? They talk about Mike punching the couch. We'll probably do so. Mike on Twitter yesterday was fucking insane. I didn't know that he would like block people or hide their replies when he was about to get ratioed. That was quite funny. And also that he just seems to have defied all his principles for an attempted gotcha. Yeah, I don't know. He's been on some weird shit yesterday. Well. but I do have a bunch of... Wait, where did I last read donos? Ages ago. Okay. GRT, thanks for the gifted sub. Mixolydian, thanks for the New Zealand $5. Lance has a huge face that's too big for his head, like a reverse version of Charlie Kirk. That's quite mean, but thanks for the $5. Dr. Octobong, thanks for the 2 Canadian. Jason Odo Dogs, thanks for the 5 Australian. I bet Hassan was like, he's black, he'll get it. What, when he was talking to that NMP guy? Jack Esposito, thanks for $4.99. I have made love for you, Lonerbox. Sorry about Homegirl. Wish I could tell Hassan face to face. We dealt with the Houthis by any means in the Navy. I don't know what any of that means, but thanks. Okay. I did edit. Thanks for the $10. You're the guy now. Keep working hard. Okay. Reftop, thanks for the $4.99. New theory why Twitch politics is anti-Semitism on the left and right. Amazon doing the TikTok thing, destabilizing to implicitly support Republicans. And for the other $4.99, also we missed you. Hope you're doing okay. Waves, thanks for the $10. Here's a thank you for providing me a cozy space a few years ago, right after fleeing Hassan's community. Glad I decided to stay around. Thanks, man. Yeah, well, fuck those guys, eh? Rebartotio, thanks for the £5. And Soljo, thanks for the $5. Throw more money at Lonerbox until he becomes back. Miss Mortician, thanks for the $4.99. Take all the time you need in a break. We will be here when you get back. Oh, I'll take all the time, bro. I haven't even got my cabin in the woods yet. Cruz, thanks for the $5. Ethan cooked Hassan so bad here. Also, new goal time. Yeah, it was. Sarah, thanks for the 10 gifted subs. That's so money. Thank you so much. Robert Davies, thanks for the $5. Chump change. Yeah, I mean, it was $5, so it is kind of chump change. Esme Abella, thanks for the £5. Peanuts. True. Matthias Kunzen and Lemeo, thanks for the tier 1 sub and the tier 2 sub. Truman, thanks for the 5 Australian. If everyone donates $1, that's like a lot of money. It's literally a high number. Matthew Banks, thanks for the $5. Will you ever make video essays again? I know they're a butt ton of work, but yours were pretty damn good. I'm reading and doing notes for one right now, actually. Yeah. God knows when it's going to get finished, but it's a thing. It's a concept. I have a concept of a plan of a video essay. Jack Walker, thanks for $5. Mike is still bitter over Bad Bunny. Mike does behave like someone who is very wounded and will probably never process it in an appropriate way. So yeah, then the result is what you see. Alec, thanks for the $1.99. Can't criticize for spamming your alt. I don't know what that means. Ignotus, thanks for the $5. Chase Pacman, thanks for the $5. Good to see you back, Box. Shit's getting crazy here in NA. Need level-headed takes more than ever. Cheers. Boldas Becca, thanks for the $5. He talks about Ethan being naive. I feel a little stupid and naive as a grown adult who let herself get stuck into the Hassan cult for years. Bro, how many fucking Hassan refugees are there in my donos right now? What the fuck? How long has this been a thing? Is this because of the content nuke, or is this like an older thing? Dwayne, thanks for the $5. And Hassan should just play Among Us with OTV and not talk about politics. Yeah, well. Spencer Berlin, thanks for the gifted sub. And Trans Rights Crab, thanks for the tier 1 sub for 18 months now. Thank you so much. Chase Pacman, thanks for the sub. Dravin, already got that one. Dwayne, thanks for those ones. Dwayne, thanks for $5. When was the last time Bernie Sanders called for re-education camps? I forget. He just said re-education, not in a camp. You know, you can re-educate someone in a very fair way. You know, if you want to re-educate someone because they supported a political party that you don't like, you know, you can do that in a re-education happy camp. Rick Wiles, thanks for the 5 Canadian. Boosting the Dark Gothic MAGA video by Blonde Politics. Go watch if you get the chance. I will watch that, but not today. It looks good, though. Teliana, thanks for the 13 Canadian. And Don Stamaka, thanks for the 10 Ron. I don't know what that is, but thank you. You don't know this currency. Oh, wow. You saw right through me. Loner Unboxed. And Z, thanks for the subs.
One for a pint for the road.
Thanks for $10. A pint for $10. Bro, I live in Aberdeen. That's like 2 pints. Or one and a 3/5. I don't know. Okay. Ooh. Jesus, I feel like I just haven't stopped at all for 6 hours. 6 hours 40. Woo. Did I cover all the bases? Did I cover... I'm not going to cover Destiny stuff probably for a while, just because... in many ways that, like, I've been covering Destiny stuff behind the scenes. This is like a fucking full-time job for the last 2 months. It's kind of been in my head for... Like, that whole thing and the fallout from it has kind of occupied most of my fucking thoughts for the last 2 months. So I don't really want to bring all that to stream. But I'm sure if you want that fix, you can go to other such people. Chud, Queeman, Gistalk. Wait till the lawsuit's over. Oh, Dylan's house. Yeah, that's really fucked, man. I don't know, like... Has he, what happens in America? Is like an insurance thing that he's gonna get, or does he actually need help? I don't know. I need to speak to him. I think I reached out, but he's probably been getting like 50 messages a day because of this thing. We'll see. Let's not go ahead and endorse Jew Stalker here. Why? I don't know. Is he problematic? You can show me the evidence if you want. I don't know much about him. I just know that if you want your Destiny fix, he's been talking about it a lot. Any way. I've got somewhere to put you guys, though. Don't worry. Dylan streamed about his situation last night. I'll have a look then. Are you forever mad at him? What does it parents say? Not mad, just disappointed. Yeah. And that's the worst one, isn't it? That's when you know it's bad. The R word is re-education. Okay. Oh shit, Stuff Slacker, thanks for the 50 Swedish. God damn. I mean, if you want Learner Box content, there's a small chance I'll end up fucking gaming with Irrelevant after I raid him, but we'll see. We'll see where he is. Hope you and Pixie are doing all right, Loner. I'll tell her you said that. She's good, though. She's all good. It's just a lot going on, you know? Anyway. Wish her well from us. Okay, I'll tell her 2.8 thousand people said, okay, fuck you guys. Get out! Get out of my head! Get out of my life! I hate you. I hate all of you. Lorna, my professor watches you. Well, then he should probably... and he's probably based. I don't know, but he's also taking a chance because streamers are not always reliable. He should fact check everything I say. Okay. Are you back to a regular schedule? Nope. Soljo, thanks for the $5. You did well. Destiny betrayed us. Okay. More WoW streams. If I do a WoW stream, it's only going to be in like a fundraiser capacity. I don't know what I'm going to fundraise for, but there's a couple of ideas in there. It'll be irregular. I'll just pop in when I feel like it, you know, for now. And eventually we'll talk about a lot of things. Who knows? Maybe we never will, because honestly, you guys are parasocial demons and get out of my life. I don't know. Okay. Go to Irrelevant, okay? Behave yourselves. Be nice, but not too nice. It is the internet. Okay. Love you guys. Bye.